Welcome to the Global Esports Games Singapore 2021. This is the last day of the Open Qualifiers for Europe. Of course, it's playoff days. 4 teams remain and only one will make it through the main event by the end of this year. I'm Husky and of course joined by Poglet because we are here to crown some champions for EU. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I had a nap earlier because obviously it's a bit later for me over here. So I had like a 4-hour nap before these games to make sure I'm ready, I'm keen. Playoffs and grand finals today. You can't ask for much more when it comes to Dota, that's for sure.
Yeah, and yesterday we had some pretty interesting matches. I think we started the night off with, if I'm not mistaken, we started the night off with Czech Republic versus Montenegro, and that one, we had a 60-minute game, 67-minute game. In fact, we got tier 5 items. We got a anti-mage with a giant's ring, clobbering everyone. We got a divine rapier purchase. Everything was falling into place, but of course, at the end of the day, it was, I think, Czech Republic won. Unfortunately, they were not able to qualify for the playoffs. They didn't get enough points. In fact, the 4 teams we have in playoffs will be Turkey, Syria, Great Britain, and Georgia. And we will be covering the series between Syria and Turkey. Anything you're looking forward to for these 2 teams?
I'm honestly excited to see Syria. I didn't know what to expect from them coming into the first day, but they really were clinical. Like a lot of the teams you can see, they weren't experienced playing together. So they might be really individually skilled, but Syria was one of those teams that was able to implement all their strategies and actually play as a team. We saw them rotating at like 6 to 8 minutes, and some teams don't get to do that. And they were able to use that momentum to basically dominate most of their games.
And of course, one of the star players for the side of Syria is Dragon Soul, right? The position 1 for the team, a huge Monkey King advocate, able to bring up Medusa yesterday as well in their game against Hungary. They also have this offlaner in the form of Toxic. Primarily, I think he plays a Night Stalker, Bloodseeker. Those were the 2 heroes that we got to witness on broadcast. So kind of this bruiser frontline style, run in your face. Do you think this is going to give them the advantage over Turkey, which obviously has a slightly different approach to their games?
I mean, I think it comes down to first pick priority. Like you talked about the Monkey King, every team loves to spam that. And we can see the draft hasn't started yet, but the coin toss has. And you can actually see Syria won and they chose first pick. So I'm already leaning towards that they're going to try to pick up this Monkey King, maybe a Bloodseeker as the counter if they can't manage to get that with the bans, etc. So it's showing how much priority they want to put on that carry, that they want Dragon Soul to have one of those just free games and go 25-2 like we saw in the first day.
Yeah. So the game is going to start in around 2 minutes. So we take this time to introduce to you guys what Global Esports Game is actually all about. It's kind of a flagship initiative by the Global Esports Federation, the Olympics for video games. We have Dota Open as the one that you guys are watching right now. We have Dota for women. We have PES 2021 and Street Fighter 5 as well, being the official titles for GEG. And of course, at the end of the year, between 17 to 19 December, we will be at Sentosa World Resort in Singapore for kind of the main event where there will be GEF Festival and GF Con, bringing culture, art, music, game, tradition from all over the globe to this one melting pot in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad that I don't get to travel. Like I'm not allowed to travel yet, but I would love to go to the Singapore and just see how they organize the event and how it runs. It sounds so exciting. And especially like the Dota for Women event, I know that's going on later November. I'm genuinely curious to see. Obviously, you've got another Aussie casting with you. You're going to have Nat T casting, I think, doing play-by-play. And I just genuinely want to see how they play and obviously how the finals pan out on that side, because I don't know the teams that are entered yet. I haven't seen the full rosters. But I'm sure they're going to really be able to showcase some excellent Dota.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think Shipstick would be playing for the women Dota, so that is something to look forward to as well. Funny story. So Singapore, they open travels to multiple countries except for Malaysia. So despite us being neighbors, I can't actually fly into the country. I got close to getting into Singapore, I think earlier this year, but some changes in the pandemic protocol basically prevented me from entering the country. I couldn't make it for the event. So I would love to go back. I myself am very keen to see how this is going to be conducted, right? I don't think we've ever seen anything that big and diverse for an event, especially when it comes to gaming.
Yeah, it's always hard, like not just how big it is, but the timing of it as well. Like we saw TI had no fans. I'm not sure what global esports games are going to do, but just the ability to actually try and launch a LAN is so ambitious, and I love it. I just love no matter what happens, we're going to try to make this work, and we're going to try to bring forth not just Dota, but obviously Street Fighter and a few other games. And I'm curious to see if next year and the year after they actually implement more games. I'm not sure if that's on the timetable for them, but I'm always keen to see other games. Obviously, I spam Dota so much, I sometimes need that break, and I sometimes just need something new in my life.
Yeah, and of course, the venue for the next 2 years have already been decided. This year we will be in Singapore, but afterwards in 2022 we are going to Istanbul in Turkey, and 2023 will be in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. So all of that has been planned out, but that's still in the future. Let's focus on the elephant in the room, because the draft has just begun between Turkey and Syria. Now, no longer a best of two. This is all for the marbles. Winner takes it all. Best of 3 series between two titans that we saw from the group stage. Obviously, Syria kind of came in with has a stronger presence, but I'm interested to see what Turkey can bring to the table. We got the Tiny Man, the Bat Rider, the Weaver, the Bane. Syria, they have the Monkey King if they want to pick it.
Yeah, and do not be surprised if they first pick it. I think they first picked it every game they could, and lo and behold, Husky, they first picked the Monkey King.
What are the ways to deal with the Monkey King, right? Obviously, Turkey, they have been watching these games, there are stats out there, and they know that Syria plays this Monkey King a lot. Other than that, I think Syria plays Medusa, but if they first pick, it is always this Monkey King. How do you deal against that? There has to be a solution, right?
I like the Magnus a lot as a counter, and the Mars as well. The Arena of Blood breaks trees, and you can use the spear to actually push him out of the Wukong command. Snapfire as well, another hero that really abuses the fact that Monkey King wants to stand still in team fights. At least he wants to stand in that ring. So if you just throw the Mortimer's Kisses in, all of a sudden, he either A, doesn't have a BKB, or B, he just has to BKB and run away. And it's never a place the Monkey King wants to be. But Silencer as a counter already, they're already thinking about that Mortimer's Kisses, they're already thinking about that Arena of Blood fight, and I like that return from Syria.
Yeah, the combo breaker coming up from Syria. I do miss the days where the Mortimer's Kisses can actually burn down trees. Now it just feels weird that the trees are immune to lava spit by this tiny Drake.
Yeah, part of me understands why they don't want trees to break everywhere. Team fights are so dependent on vision, and having another patch, another buff on Snapfire is something we don't need. Like, the hero is quite strong, and it was top 5 most picked in TI for a reason. Every team under that is now following suit and picking it up quite early in the draft. And let's be real, we don't need to see it every single game like we see Monkey King. It's already hard enough.
So we have the Silencer, and I think 2 days ago we slightly touched on how Silencer, they sometimes go for Veil of Discord, especially when there is a crap ton of magic damage on the team. And yesterday I also talked to Danok about this, and he said that Silencer with Veil of Discord is lovely. He adores it a lot. But other than that, just the magic damage and the global silence, what else can the Silencer provide to a lineup, at least on Syria's side?
The strange thing about it's going to sound weird saying, but Silencer brings fear. Like, you think about Silencer, and we all panic. We are all like, oh, I'm going to get Silencer. The fight, we're going to get combo breaker. They're never going to be able to get all their spells off because of that global silence threat. That fear is usually more effective than anything the hero can bring in-game. Just the global presence of a support to click one button and just completely derail your plans. So hard to think about. It's why things like Tide, it's why things like Enigma are always scared and feared, because one click can save the game. One click of that ultimate, and all of a sudden you're winning this team fight. And that fear is what Silencer does so well.
Yeah, and speaking about Tidehunter, that hero still in the pool. Of course, for Turkey, they are most likely not going to pick the Tidehunter, but it is still a choice for Syria, right? And let's say if Syria picks it up, means that they have all these long cooldown ultimates, which gives Turkey a window to play around. So would you still want to opt for the TIE Hunter just for the lane security, or is there any other better offlaners that Syria can pick up and allow them to kind of push the tempo when Global Silence is on cooldown?
I do really like Tide, but you are, like you said, kind of forced into cooldowns. So you've got the Global, that's 2 minutes and a half. You've got the Tide Ravage, that's a bit over 2 minutes. I do like the Night Stalker as an idea, and I do love the Bloodseeker. So you play really fast-paced Dota with the Bloodseeker or the Night Stalker, and that way you can get on top of Snapfire's head and not have to commit the Global Silence every time to stop the Mortimer's Kisses. And obviously Mars, it's a weird counter. If you use Dark Ascension as Night Stalker, you can kind of fly over the arena. Yeah. And it's something to think about when you're drafting like this.
And those two heroes are exactly what Syria has been showing us, Toxic playing the Night Stalker and the Bloodseeker. We got to witness his performance in this offlane has been, nothing short but amazing. But Syria, they're focusing on that Ursa ban. They took out the TA and the Puck. Whereas for Turkey, they are also responding with some mid laners. No Tinker, no Magnus, and the Lina also taken out. So a lot of emphasis. In fact, I feel like we have an abundance of position ones available for the taking. These two teams, they are really emphasizing on that mid lane matchup.
It makes sense because Team Turkey, they've picked up a Mars, and I can't really think of any carry that counters Mars. Like, Mars will always get his levels, so for Syria, why bother banning any of them? Like, if you ban the Slark, if you ban a TB, if you ban, obviously Monkey King's gone, Ursa as well, there's just too many different picks, and then all of a sudden, you can just pick the Medusa or something like that anyway, and you're just stuffed into this draft that doesn't fit well. But they go with a Wind Ranger, and I think that's a Wind Ranger mid.
Yeah, it very well could be, considering that Turkey has the Snapfire. Of course, Bloodseeker picked up by Syria. We kind of saw this coming from a mile away simply because it is one of their most picked off laners. And I think Toxic really comfortable with this hero. This, like you mentioned early on, can allow Syria to play faster, even without the Global Silence. But now you have the Wind Ranger, right? If he gets the focus fire off, the Global Silence wouldn't matter too much. Do you think that is going to allow Team Turkey to have an answer to Syria's draft now that they picked up this Invoker for the mid lane?
Yeah, I mean, this draft's looking quite scary for Syria. But like you said, Team Turkey, they can burst really well. That's what they're probably going to aim here. They're going to try to blink stun, blow up the Sansa, get the Invoker in the arena, and all of a sudden the fight's quite congested for Team Syria. The problem I'm going to find is Wind Ranger is very dependent on using her entire spell kit. Like getting the focus fire off, chasing them down, shackle shot, and then the wind run. If that gets broken up by a Bloodseeker Atos, if it gets broken up by the Sansa ulti, it's going to make the Wind Ranger mid, if they run that way, very hard to execute. And they do have to kind of back it up with a very stable core, and they go with the Juggernaut, the Healing Lord.
I think the Juggernaut kind of fits into what Team Turkey wants to bring. Obviously, there are a ton of position ones left open, right? We can go from Spectre to the TB to the Medusa. Doesn't mind standing and fighting, but where does this Juggernaut stand in that hierarchy?
He's definitely not in that upper echelon of pick at any time OP carries. Like we're seeing Luna, Monkey King, TB. They're all high up there. Ursa as well. He's definitely not in that realm, not even close. The problem with Jug right now is he feels very reliant on a team to back up with stuns. They have the stuns in this game, so it makes sense. But Juggernaut doesn't really get solo picks anymore. He doesn't really push as hard as he used to, just because he seems to need so many items to progress. Like we're going to see a Maelstrom, probably Phase Boots. He's going to get +1 and then an Ags on top of. He needs all of those items to fight, and it's a bit slower than what we're used to for some of the carries in the meta right now.
And I just realized, Syria, even though they have the Invoker, it doesn't necessarily have to be in that mid row just because, they can flex it into the 4, right? We put the Silencer 5. So Syria right now, it feels like the draft is a bit more open. There's still some room for them to kind of readjust depending on what the Turkey has in mind. Obviously, for Turkey right now, they are concluding that this Invoker is going to be in a support role, so they are banning out the Storm. We still have 2 more Spirit Brothers that can be selected. So if you're Syria and you have this draft from the side of Team Turkey, are the Ember and the Void still a viable pick? Do you think that these 2 heroes are always good regardless of the draft?
Void Spirit definitely is. Like Void Spirit, because he gets the Yules and the Ags, so Ags is double silence, Yules is any dispel. He is playable into literally anything. The lane never goes too badly. I was going to say Ember here wouldn't be terrible for Team Turkey as a mid laner, but they banned it out. It's interesting because both teams think these flex heroes are both supports. So Wind Ranger is going to be a support and Invoker is going to be support, like you mentioned. And I don't think either team has committed to that. I think both of those mid heroes are completely viable here. And the mid hero pool's looking quite dead already. I'm seeing a lot of bans, and there's the Void Spirit ban just to double down.
So what's left for Syria? Perhaps the Lash, Dead Prophet.
I like the Lash a lot.
Kind of allows them to play fast, right? I mean, there's also the Kunkka if they want someone that can essentially stand in front in fights with the run from the ghost ship. Miss Syria, it kind of looks like they don't have that much lockdown, right? It's really dependent on this Bloodseeker ATOS, like this Boundless Strike, Cold Snap. Other than that, it feels like Syria can't really hold Team Turkey in place.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried. If they go the Kunkka, that's 3 melee heroes up against a Mars and a Snapfire. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, but like you said, they might just be tanky enough to run through it. I do want to see them run the Invoker as the mid lane, and then pick something POS4 with a bit of stun to combo with the Bloodseeker. I wouldn't even hate to see a support Venge or a support Tidehunter come out here, but they go with the Kunkka, like you said.
So they put this Invoker 4, most likely. The Invoker Bloodseeker, into this jug. Perhaps it's a Snapfire 5, judging by the looks of it. I mean, Wind Ranger, I don't see it as a 5, right? There's no way they put this Wind Ranger in the post 5. I mean, there's still a chance it goes mid, just because they have the last pick.
I think against Kunkka, it's also very awkward, because you can't win run to dodge Tidebringer. He's just going to hit a creep. You can't win run to dodge the boat, and you obviously can't dodge any other things from the Kunkka. So I do believe they should run the POS4 Wind Ranger now. They should complete that flex. And there's not many heroes that they actually play often, but Leshrac versus Kunkka is usually quite an even matchup. I could see them going towards that. Other than that, they're kind of shoehorned in because they need tower push, but they also need something that can come to team fights while the Juggernaut gets to farm.
Yesterday we saw a Timbersaw mid. Do you think that Timbersaw is viable for Turkey?
Timber up against Kunkka and Bloodseeker does sound quite rough. And they go with a they go with a Viper. Okay.
Again, I guess into the Kunkka isn't too bad, right? You can clear jungle camps fast, you can farm, you can rotate early, decent damage at 6. But it feels like for Turkey, a lot of pressure is on this Mars and Snapfire to run around the map. Viper isn't the fastest hero in the game against Syria. So which draft do you think you prefer more going into this game 1?
I definitely think Syria has the nicer looking draft, but this Viper could very well dominate the lane, get an early boots of travel, and they can push the tempo that way. I don't have a lot of faith in the Juggernaut pick. I think Juggernaut against the Global Silence means you have to Manta or you have to BKB, which will delay your Ags timing quite severely, and that's going to be a huge problem. Team Turkey really need to think about when they can take these big team fights and how they can avoid the fight when Juggernaut's not ready.
And that also brings up something that I just thought of as well. So you mentioned this Manta style, right? It has to be used, in the best case scenario against the Global Silence. But Juggernaut is a hero who, by default, doesn't want that BKB. Do you think that just because there's a silencer, it's going to force Avalanche to commit to a BKB purchase?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't like Manta either, to tell you the truth. Juggernaut really likes that SNY Maelstrom Axe build. I think that's best Juggernaut build right now, far. And I'm genuinely concerned that they're going to just commit to that and just disregard the fact that there's a global silence and just hope that they can pick him off. And just have all the eggs in the blink basket for the sneaky Mars.
Yeah, it feels like from the get-go, or at least, just from the draft alone, this Juggernaut, he has a lot of obstacles that he has to get over, right? This global silence, obviously not kind of the A-tier pick, but how are we, how are these two guys looking at, when we come to this 1 versus 1? Let's say we put a Monkey King into a Juggernaut head-on with the same net worth. And in terms of scaling, does this Monkey King come out on top, or do you think this Juggernaut has that potential to still carry Turkey as the game progresses?
Honestly, I think the Monkey King should win out. Like, you can't commit the spin on him because he's going to turn around and get the Jingu stacks up, so he'll win that trade there. And you can't really ulti him because he can dodge and maybe break your Omni Slash if he times it well with that little tree form that he makes. So it's quite an awkward matchup for the Jug versus Monkey. But you don't think about it in a 1v1 here because Turkey's team is so team fight orientated. We're never going to see the Juggernaut get a solo pick off. We're never going to see him fight. Even in a 1v2, 2v1, it doesn't matter. I think he's always going to team fight, and anything else he'll just avoid.
For Turkey, what is that timing? What is the timing for this team? Juggernaut, you mentioned that he needs that space to farm. Of course, the best case scenario is Viper dominating the lane and able to make rotations with the Mars, but is there a timing that Turkey needs to hit to make sure that Syria doesn't just run away with the game?
I think they really need to abuse what will be the Boots of Travels on Neon, on that Viper, and then the next big timing will be that Blink Dagger on Mars. If they can get those two and get a team fight around those two items, or at least get a pick off around those, they will keep themselves in good stead coming into the late game. It might not be enough, but it'll definitely make the game playable for them.
Yeah, we see, Hellfox into Neon. Obviously, coming into this, I think Syria, they so far have demonstrated these individual plays from each of these players have been super remarkable, right? The position one, always reliable. They got most of their comfort picks as well. The Bloodseeker and the Monkey King are the primary ones. I believe this is the first time we saw Hellfox play that Kunkka. I think yesterday and the day before, he was playing Storm. He was playing, I think, Invoker, if I'm not mistaken. This is kind of a different approach for the mid lane now. Well, the courier does die. That's gonna be good news for Syria. They're picking up the courier from Chef.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't have anything valuable on it, but I really want to pinpoint this mid lane right now. Kunkka pushed the lane so heavily. Hellfox made sure he got level 2 early, and he really just bullied Neon here. And now Neon's like already starting to struggle. He's half health, half mana, and Kunkka's healthy. Kunkka hasn't even got a bottle yet. It's coming on the courier now, and he's already full health, full mana. He's so chill in this lane.
I think Neon also just got his. So I suppose the timing is still okay. I mean, both teams are getting decent farm. At least in the mid lane, these two guys are pretty much tied. Just one last hit or deny, behind each other. Pretty even lane. Is this what we expect from this matchup between Kunkka and Viper?
I think the Viper can play a bit more aggressive here. I feel like he's getting a bit too many Tidebringers on his head and then backing off rather than stacking up. But here we go. Neon's getting the stacks up on Hellfox, and this is how you play this lane. Just bully the hell out of him.
Yeah, and Hellfox not looking too hot. Has to use the Water Rune just to get some regen. And Neon, he's just only going to bottle up that Water Rune for himself. It's kind of giving him that extra health and mana advantage, right? It's just gonna kind of put Hellfox in an uncomfortable position, and Neon, he's already hit level 4, so has that one level of corrosive skin. Meanwhile, Dragon Soul in the top lane, he's gonna die to the Wind Ranger. They kick him out of the lane. First blood going over to Wascent.
Yeah, I really like that rotation. They saw the Silencer pull. He actually walked off the lane. Didn't show, the creep wave didn't come up, which means the Silencer's over there, and they instantly jump the Monkey King. They instantly make that kill happen. And now Neon's even trying to take the stacks from Hellfox. It's only a small camp, it's only a double, but any type of way to bully this Kunkka.
And he's slowly pulling ahead. He forced the Kunkka to TP back to base. Obviously, he can always return with the X mark, but he stole, I believe, like 80% of that camp, leading in terms of the last hits. The Monkey King did went down in the top lane as well. It feels like for Turkey, things are going their way, how they wanted it to be. But we talked about the timing for Turkey. What about Syria? What are they looking for?
I mean, Syria just looking for fights where... Oh, what lane?
Oh, Toxic. Adds a Blade Fury onto him. And that's enough. Avalanche chops him to pieces. Another kill. Both cores on the side of Syria have gone down once on the side lanes.
And as I was saying, I think Syria are just looking for levels. Like, they have no window of time where they're just abusively strong. They're always going to be good. As soon as their ultimates are up, they're going to be powerful in the lane. And it just comes down to execution with their spells, because they've got such a great team fight. They've got the boat, they've got everything Invoker brings, and they've got the global silence to make it impossible to fight back.
And another thing about the silencer is, obviously you would want the enemies to cast a lot of spells, but I feel like in that top lane, at least, Wind Ranger and Mars, they just have one spell rotation and they just kind of right-click you down. So this silencer use, other than for the global silence, is there any particular impact that he can bring to the fight, or it's just all about the global silence in a fight?
It is going to be most of the global silence. Like, Pos 5 Silencer isn't very tanky. Not tanky enough to survive showing on map. Because if he shows, if they get the Mars on top, if they get any wallet, bot lane, if they have a stun.
Thankfully for the Invoker, he got out. TP back to base. I mean, even if you look at the mid lane, this Viper has doubled the last hits of the Kunkka, and he has 19 denies over this Kunkka. I mean, Neon, he's having a great time. In fact, Dragon Soul getting speared into the tree. We get the Arcane Curse from Scorchmurphy. He really wants to run this Wind Ranger down, but there's no glaive, so even if Wisan dies, there's no intelligence steal. And I feel like there's been this discussion, right? Do you want to level up the glaives for the early INT steal, or it doesn't really matter too much? Now that there's a talent change, you don't really get 4 intelligence at level 15. Is the glaive of wisdom less valuable?
I sometimes level it if you can get kills. The big issue as the mid lane, they're going on Neon here.
Yeah, with the EMP cold snap, but Neon, he's a tanky little Viper, so. Yeah. Not really bothered about it, just walks it off. Does lose the regen rune, as I love to buy back, just denies that.
But as far as the stance is concerned, in a lane where you can't kill, you have to level everything else. Because there's a certain level, like Glaives of Wisdom won't do anything, because Windrunner is what you're fighting against. He's got Windrun. You don't win that trade unless you start maxing your Q. You get that level 3, level 4 on Arcane Curse, and all of a sudden you can actually win the 1v1 engagement.
Yeah, Silencer making his move. Just showed up mid, now he's kind of slowly beelining towards top. Drops a ward in the Radiant Triangle at the same time, and this Mars, he is pretty upfront. So there are 3 members of Syria seeing sneaky, trying to be really aggressive, trying to steal some camps. They might just go for him. We'll have that Arcane Curse in the last words. The Primal Spring to follow up, Boundless Strike, Cold Snap, EMP. They get a Jingle Stacks on top, and this should be a kill for Dragon Soul. Does get speared away, but I love to buy back has a Tornado, and that would be sufficient. A good rotation from Syria to get a kill. Meanwhile, Hellfox makes his own move to the bot lane, kills off Avalanche.
Yeah, I love that Kunkka rotation. He gets to level 6. He's having a really rough game. He's staying in it, like net worth wise, but he comes and rotates and makes sure Toxic now has level 6. And it means the Juggernaut needs to be careful, because if you get hit with that Rupture, the team comes and tries to kill you. It's very hard to run away from, especially when you don't have the ultimate ready.
And he did not have his ultimate ready, still at level 5. Of course, now for Turkey, they will have this Chef. Snapfire and Silver Sent joins in as well. Another EMP, there's a Cookie in front. Neon turns around, gets on top of the Invoker. Just gonna start blowing him out. Of course, the power shot will pierce through him. A quick kill on this Invoker. It seems like Turkey, they want to put some pressure on this mid tier 1.
Yeah, this is really nice. 8-minute rotation towards the tower. You're not even bringing Mars, who is probably your strongest pusher right now, especially with that arena scare, but he's not 6 yet, so he can't rotate across. They just secure the DD, and now we're seeing Toxic rotate behind Neon, looking for blood here.
Yeah, they actually did not see him because that ward was primarily for the rune, and this should be a free kill for Chef. The EMP does go off, the Blood Right will clip him on the edge, and they will just tornado him up as he runs up the stairs. The Toxic will cut him to pieces. So another pickup for Syria, kind of getting these scraps around the map.
Yeah, and they're not having to commit much. Like, that was a no ultimate kill. They have the earn up on I Love to Buy Back now. So every kill Invoker's part of will make their team so much stronger. As I believe he will build a Spirit Vessel this game. I see no other item he really needs. And now mid lane Neon's in trouble.
Oh, here comes the boat. They're bringing in the Bloodseeker again. Another EMP Blood right on top. They had the Cookie and the Fairy Fire, the Cold Snap. But this Viper is ruptured up, so he will bleed to death regardless. The Chef gets brought up into the air with the Tornado. Torrent does go wide, but the earn charges should be enough. And there's 2 more kills for Syria.
Yeah, that is a sick rotation. TPing in as the X starts, and now top lane.
Percent barely able to get out. Obviously, they have the third vision, and the last words plus Arcane Curse is enough. Scotsmurf getting that kill. As Avalanche now TPs in for the spin. Scotsmurf wants the Granite Golem to help him up, but no deny will come true. It's still claimed by this Juggernaut. Viper, he's keeping back mid again. They really want to fight this. Starts off with the Viper Strike again. 3-man for the side of Syria in this middle lane. There's no Rupture, no Bolt. They do have the Axe, and the Boundless Strike barely clips on Neon. He has the DD onto him as the rest of Turkey. They're chasing down these members of Syria, but these guys are too fast. In fact, they are out and away. That ward gets spotted out. Most likely will be denied by Chef. The Mars even showed up to this mid lane. I mean, they really want to commit for the kills, but can they even find anyone? The Cookie is not going to hit onto Hellfox. They will start the Blade Furies, try to spin out this Kunkka. Sneaky really wanted to get close for the arena. They will just commit the Omni Slash. You see the Rupture. The Omni Slash doesn't even finish off the Kunkka. Now Toxic is probably going to give up his life for this. Get the Spirit into the wall, and it's just going to TP out in front of the face. The Syria, they lose nothing.
Yeah, wow. All that ultimate committal, and they get nothing. They actually get most of the mid tower, though, surprisingly. So Neon didn't come to the fight. He kind of just chilled back, and that's going to be a tier 1 in deny range now, if they decide to remove it for the side of Team Syria.
Just say that it is okay for Turkey, even though they had to commit so much resources and end up with nothing, just because they got the damage from the tier 1.
As dumb as that sounds, they are so committed right now. They just need map presence. If they can remove this tier 1 mid, if they can remove the tier 1 top lane, they'll have a lot more room to play with. And then the Blink Dagger comes out on Mars. And then they get the Boots of Travel on the Viper. He actually went to Treads instead. He's going to go very Brawl heavy. So they're really needing to push this tempo, get these towers done, and start invading the jungle and drowning out the farm that the Team Syria are looking for.
Yeah, Dragons are having a pretty decent time. In fact, shipping out the Ocean Heart. Look, has the casual Fluffy Hat, of course, building towards the Echo Saber as well. So Monkey King so far untouched, but you look at the net worth, this Juggernaut is still slightly ahead, just 500 gold ahead of this Monkey King. This Viper, it did, I believe, died 2 times already. And they only died that 1 time because of the gank. But he's building into the Dragonlance as well. So like you said, really brawl heavy. But it feels like, you know, for Syria, they are just actively making moves with this Invoker, just to try and get those pickoffs.
Yeah, and I like what they've done, actually. They sent Toxic bot lane. They're showing him, but they're actually hiding a lot of heroes in this top side. They're waiting for this push to come through. I said how important it was for Turkey to get towers. And you can see Syria reacting preemptively. They're going to have the team ready here, and they push away the Mars, they push away the Wind Ranger. They know how important their towers are, because they need the farm to be safe for Dragon Soul. And without that...
Yeah, and this is Snapfire coming out top as well.
Yeah. This could be a bad fight for them, because Global Silence is actually ready to go.
They see the Silencer under the ward, but of course I love to buy back. He is sneakily hiding in the tree. The Wind Run's going to be dispelled completely, removed by the Tornado. The Cookie does bring Resent out to safety. There should not be any kills for the side of Syria. Resent will just TP back to base, heal up, as the Viper now will make his way and kind of approach this top lane to apply that pressure to Syria. But they didn't really have to commit much, right? Global Silence still available to break that combo if Turkey takes the fight.
Yeah, and look at the vision they have. Dragon Soul sitting on top of all of them right now. I'd be amazed if they found a pick off here on the side of Turkey. It's just so hard to find a pick when they know you're there, and they're kind of just baiting you because they're farming, and now Kunkka's coming in as well. This is the team fight. Syria won. The whole gang's arrived.
For the members of Turkey, but if Turkey can kind of back away from this, it feels like it's gonna be kind of that win, right? But if you're Syria, you bring the whole gang top. Obviously now they are kind of rotating back, most likely to mid. Do you feel like they should just try and commit for the tower, or is this the right move for them to just back away and keep getting those farms up?
Yeah, I think they didn't need to TP everyone without any guaranteed pickoff, but mid lane.
Oh,
maybe.
The cookie. Oh, then a tornado on top of the blood right as well. The combo is perfect, and that earn charge will be enough. Toxic just whizzed in for a double kill. Now the pressure is starting to be put on this mid tier 1. Of course, Neon would take the torrent in the face. They lay the blood right underneath him just to get some damage out, but this Viper is pretty tanky. And Avalanche, he actually TP's mid just to help out. This Mars left to dry will most likely go down.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do when they're diving like that. They will probably get a trade kill here. Scorp Smurf. He's going to turn.
Dragon Soul, he wants to fight this. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Maybe with the Invoker it is. Of course, Avalanche is going to be on the case, chasing out this Invoker. Doesn't want to really commit anything. So I love to buy back. He will be able to walk out of it almost unscathed.
Yeah. And meanwhile, mid lane, they're throwing down the combo onto Ascent. I don't know if they get the kill. They just want the tower here.
Yeah, that's the arena. The tower still alive. They will lose the Kunkka. Toxic will TP back to base, and the deny just come up. Sneaky will take out the tier 1, and it seems like Turkey, they will get a tier 1 themselves in this mid lane. Definitely a win for them, but they had to kind of trade a tower for that, right? Meanwhile, Avalanche is just casually pushing the top lane. Feels kind of even.
The trade's still good because you deny it at least, so you get that half-back gold. You get a nice D-ward there on Chef as well. And all in all, it's not about losing your tower, it's about gaining theirs. And you kill the top tower, you kill the mid tower as well. That's huge right now.
There's no Wukong's command, there's no rupture. You get a good shackle into spear, they dust him out. Global silence was used, but it doesn't really affect that focus fire. They might lose percent though. And they will. Multiple kisses now can be activated as Chef starts spitting fire all over the map. At least all over the battleground. Toxic just dodges all of that. They found Scorp Smurf, and Neon asked for a high five before Scorp Smurf goes down, but no courtesy from this silencer. He will still be punished. Neon not able to get that double damage in his health box. Just uses a Tumbler's toy. He bounces out of the way, but still Turkey getting 2 kills.
Yeah, nice little play there. Trading your support as well, like the POS 4. Not the end of the world. And now the Blink Dagger's up for Mars. So Sneaky finally gets that 16 minutes in. And you're seeing Avalanche is coming to these fights a lot, but he's still top net worth. Because he got that Maelstrom at a pretty good time. And now he's going back for that Manta, like we discussed before the draft ended.
Just to kind of get rid of the global silence, right? He does TP a bot as Hellfox as a juicy stack to farm. They had the scans, so they do know that Syria have planted some members in those 3 lines because the Monkey King will show himself. Avalanche does the same. They get a good shackle on this Monkey King. Dragon Soul now have to eat the full flesh of full force of the focus fire. The cookie does connect. They get the EMP boundless strike onto both Chef and Avalanche, but it feels like Dragon Soul is gonna go down. Sneaky blinks in, takes the EMP in the face, runs out of mana, but the whole team of Turkey is there, so they will still claim that +1 kill from the side of Syria.
Yeah, nice little rotation. Maybe he committed a bit too much, but making sure you take down that carry is well worth it. It's a shame that was the blink reveal for Sneaky. They're not going to get another kill from it. I say that. I see a love to buyback and Scorp Smurf showing in the mid lane here, and they're just going to blink on top and drop the arena, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, he decides against it. Wow.
Just clearing the wave. I thought Turkey would at least try to push out the bottom wave, but perhaps they have something else in mind. In fact, they do see I love to buy back and Scorp Smurf. This support duo is playing together, able to get the deny off. So at least Turkey was, they were not in position to get the jump up. But the support combination, right? We got the Snapfire, Wind Ranger for Turkey, with the Invoker Silencer for Syria. As the game progresses, which support duo is going to have a bigger impact on that game?
I think it depends entirely on if Wasent can get on top of Scorp Smurf. Scorpsmith obviously has the easiest time of all the full supports. He can just click the ultimate button. And I think Syria, they've given enough farm priority to I Love to Buy Back on the Invoker that he's going to become a core soon. He's already at 4,000 net worth. He's starting to get more and more farm as the game progresses.
Yeah, so very close to the vessel. In fact, the vessel will be shipped up right now. Just got to go for it. Do you feel like Syria, is their pacing, decent in this game, or do you feel like they should have been running around a bit more, getting a bit more kills, and playing slightly faster than they currently are?
I think they could have got more team fights because I haven't seen a global silence be used. Like maybe I missed the first usage. Yeah. It's just it doesn't feel like they're actively trying to look for fights. They're just happy kind of cruising along, waiting for their items. Maybe it's the BKB, 200 gold away on the Kunka.
Oh boy, Damaris walks up high ground and catches a rupture in the face. He uses the arena, but he most likely loses his life. When Sen comes here, he's a good teammate trying to help him out, and that's a global silence as well, breaking that combo. They do take the Mars down, but that's a global silence usage. I feel like Turkey, perhaps it's kind of a worthwhile skirmish, even though they did lose that offlaner.
The only reason it might not be worth it is you committed your entire team again. Everyone but Neon, and Neon started walking up there on the Viper, and Dragon Soul, he's got enough time to start farming again. He's got the Desolator built to 200 gold, so they're going to have the BKB, the Spirit Vessel, the Desolator, and the Atos all completed here. I mean, unfortunately, Scorpsmith, he's not getting any items today. He's a bit underfarmed on this Silencer.
Yeah, it's just slightly ahead of the Snapfire, who is going for the 4-staff. So Echo Saber into the Deso and BKB. This is a tower push that you want to see from Syria, right? Obviously, for Turkey, they have the Juggernaut, they have the Wind Ranger to a certain extent, and they have that armor reduction from the Little Shredder. But for Syria, it feels like this Monkey King is that one guy that will be the one to knock down those structures on the side of Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey's game plan right now, it's not ready. They haven't got enough items. They have the Blink on Sneaky, but they really don't have anything else. They don't have an Atos. They don't have stun combo. Wind Ranger went for a Medallion as the game's starting to start up again. But Wind Ranger doesn't really have any damage to back it up, which is why I'm surprised to see he even leveled the Focus Fire at all. It just does like 6 damage a hit. It's kind of wild to see. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him max the Shackle Shot over the Focus Fire.
And that's the double damage denied by Neon. Not sure if you caught a glimpse of 4 members from Syria trying to ambush him at the river, but with that, he is definitely caught out. Shackle this Invoker into the tree line. There's no global silence. They will start spitting on him with the Mortimer's Kisses, but he's just going to juke most of it. Good blinking from Sneaky. He does not have the arena, but Neon also collapses from the side. This fight, pretty messy. A good deafening blast on my Love to Buy Back, but Neon will get the killing spree regardless. Invoker now buys back into the fight as the Monkey King will be able to finish off the Mars. I Love to Buy Back rejoins as Chef is going to die to Hellfox. Where's the BKB? Neon now pops this. They get the bounce strike onto Avalanche. Neon tries to TP out. Avalanche does the same as well, but the Jingle stacks is enough, and 4 dead on the side of Turkey.
4 dead outside the Roche Pit, no less. They don't have any ways of dropping the armor too heavily here, but the Medallion actually, I say that. Scorpsmith just bought the Medallion instantly as soon as the team fight was won and brings it here.
Yeah, and that really felt like Syria just hit the timing slightly earlier than Turkey, right? The goal lead, that's gonna extend by a bit after this Roshan. But up to this point, I think the highest goal lead we had was just 2,000 for a team. So
yeah, it's pretty negligible.
Yeah. What? So is it just the draft itself that gave Syria this better mid game timing, or do you think it's just a better fight? In that jungle.
I think them using a lot of the Mars spells on the supports after Global Silence went off is a bit of a mistake. Also, they didn't even use the Global Silence.
There was no Global Silence, no arena.
Yeah, like I'm surprised to see that they didn't get those spells off, at least on the arena. And it shows a bit of panic, and we talked about Syria, there was 4 players in the mid lane. They didn't notice that, and now Avalanche is in trouble. Avalanche is cooked here. He's super dead.
Yeah, he's gonna try and TP out of this. Oh, barely makes it out. He's able to get the spin up in time before the Blood Right, silenced him. So it was kind of dodging a 5-man gang squad from Syrah. That was their smoke gang, not netting them anything. I guess that's space bought for Turkey.
Yeah, I am surprised they didn't commit global. I know he has the Manta, but that extra time forcing out the Manta, and now they're going to turn around. The smoke gank on Turkey looks to find the backline Scorp Smurf. He's behind the little warding area.
Oh, and Dragonso, he broke the smoke. He was perched on top of the tree, and this arena is not even going to find anyone. They do get the dust out. Global silence will be committed right now as this Marcy is completely trapped. And nothing else that he can do. Neon also caught in a really bad spot in that main fight. It gets Sunstrike sneaky, most likely will be blown up. We saw the Guild Force from the Wind Ranger just now, but it feels like it didn't make much difference. Turkey, they still got ran over. They lose the Snapfire and the Viper. Mars TP away. I mean, Syrah, they find 2 more kills.
Yeah. Anytime you miss the arena as your initiation like that, I think you have to just back off. Like, you missed I Love to buy back. He got away. He doesn't even have a Force Staff, by the way. Like, this Invoker just straight up walked away from the arena. And they just managed to turn the team fight. Without that stun lock, without that lockdown. Oh no, bot lane as well. Sneaky's in danger.
They rupture him. Boundless Strike, Sunstrike. He can't move, so he has to take the full force off that Sunstrike. Omni Slash committed onto Avalanche as he did finish off the Kunkka. One of his kisses also used as well by the Snapfire as Avalanche. He wants to go for more, but there's a Bloodseeker behind, and I think he found the Wind Ranger. The Blood Right, of course, Toxic now needs to kind of go on full retreat. Scalabash slows him down. The Cookie on top as well. It's just doing some decent damage, but the follow-up isn't there from Turkey. Now they converge onto Syrah, but the rest of Dire, they are already out when the Shackle Shot didn't lash onto a tree in any way.
Yeah, this is the mid laner. So if there's a hero to pick off there, it's definitely that Kunkka. The Monkey King still has Aegis. Dragon Soul, he's going to play a bit greedy here. He might look for the kill on Chef if he pushes.
Right, it's Syrah obviously starting to garner a bit of. But what are we looking for in Turkey? What is that item timing? Now we saw the Manta, Maelstrom for Juggernaut. He's going for Scardy next. This Viper as a BKB. Mars building towards the BKB. But when would they hit that moment where they can really take on Syrah 5v5?
I think the Scardy's going to be a huge window. I'm curious to see, they're going to get the kill here. Yeah, I love the balance.
Yeah, and that's a Guild Force. I mean, you can't run away from the arena if the wind is pushing you back. And of course, this shard from Wind Ranger, we've been seeing it, pretty often, especially even at TI. This one match between, I believe, OG and VP, where a double Guild Force won them that game. How good is the value in this spell?
Probably a top 5 ag shot in the game. I know that sounds like a lot, bot lane.
Oh boy, they get the Shackle. Of course, Viper Strike, but these two guys, they TP into the Wukong's command, and of course, there's the ring. The boat comes out as well. Not really sure if Turkey wants to take this fight. This Juggernaut is in a very bad spot, lifted up into the air by the Torrent, and he will drop down dead. Dragon Soul, I guess I would say a free kill, and that's over 600 gold going over to the side of this Monkey King.
Yeah, that's huge. He's now top net worth from that fight. He got the tower last hit, and he gets that kill. And back to the Wind Ranger Ag Shard, it's a global movement-based spell. Like, you could just completely break someone's ability to get out of the fight. And if you aim it well, you actually can't force stuff out of it. If you force them into like a weird angle, like I'm seeing here, it's forceful.
Yeah, we get a buyback from the Snapfire. He should be able to kill Scorp Smurf, but Neon is getting clobbered by this Monkey King, and he will go down. And I love to buy back. He's going to TP into the fight with Sen. It's already dead. It's a triple kill for Dragon Soul. And Chef, he just all for a ward.
Yeah. It's wild that he's almost worth the same amount as the ward, but definitely not a worthwhile trade. And now tier 3s are on the cards. Like, there's 4 dead, only 1 buyback. Not that it matters. This early in the game, you assume most cores don't have buyback. They're trying to get their next item. You just saw the Ultimate Orb purchase as well on the Juggernaut. And they're going to get a tier 3, most likely a melee Rax here as well.
And it's so hard, you know, for Turkey to even take a fight. I mean, they just try to buy some time. But there is the axe into the boat. Rupture on top. Killing Ward completely destroyed. The arena gets dropped, and at least for Sneaky, he's able to buy some time. Now there's the Ghost Scepter out. Omni Slash doing absolutely nothing. The Guild Force follow-up is a bit lackluster, but perhaps they can kill off this Invoker. At least Neon just TPs into the fight and it goes down once more.
Yeah, Neon will live with that trade. Neon getting 2 of those kills. He does die first, so all that gold going into his coffers, but they got what they wanted. Syria got an early Rax, 27 minutes in. It's pretty respectable timing. They're going to go back, grab tier 3 items, look for the next Roche in the next 2-3 minutes, and then do that all again. They got the next set of items coming up. The Basher is almost done for the Dragon Soul Monkey King. And they've got an AC completed. The entire AC has been purchased for Hellfox.
Where does the damage come from Turkey at this point? You know, only Viper and Juggernaut, but this AC, the value on this Sakura's makes most members on the side of Syria immortal, right, in all of these fights. Don't think they can really do anything to the Monkey King, and on top of that you have the extra armor from Wukong's command, you have the rum from the ghost ship. It's like, I mean, Turkey, do they have to kind of resort to pick-offs, or do you think they can still take on these 5v5 fights?
I don't think they can fight conventional 5v5s. I think if they start the fight with an arena and instantly kill someone, then that's a fight they can take. But like you said, the AC is making them so hard to kill, and it's going to make the Juggernaut Omni Slash really awkward. It's not going to do enough damage to kill someone, and it's going to leave him in a potentially bad fight area. And Toxic has a Ghost Scepter to counter it already. So they're already starting this all-in on the Juggernaut damage, prevent it all from coming through, as the Viper's starting to fall behind quite massively, and he's building an AC himself, which won't be there for quite some time. Oh no.
Oh, and they found this Wind Ranger. Yeah, just 3 hits was all Syria needed. Of course, they want to look for more Ghost Walk. You can hear that from I Love to Buy Back. 2 more members of the side of Syria still smoked up. And they might find this Viper though. He is very far out in the lane. They just still have the tier 1, but without this Wind Ranger, I'm not sure if they want to take this fight. They might have found a juicier target. That's going to be the Mars. Sneaky pops his BKB, immediately uses the TP, wants nothing to do with Syria. So this top tier 1 finally goes down.
Yeah, the part that I'm worried about, Roche just spawned, by the way. So there's no arena, there's no BKB. Neon's used his BKB to get out. Good usage, otherwise he dies there. But now how do they stop the Roche? They smoke up. I'm going to see Hellfox spotted out, and they're probably just going to beeline straight into there. And there's no fight here from Turkey. There's no winning fight.
I mean, can Turkey contest this? It doesn't feel like they can, right? You know, this Juggernaut, not even interested in the Roshan. They just have to give it away. Accept the fact that this shard will go perhaps into Kuka's pocket. I mean, he does get the tidal wave. Oh, they gave it to the Monkey King though. That mischief cooldown.
Yeah,
it does. Guild Force into a spear. Global Silence is out. Do they have the damage? Well, I love to buy back. He does turn it around with the Tornado EMP. He might be able to get up. Now the boat joins in from behind and completely crashes onto this Mars. They do still get that Invoker who will immediately buy back. But this Juggernaut has to spin TP. He needs to get out as Toxic. Cash was sent. She is just going to the high ground. This is going to be another tier 3 going the way of Syria. No glyph available for Turkey. Is there a way for them to stop this?
Hope they don't go for tier 4s. Hope they dive, because there's no buybacks on anyone, and we talked about that Ag shot. It's completely countering the Omni Slash. It's a long enough duration the Omni Slash will end. So having that mischief up to 0.5 seconds, not that it mattered in that team fight, it was such a wash, but with the Alacrity, this tier 4 is getting chunked down. They've got no Fortify. This very well could be game here, as they just put the Wukong's command down if they want to keep pushing.
They have one more fight, and this is it. BKB, Spear, they found Dragon Soul. They're spinning on top of this Kunkai as well, but Dragon Soul, he's just man fighting with the Alacrity and the lifesteal from the Jingu. Of course, Guild Force is also used as well. The Omni Slash finally ends. Everyone on the side of Syria still pretty much alive. Even with the Shackle Shot, it doesn't feel like it matters. They will rupture the tendons of Avalanche, who immediately buys back, for Toxic will take the Viper Strike. Syria can't really end the game just yet, as Avalanche will be able to cut down Toxic, but Dragonsoul heals up with the Boundless Strike. BKB popped by Neon, Shackle shot onto Dragonsoul. He's just man-fighting Avalanche, and he will finally go down, but that's just the first life, and guess what? The creeps are beating on the Ancient, and GG is called. Syria drawing the first game, 34-18. A pretty dominant performance from this team.
Yeah, and what I love about Syria, I mentioned this before they even played, is they know their timings and they wait for them. They're patient, they're ready to play Dota when it matters. And you could see as soon as they got their items up, they went straight for a Roche. They got the Roshan, they'd straight into a team fight. They won that team fight, they take all the towers, and the game just kind of snowballed really quickly from there. And unfortunately for Team Turkey, their draft just didn't lend to continuous fights. Their BKBs ran out, and all of a sudden they can't fight into the abusive nature of these spells from Team Syria.
So if there's one thing that Team Turkey that you would have expected them to do better in that game one, is it safe to say that they should have played a bit faster with this Viper, or control a bit more of the map? What was kind of the tipping point that gave Syria that advantage?
I think, as weird as it sounds, going treads over Boots of Travels on Viper changed the game quite a bit, not able to rotate to all these towers. And I think the Mars had a bit of a lackluster game. I think it comes down to Sneaky not getting enough usage out of that blink. We saw the first blink was used on the fight bot. He blinked, like you said, straight into an EMP, and that was the big reveal. That was the big item they needed. And it did literally nothing for that first reveal. And it's a shame to see.
And while Syria, they are one step closer towards that grand finals. Of course, we also have the second semifinals between Great Britain and Georgia happening concurrently. We will know the results afterwards, but the focus is still going to be on this best of three between Syria and Turkey. One more win and Syria goes into the grand finals, and Turkey will need to win game 2 to keep themselves alive in the series. We will head for a short break, and we will come back for more Dota action in this global esports game, Open Qualifiers for Europe.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Game 2021 Singapore Open Qualifiers for Europe. Of course, I'm Husky alongside Poglet. We had just witnessed Syria gave Team Turkey a beatdown in Game 1. And an update on the concurrent series happening. Great Britain scored their first victory over Georgia. So it seems like so far your prediction, all broadcasts have been going swimmingly well with the Syria versus Great Britain finals.
Yeah, I mean, it does help I have no horse in the race, so I could just say whatever I wanted, and any outcome for me is happy, as long as the Dota's good. Like you said, we saw a beatdown in our Game 1. Team Turkey, they showed signs of life, a bit of communication, execution issues, but Great Britain dominated even harder on the other side of the bracket. And if you look at the drafts, obviously we'll maybe get to see them in the finals, maybe Georgia brings it back, but they're willing to pick some off-meta heroes. Even the Bane, the Pango combos that we saw very start of TI, they were brought back, and it makes it really hard to play Dota when you see those powerful support. Silencer is obviously in that pool as well, and they're starting to put some priority on those support picks, and I love to see that.
Yeah, and we have been seeing a lot of Banes. I think Silencer, that was one of the few Silencer picks that for this EU qualifiers. Bat Rider has been surging in popularity, I believe, since yesterday. Great Britain, obviously, Georgia picked that Bat Rider yesterday. I believe we did see, was it Montenegro picking the Bat Rider? I believe it was. It's either that or it was Uzbekistan. I can't remember. But Bat Rider has been seeing some light as well. Ayo also picked up by Uzbekistan in their life and death match against Syria, against Turkey. Excuse me. So what brings these heroes back? Are we going to see some changes in the picks and bans? Because that just started. So we're gonna hop in while we continue this conversation. Yeah. Obviously, Monkey King is the priority for Syria, but what is there anything that's gonna change?
I mean, it's got to be a Monkey King ban, right? They actually banned the Bat Rider out, and I'll give you 3 guesses, Husky. What's Syria gonna first pick?
Monkey King.
How do you keep? Like, I don't. The part I don't get is, are you that scared of a Bat Rider first pick that you can't let them have it? Like, is that what you're like? I understand the Tiny ban, the Weaver, the Bane are brutal supports to deal with. So for Syria, it makes sense. But they're 2 counters to Monkey King, and you're not banning the Monkey King. I feel like they've already set themselves up for a hard game for Team Turkey.
We saw this exact same opening in the other series. Great Britain, they did bring out kind of a pseudo solution, right? That Necrophos, obviously there was the Bane and Weaver, but Necrophos, do you see that hero being kind of a good pick? Like, where does Necrophos rank in the priorities in terms of being picked as a viable choice?
Necrophos will always be a counter pick in my eyes. Like, you only pick it up when A, they can't kill you quickly, as in they don't have a Zeus, Selena, like ridiculous magic damage, and B, all you need to do is get someone to half health and eliminate them. And Monkey King's a hero that plays on half health quite a lot. Like, we even saw last fight, or last game rather, Dragonsword was playing on like 20% health, but he always had the Jingu ready. He always had the Boundless Strike to reset his health bar. And Necrophos would just completely counter that playstyle. So that's why I like it there. It does make it harder without the Bane. I think the Bane is a crucial element to countering Monkey. But they go with the Winter Wyvern. The Winter's Curse is pretty good as well.
Yeah, and of course you have the Cold Embrace, right? So whoever Monkey King is on top of, at least you get that few seconds of protection against all his damage. So I guess Turkey, they have this team fight support. They have a support that can also clear out waves. They double down with that Elder Titan, and it seems like Turkey, they are getting these pretty good lane supports, and that can also contribute to those team fights.
Yeah, I like this style from them. They're picking big team fight style heroes. The issue I'm gonna have,
5 seconds remaining.
Syria can just run it back. I feel like they could easily just pick a silencer here. And for the same reason it was good last game, it can counter the Winter Curse ET combo. You hear the Winter's Curse go off, you instantly global, and that way they can't throw the Stomp, they can't throw the Splitter on top, and that kind of breaks the team fight. I wouldn't be surprised to see a repeat of the last draft.
Yes, here there's a Let's see what they bring out. Well, they will take the Snapfire first. Obviously, still they've seen Turkey's kind of a support duo, so I think Syria have a lot more time to craft what they want to bring to the table. They banned out the Ursa once more, and in the previous game we talked about this Tide Hunter offlane was not banned nor picked, but it feels like this game surely it will go through, right? Tide Hunter feels like this pick that you have to grab if other choices like Magnus and Mars are not available.
Well, the thing was, Magnus made it through first phase as well. So these teams are not prioritizing offlanes at all. And you can see, once again, there's a Night Stalker ban, but I don't think Syria are going to ban any offlanes. They just seem to not care about that position at all. And they really want to focus in on the mid lane. And they gave Kunker a good game, so it made sense. As for Tide Hunter Magnus, I don't understand it. They are so strong. Magnus, maybe they can't play it that well. They don't have a play style for it. But Tide Hunter's pretty self-explanatory. You walk in, you click the Ravage button. You win the team fight. It's pretty easy Dota. And it's pretty free MMR in pubs if you ever want to launch that.
What's happening in this game.
And they banned out the Bloodseeker from Turkey's side, so a lot of respect to Toxic, who has been only playing Night Stalker and Bloodseeker, so now we finally get to see him on a third hero, at least on broadcast. Tinker TA, the same ban is coming up from Syria. It feels like they don't see a need to change what they've banned, and Team Turkey are the one kind of adjusting after that game one.
Yeah, I like the adjustments for both teams. Like, Turkey's obviously a much larger one, but Syria have a wide pool here in the offlane. Like, we haven't seen it yet, but no player can only play 2 heroes. That's just not a thing in high-level pubs. You can always have a pool of at least 5. 5's a good pool. So, like you said for Toxic, he has to play something new, but maybe they've just unleashed something that they weren't ready for, is the issue I'm a bit worried about.
But Turkey, they do have the last pick in this game, and they bring out the Gyrocopter, instantly revealing that position 1.
That's got to be a carry Gyrocopter, so I kind of like that.
We didn't see much Gyrocopter, right, overall, even at TI, but what happened to Gyrocopter? It felt like, this long period of time, the Gyrocopter is always good, but right now you just don't see much of this hero.
They really butchered Flat Cannon. So Flat Cannon obviously used to have a 1200 radius, which means you could take 3 camps at once, which is huge for that hero. It's now on a level 10 talent, so you still can take that, but you then lose that damage talent you used to take. On top of that, they've upped the mana cost severely. And let's be real, the Ag Shard is maybe the most garbage thing I've ever seen in my life. It's unplayable. And all in all, the hero just doesn't feel right. It feels a bit slower. With that less range on Flat Cannon, it just doesn't farm as efficiently as it used to.
Turkey, perhaps they will show us something else. I'm still guessing that even if you pick Gyrocopter at its current state, the stats build is still the more efficient one compared to your normal Rocket Barrage.
I think it's still a 0-1-4 playstyle. But if you have a really brawly lineup like an ET, I could definitely see them leveling a couple of levels in Rocket Barrage and actually getting kills. They go with the Tide Hunter. So maybe not with the Rocket Barrage spam. It's quite hard to take down Tide. He can just kind of turn around and anchor smash and brawl into you under a creep wave. And Io Gyro, okay.
Wait, is this a
It'll be an offlane ET, I think.
Yeah, most likely, right? Offlane ET probably will build into Echo Saber Axe. Syria, obviously, this Invoker is another case of being the flex pick. Now with this Tide Hunter, it feels like Syria are playing this super heavy team fight comp, right? All of these guys have high cooldown ultimates, but at a click of a press of the button, they just turn the fight around. Compared to Turkey side, who can brawl more often, do you think that Turkey now is just looking for that faster pace of game or faster gameplay, or Syria can still kind of match up to what Turkey can do?
It'll have to depend on their mid pick. Team Turkey, like you said, much faster this game. I was going to say puck for them would be amazing. Just that extra bit of lockdown. They banned that out on Syria. You're in love with it, but the Void Spirit's still in. The last Spirit Bro that's viable. And outside of that, I could once again see them running a Leshrac. It does mean they have 2 tether targets, but they can run the IO with the Leshrac while the Gyro gets to farm. And that could be that fast-paced Dota that we need to see from them. Because if you get to late game against Team Syria, they're going to dominate you. Despite the IO Gyro, despite the Winter's Curse, you just can't fight into a Ravage plus Wukong's command. It's too much damage, it's too much lockdown, and they will just take you down so quickly.
The Kunkka will be the last hero to be banned out by Turkey. Really, not wanting to deal with the Admiral. I mean, Hellfox, he has always been that really dominant mid laner for Syria. Same goes for Dragon Soul, right? This position 1 has been probably the most dominant one that we've seen. Maybe they will put up a better fight against Great Britain later on if they both make it through. But you can always rely on these players to win their lane. So the question is, Syria having to pick that last hero first. Wonder if they would put that Invoker at mid, or perhaps they would just run it as a support once more.
I think Tide Invoker sounds like a fine lane here. I kind of want to see them launch the Void Spirit themselves. Heaps of burst damage, high maneuverability. There's no way he gets caught. Like, there's nothing on Team Turkey that can stop him from just doing whatever he wants. So I would love that pickup for them. If they want to go a bit unconventional, maybe like an SF, and there it is, yeah.
There's actually not much lockdown from Turkey, right? There's
actually nothing great. There's Winter's Curse, only a good lockdown if there's something next to him. There's Stomp, but how does Void Spirit get hit by a Stomp? And obviously Rocket, the same thing. How do you get hit by a Rocket when you have a Yules, you have the Void?
5 seconds remaining.
It's a great pick for Syria.
What does Turkey lack though in the draft? Do they have a lot of boxes to tick?
Their draft is pretty well rounded at the moment. What they need is something that can stabilize the game while Gyrocopter's farming. The issue with that is they're now in a rut where Void Spirit will play faster than any mid they pick. I'm a bit nervous they're going to run it back and pick a Viper. That's my fear for them. I wouldn't hate seeing Queen of Pain could be on the cards here.
So Leshrac still okay for Turkey, or is
Leshrac's Void's pretty even. Lesh could be good. Lesh could definitely be the pick here.
Let's see what they go. Would it be the Mars? So definitely something more unconventional is Mars mid. And of course we see the offlane Elder Titan coming out. So the offlane Elder Titan is going to be facing off against the Monkey King, the Monkey Snapfire. How is that matchup going to look like? Obviously Elder Titan have the natural order, right? You can really just punch down anyone who dares take you on in a 1v1, but into a Monkey King who has that Jingle Mastery. Do you think Sneaky can have a good lane?
I think with the IO, they're going to really, really run at them because the IO overcharge gives them that attack speed to overcome the Jingu Mastery. The issue is there's nothing stopping them from just cooking away and resetting the fight. And then they wait for your spirit to run out and then they fight you. I think it should be pretty even. It comes down to if Turkey can get a nice positioning on the IO and if they can actually get on top of the Monkey King before the Jingu Mastery comes up and before they start to cookie away.
Now we have this Mars mid into a Void Spirit. I guess laning wise, this Mars should be fine, but can he kind of match the tempo of this Void Spirit? It feels like he needs to also start moving at level 6, right? Contrary to the Viper pick in game 1, it feels like this Mars needs to be active as soon as he can just to make a bit of space for the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I definitely see the Mars losing this lane. So I think while it can run even, Void Spirit's Resonant Pulse giving him that extra physical damage reduction. Like basically giving him a shield to mean that God's Rebuke does nothing, which is huge. And now all of a sudden you get the 6 earlier on the Void Spirit. The rotation could come through from Invoker, and then the lanes are lost. That's exactly how I see it happening here for Neon.
Well, then, what's the plan for Turkey? I mean, just based off of the draft, it's safe to say that Syria has a better overall draft, right, going into Game 2. But what is Turkey looking for? I know this would kind of sound like a broken record. Game 1, Turkey was looking for this space for Juggernaut, but is there a difference in Game 2, or is the whole idea still the same as Game 1?
So it comes down to 2 items. Like we talked about last game, was the big blink and the big Boots of Travel reveal that they didn't actually use, and then BKBs after that. This game, it's all about the Ags on Gyrocopter, and it's all about the Holy Locket on Io. If they can get them within the same 3 to 5 minute window, they could probably win every team fight if they play it right. Because Holy Locket on Io is broken. For those that haven't played it, it basically means you will get an entire health bar on your tethered target. You will just give them a full health bar, but they can keep fighting. It's not like a Weaver that sends them away with Time Slam. It's not like the False Promise where there's counters. There's nothing you can do. And I'm curious to see when those timings come through and how they're going to play around with Cold Embrace. Because you can Cold Embrace the Io and the Gyro can keep fighting and he gets the healing. Yeah. So that's a nice little combo. Is it going to be enough to keep them alive? I don't know. Serious teams, very fast paced, big ultimates, a lot of burst damage as well.
Yeah, I know both members on both supports for Turkey are Holy Locket biased, right? You have the Wyvern, of course, and Io. And in the last game, Turkey, they didn't really have too much of that wave clear, I suppose. But now, at least with this Wyvern, you can kind of stop those pushes from Syria unless this Void Spirit jumps onto you and takes you out, right? So, do we see the lanes kind of holding a bit better for Turkey?
Honestly, think they could win this bot lane. I think Sneaky, if he gets a pretty quick boots on the ET, it could be enough to actually turn the tides and brawl into them. I do want to see him buy an Orb of Venom, though. I want to see him really commit to this brawl. I think early face boots is strong, but the Orb of Venom is just so much movement speed displacement comparative to like how much he gets from getting those remnants through.
Yeah, it's going to start with that Gauntlet of Strength. Yes, and of course the standard item builds for the lane. Is it going to be just ET Wyvern favorite so ET IO favorite all the way, or is there like a point where this monkey can gets enough levels that he doesn't really mind this ET being there?
3 levels of Jingu. 3 levels of Jingu, you'll start to win the 1v1 matchup. So whether that comes to level 5 or level 7, like the normal builds suggests, that's when it'll start to look good for them. The issue is going to be the Snapfire obviously can turn the fight, and they have a lot of negative armor, and he's building a medallion. He's rushing that medallion like we saw earlier.
And this top, of course, Invoker support, I love to buy back in the previous game, getting a very early Vessel, and that really stopped Turkey in a lot of these fights. Obviously, there's an abundance of healing from the side of Turkey in the form of this Io Wyvern, but this Vessel feels like it is now 10 times more valuable simply because we are stopping so many things at once.
Yeah, and not just that, he actually leveled Exhort level 1 to brawl into the Winter Wyvern, which is a strange thing to see. I don't see this often. Extra 6 damage at level 1. They're pretty casual about getting those last hits. I don't know if he's going to commit to the Exhort build. I think Quaswex is just a bit too strong.
Yeah, he just wants that Forge Spirit, right? He went for the Quas at level 2, and of course now better trade into the Wyvern, who doesn't want to fight this Invoker because they're minus armor. They would try to fight this Invoker 2-on-2, and Avalanche, he's dropping dangerously low, has to pop their stick charges. Of course, East the Fairy Fire, Sunstrike does connect, but Avalanche barely survives with the Tango. First blood going over to the Wyvern.
Yeah, that is huge. A bit of over-aggression. I don't think they needed to commit under creeps like that. They could have just waited a bit, get the creeps to reset, and then play some comfortable Dota from there, but they want that kill so badly. Maybe a bit of overconfidence from game 1. And now to bot lane.
The cookie catching both of them, and this IO completely out of position. Does have the tether. Even the South will not save him. As Dragons are getting a free kill.
Yeah. And I love that. The Remnant actually ran out, and as soon as it ran out, they instantly jumped on top. The Astral Spirit buff wasn't there for them, which means they can't brawl, and Sneaky knew that. Had to leave his support to die.
That's kind of the already a better start for this Monkey King, right? You talked about how you want this ETIO to really run him down, but feels like it's not going to happen, you know, at least for this game. This ET fully committing to us for the face boost. Obviously, still the first blood went over to the side of Turkey. Would have been great if Avalanche got it, but it was a Chef who claimed it at the very end. So I don't think that first kill is gonna matter too much unless Dragon Soul gets another kill. Doesn't get the jingle prop. Now Sneaky trying to man fight this. Spirits is back. Now he'll try to really try and beat Dragon Soul. The mischief dodge, but Sneaky still punches him to death with that stapler. Of course, this time the ET showing his true strength against this Monkey King.
Yeah, so the extra stick charges on Wasent actually won that team fight. They didn't look at it, but he had 6 or 7 charges, I believe. Managed to get that extra heal on Sneaky, keep him alive for 1 more auto attack, and that's all it took. The issue being, he's now come back with Gloves of Haste. So he's now come back with an even easier way to commit to these team fights.
And of course, I mean, Sneaky, he got some time to himself, and he's shipping up the Chain Vest and the Magic Stick to himself as well. I love to buy back to TP away. Bottom lane again. They take out Sneaky, you know, with the help of Cookie as well. And overall, this is just a this is a fight club in the bot lane.
I mean, I love this combo as well. Like, you bound the strike, you prank them like that, and then you Cookie on top, and all of a sudden, the negative armor coming through from the Snapfire, 2 levels of Little Shredder, plus what will be the Medallion in a second. It's so hard to play against, and now top lane.
Oh, Toxic, he might die. One more Rocket Barrage should do the job. And the good Gush slow. Toxic staying alive, you know, he's gonna have the regen shipped out to him. 2 levels in Kraken Shell that really, you know, kept this Titan alive. Another Cookie and Dragon Soul trying to get the balance right. This time it goes wide, and Sneaky, he's ready for a fight. With this tether from Wasent, this Dragon Soul will have to keep running away. I mean, Sneaky, he is really punching this Monkey King down and out of the lane. But that's just pure brawl. I mean, Scott's Murph is gonna turn around and scatter blast, and Wasent will eventually fall.
Yeah, I can't believe he missed the Boundless, but it didn't matter in the end. They get the kill. It does force a salve out. Salve that you didn't have to use, and a lot more mana. But now the lane is definitely in their favor. And you can look, last hits, kills, everything going towards Syria quite comfortably here in the bot lane. Top mid.
Like, oh, this Mars kind of in danger. It was able to get out. And now Avalanche having the cold embrace encased in ice. As Toxic 6 on top of him. Doesn't have the mana to work with. 1 more homing missile. Toxic not able to take that out. But Turkey still losing the trade. With that being said, do you think that Turkey, they're pushing it a bit too much in the bot lane, just trying to fight into this Monkey King and losing that IO? I believe that was his... Yeah, he died 2 times and the AT died once.
Yeah, I don't love how Wasent is playing within vision. And like you can see here, they're going on Sneaky here. They might even be able to kill him. Oh!
Yeah, and ooh, Sneaky able to get out with his life across Dragon Soul. He is not afraid. He has, you know, he's kind of ahead in terms of levels. And like you said, 3 points in Jingle Mastery. Boy, it's gonna be a force to be reckoned with. 100 extra damage. But every time he procs it. This Elder Titan, I don't think you can get 100 extra damage from an Astral Spirit. Not this early on.
Without stacks, like, it's strange to see, but Scorpsmurf has actually blocked both his camps. This is something you don't see often, but against ET, do not let him have creeps. Do not let the neutral creep spawn. And I love this play. Like, look at him. Sneaky's looking for it. There's nothing there. He's so confused.
Surely they didn't block both camps, right? It's so unorthodox there. He'll catch anyone by surprise. But Neon, he has made his way bot. and is ready to at least make a play. They are searching for some targets with that Astral Spirit. They definitely did not see Dragon Soul, who was perched on top of a tree right at the edge of the map. I mean, the presence of mind from Syrah is unbelievable.
They did actually spot him. There's a ward next to the tower, and he just clipped on the side towards the river. So they just noticed Neon coming through. And that's why they're playing so safe. And watch how aggressive they'll be now that Neon's showed back in the lane. I think Sneaky's about to get jumped on.
Yeah, there's a ping. Score Smurf not able to get in range with Cookie, and Sneaky about to turn back. Oh, they want to punch down Grandma. They don't like Cookie's Dragon Soul with the Boundless Strike. Let's get on to both with Sen and Sneaky. Needs one more prop for the Jingle, but they're still gonna fight it. Meanwhile, mid, another arena used. Hellfox able to get away with the Astral Step, but of course Dragon Soul does go down. Sneaky gets both of them. So Turkey finally fighting a good fight in the bottom lane as top. I love to buy back. He is so far away from home. They dropped the Sentry Avalanche, barely him down with the Rocket Barrage. This Gyrocopter finds himself another kill as the Anchor Smash from Toxic will finish off the Wyvern. 3 kills for Turkey.
Yeah, and the bot lane was a bit weird because they actually went for different targets there. Dragon Soul started hitting onto the IO, and for whatever reason, Scorp Smurf started auto-attacking the ET, and they split the armor reduction. And it was meaning that Sneaky could just turn around and obliterate both of them.
Sneaky feeling really good about himself. Now, at level 6, of course, they're TPing in the Invoker. 2 is definitely better. 3 is definitely better than 2. And of course, they're going on with Set again. Sneaky. No, the Cookie doesn't connect. Sneaky is just gonna try to man fight this, but with the Invoker, maybe they can turn this around. Like a tornado. Of course, with the Meatball, Sneaky trying to go for the kill. Have the Earth Splitter Dragon, so just walks out of it. And with Sen, he is left out to dry on this IO. Can Neon reach him in time? He does get the tether off, but still goes down to Scorp Smurf. A rotation from Syrah working out in this bot lane to get 2 kills. Now they bring the Void Spirit to the bot lane, trying to look for Neon, and I think they might find him. Takes away the Bounty Rune. Astral Step into a Remnant. They drop all the combos alongside one of his kisses. The Boundless Strike does go wide, but Neon should still go down.
Yeah, a lovely rotation from Hellfox there, and the last hits, they've started to taper off. The net worth's even between the 2 mid laners. But already you're seeing the gap in the offlane. There's a 800 gold gap between Sneaky and what Toxic is managing to do, basically by himself in the top lane at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this TIE Hunter, practically untouchable. And Hellfox, he's here again, and he wants another kill. Alongside Dragon Soul, they do see him with the Astral Spirit, so I don't think Syrah will want to commit onto this. Though Dragon Soul, he is being that ward again, just spawning out the members of Turkey. Not sure if they see Neon coming in. I think Sneaky knows. The Spirit does miss, so Dragon Soul will be able to get out of it. They have the arena for Neon to work with. Maybe Turkey wants to take this fight. There's TP, no. Hellfox, he's out of it. So that means Neon can go on the hunt. Not sure if they see Scorp Smurf, but this should be a tower for Turkey.
Yeah, I think Scorp Smurf should be definitely TPing out here. They're going to look for the Avalanche Gyrocopter. I'm not sure if this is a kill you can take. It's a bit of an awkward fight.
Yeah, Hellfox. When he did spot the Gyrocopter, they are not going to get him, but I suppose they will at least find Chef on this Wyvern. And they will drag him back with the Remnant and finish him off. And that's going to be Syrah trading their bottom tier 1 for Turkey's top tier 1.
Yeah. All the while, I love to buy back here has just become the mid lane. He's just casually sitting in here, the Invoker, having a wild time in the mid lane. They take the tower for free, and we're already seeing Sirius show what they want to do. They want 4 cores. They want everyone to have farm here. Maybe even 5 cores. Scorp Smurf has some money on him.
Oh, now the Neon, as was sent tethered to him. We haven't seen kind of a arena play that resulted in a kill. We did see one in that mid lane just now, but it was, you know, against the Void Spirit who just Astral stepped away. But Syrah taking the vision control in the jungle, and of course the scan used by Turkey. They know that someone is there, and that guy happens to be the TIE Hunter. No ward, no vision from Turkey to see him, but at least they know that the jungle is temporarily off limits.
Yeah, and I love what Toxic is doing here. He's breaking the path that Gyro would take to get to the mid lane. He's forcing him to TP away, and he's now TP'd down bot, got the Chrysalis, got 4 levels in Flak Cannon, and here come the... Oh, they didn't stack the Ancients properly. So here come the quad stack Ancients.
Avalanche is gonna take it with the help of that IO. Of course, Syria won't be able to contest this, and that's good news for this gyrocopter. Getting that a huge injection of gold. Crystallis gets his shipped out and infused raindrop for himself, and working towards the Aghanim Scepter next. But the thing that, you know, for Syria, obviously they're not really contesting this too much. They have two guys in that dire jungle, Monkey King farming top, Void Spirit farming bot. Is this the game that Turkey wants to play? Is this how they intend to play this?
Yeah, I think this is fine for both teams. They're getting exactly what they want here. The issue is obviously when this clash happens, are they going to be ready on Turkey? Are they going to have this Aghanim Scepter on Avalanche? He's still 3 parts away, and it doesn't look like he's getting enough stacks. So he had that ancient stacks. Nothing else in the jungle is stacked because Toxic is basically owning the jungle so heavily.
4-man from Syria in the mid lane, turning their attention towards this tier 1. Of course, the members of Turkey, they are not even close to the Mars. Of course, the closest one definitely the IO, but it seems like Syria already have their goals set. You know, if they take on this tier 1, it feels like they can just send Toxic into the jungle and just plant himself there to prevent this gyrocopter from performing. Do they have the damage for this TIE Hunter? It doesn't feel like they have.
They can't kill it. There's no way. Like, don't even bother, basically. That's why he's standing so up, and they're gonna find Sneaky here. I believe they spotted him.
Yeah, I think they did. There was the Astral Spirit. Now they will run into Sneaky. Does have that extra movement speed. Was pulled back by the Remnant into an EMP. No matter how fast he walks, and it's not gonna matter. He still goes down to Hellfox.
Yeah, and now they might look for the tier 1 mid lane. Toxic, he has an itchy trigger finger. He wants to click this Ravage button. Look at how he's playing. It's getting even worse. He's just getting more and more greedy, more and more aggressive here.
Look at this. This is running past that tier 1. Now they pop the Ravage and the Remnant. Mortimer's Kisses. Relocate, not in time by Withstand, and lose the gyrocopter. And I don't think they can defend this. Witness Curse only landing onto the Invoker. The Cookie brings him forward. Now they spear him into the arena. They will find a kill. As the Elder Titan joining the fight. The Earth Splitter does go off, landing onto Hellfox, who drops the Remnant. Get the Wukong's command out as well, so the rest of Turkey can't really aggress onto this Void Spirit as Sneaky. He's really trying to beat down Toxic. Maybe he is the guy that can take the TIE Hunter. A good boundless strike landing onto 4, and that's going to buy some time. Hellfox goes back in. You have the Cold Embrace to keep Neon alive, and Withstand joins it again to keep this Mars alive, to get the Ghost rebuild. Hellfox is dead. Toxic is low. They beat him to a pole. Sneaky gets a double kill, and Withstand will cop one for himself. Turkey with the turnaround.
Yeah, I am astounded they stayed in that fight. Like, they got the tower, they got the Ravage, they got the kill, and then they decided to keep fighting with no spells left, no mana, no health. And they got punished for it, rightfully so. Turkey managing to turn that around. And now another fight's going to happen, but this time, it's on the Radiance tier 1. And maybe this time they don't take the fight because they're just not ready with that Ravage.
Without ultimates, it feels like Turkey does have a better means to fight, right? Simply because of their cheap spells, you know, from this Earth Spirit. Of course, Neon, he is so far back. What are you doing? Behind that tier 1, he wants to go for a flank, and now he's gonna bring Wasen into the grave as well. A bit of a weird interaction from Turkey, and of course, no one understood what happened. Syria, they would just get the kills and tip this Mars.
That is a typical case of anything you can do, I can do better. You can throw, I can do it better. And Turkey just stuck around way too long. Again, I'm not sure if it's nerves, I'm not sure if it's overconfidence, excitement after the big team fight, but you have nothing on Turkey either. Like, they didn't have any of their ultimates. The Gyro was low on the mana, and he just had to bail his team. He just had to completely leave them all to die.
Okay. Let's check on some stats. I mean, Wasen 4 deaths so far.
Neon's
Not that it
in
too
trouble.
much. Oh, they're going for him. They won this bot tier 1. Of course, all 5 members of Syria kind of positioned themselves there. I did scan the triangle as it was vision, so they were worried about the smoke. But of course, they didn't see anyone, at least not in their jungle. They have both the supports in this bot lane. This gyrocopter can always join with the relocate from Wasen, something that Turkey will always have an advantage over Syria. But the problem is, can they kind of defend the structure though? I mean, Syria, they look pretty adamant.
under
Yeah.
attack.
I mean, Ravage is up. Team Syria want to fight. That's just basically how this game's running. And they might find, the best target to find.
Right at the corner of the stairs. He did take the Observer Ward out, so I suppose that is still something for Syria of breaking the entire gank. They did have to use the glyph, but without this wyvern for 20 seconds, I don't think they can defend that tower in any way.
Yeah, and it doesn't even look like they're bothering. Like, they started to push the mid on Neon, they've shown him there, so there's really no defense here. Free tier 1, it's the worst tier 1 in the game, so it's not the end of the world. Like, this one doesn't even help Roshan, so it's literally just the worst tower to take. But it's still free money, money that you really need on your cause, as they're starting to fall behind quite quickly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Turkey, they only took the bot tier 1, and now for Neon, he's not going for Blink. He's going for BKBs, immediately. Is this the way? Is this the right way, for the smart? I mean, you kind of lose that engage, but I feel like perhaps he thinks with this Wyvern and ET, they have decent setup already.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah,
under
it's not about the setup, it's the fact that Syria are going to look for fights with Ravage, so you don't need to engage as much, because the Ravage is always going to go off. You can't burst him. So why not just become tanky enough that he can't burst you? You get this BKB and you rely on the damage coming through from the Gyro. The Gyro has the Ags built up, by the way, and he's got an Aquila to back it up, so he's going to have quite a lot of damage in these team fights. He's going to be very tanky as well, and we're going to start to see Avalanche start to take these fights over himself. All damage going through the Gyro.
Is Turkey ready to do that? To fight with the gyrocopter? I mean, he's now building towards the BKB. Obviously, a big part of serious damage to take out the gyrocopter is with all the spells, right? The Ravage, Mortimer's Kisses. So, the Turkey, it feels like they still need to buy a bit more time for the gyrocopter, right?
They don't need too much. Oh
boy. That's the arena. Didn't really get the monkey though. The spear actually sent him into the tree, but Neon pops the BKB. Now they relocate in everybody. Dragon Soul is pretty much dead. They blow him up with every spells that they have.
Yeah, I love that. And the best part of this is there's no counterplay. There's no way you can get the kill on a relocate, and there's no kill you can get on sneaky top lane. I say that, they're going to look for it. They're looking for sneaky top.
Yeah, top. This Elder Titan has the Vessel, Tornado, EMP, Mortimer's Kisses, just to layer it on. The Elder Titan goes down once more, but they found a TIE Hunter. Not really sure if that's the target that you necessarily can kill, but they're gonna give it a go. The homing missile does connect. TP coming in from my left to buyback, and Topstick will have the Ravage if he wants to press the button, and he will use it. On to 3 members of the side of Turkey. They drop the meatball, but Avalanche still pretty tanky despite having the Spirit Vessel debuff. They won't kill the TIE Hunter, but they did expand that Ravage.
Yeah, big Ravage usage. Honestly, maybe even better than killing TIE Hunter himself. The 2.5 minute cooldown where you can win every team fight. Like, there shouldn't be any window here where Turkey loses for the next 2 minutes.
Not without the Ravage. Is Turkey safe enough to look for those fights, and knowing that there's no AoE stun from this TIE?
Yeah, I mean, you'll look to see Syria avoid the fight completely. Like, you'll probably see them split up. They're waiting for the Aghanims. Hellfox's Aghanims here is so crucial, because that double silence is going to destroy the cause. And it's also going to really negatively impact the supports who try to save. Because the Ascent's going to try to jump in, he's not going to be able to, and then all of a sudden, the fight turns around really fast.
We see a smoke from Syria. They want to look for the whiffs and the gyrocopter. They have this Invoker planted in the jungle, and they just found the gyrocopter. Avalanche gonna drop the call down. Here comes the tether from Ascent with the Essence Ring. A couple of hills on top. Tornado onto all 3 of them, but Avalanche stays alive. Now Arena in the back line. They found this Invoker. They put him to sleep. Make sure that he doesn't come back for another 45 seconds. Turkey able to survive that pickoff.
Yeah, and they reload him straight into the mid lane. They want this tower. This is the gateway tower. It defends so much of the jungle, it defends the Roshan, and it defends the triangle. They really want to be able to control all 3 of those things.
They're able to do just that. Now the mid tier 1 finally falls. In the meantime, while all of that was happening, Dragon Soul So casually farming in the top lane, but look at the net worth. This gyrocopter is very far ahead of this Monkey King.
It is expected. Aro is one of the fastest farming cores in the game, and he's been relatively untouched. Where obviously Dragon Soul, he's had a lot of abuse thrown his way. He's had 3 deaths already. And until that BKB comes up, he has to play really carefully. Otherwise, he will just get taken down by Neon.
And we saw Hellfox cutting the wave, or at least taking that one wave before backing off. Was hiding inside the tree, and this Wyvern Chef just spot this TIE Hunter with that Arctic Burn. So this game feels like it is kind of slowing down. At least for Syria, we know that when they have the Ravage, they are really confident, right? With the Monomus Kisses, they can take those big fights. But are we looking at Roshan right now for both teams?
Yeah, next team fight will decide a huge portion of the game, because on one side you've got the Io Gyro, so you know you can take Roche very easily. The Ags is almost finished for Sneaky, the Elder Titan. But on the other side, you've got a Solar Crest, you've got Little Shredder, you've got Orb of Corrosion, and you've got Gush. So if they ever win a team fight near Roche, that Roshan's falling in like 10 seconds, maybe even less. And you need to be careful, because if you show Neon on the bot lane, and you ever show Gyro anywhere but near the Roshan pit, they just might run in and take it instantly anyway.
Checking on Sneaky, let's see what he has. Almost there to his Agonist Scepter. 200 more gold. And obviously, the free magic immunity for from the spirit for each hero, he hits with it. Is that kind of the tipping point for Turkey? Is it going to make this Elder Titan so strong that it's a threat to Syria?
It means he can keep fighting through the Ravage. He's not scared of it, which is basically their only issue. Like, we saw how aggressive they were when there was no Ravage. ET just now will always have that BKB up, and he'll always be able to hit really hard. He has a Fey Grenade as well. Fey Grenade will proc from the Astral Spirit damage. So that is a lot of DPS to worry about. With the Mask of Madness as well, these supports need to be careful in how they're positioned for Team Syria. And here we go, they're taking the Roshan pit.
Oh, and the Spirit comes through and he sees everyone. Of course, when you have the Elder Titan, he is the guardian of the Roche pit. He is the true guardian of that Aegis. Not Roshan, but Elder Titan. It's something
Definitely
that,
for this game.
Yeah, something that Syria will always have to be aware of. You see that you think the Aegis belongs to Roshan. No, it belongs to whoever has an Elder Titan.
And now look what they're doing. Avalanche is in the Roche pit.
They're gonna just take it, right? Syria did, I believe, 60% of the work. Oh no, Roshan just healed up a bit. Well, I mean, with this overcharge, I think they can just take it. And Syria, if they want to contest, they gotta do it now.
They don't know.
I don't think they do. Yeah, they actually don't.
Oh, wow. What a play. This is sick.
It scares them away. So scare them away with the Astral Spirit, and then you just claim it for yourself.
And
on Sunstrike.
Sunstrike. Oh no.
Oh, it's a bit too late. That's a free Aegis.
Yeah, and that's a BKB on Avalanche as well. So his next team fight, he is pretty hard to kill. Got the extra flak cannon on level 15 talent. They've got the Ags on Sneaky. Everything is coming together for Turkey to win this game in the next 10 minutes. Like, if they take 2 or 3 good team fights, Syria probably won't be able to catch up.
But if Hellforce kind of blows up the Wyvern and the Io, there's still a huge chance for Turkey to turn this around, right? Because that's majority of the sustain for Turkey.
Yeah, it's still up in the air. The next team fight will decide a lot of it.
Oh, there's an EMP Tornado might start it off, and of course Jeff is looking for someone. It's gonna be Dragons stunning him up. They're gonna get the silence and pull back, and that's the Wyvern gone. Sneaking into the Earth Spirit to get the sleep onto 2 cores, of course. The arena can be used, Ravage to counter engage with Toxic, but Sneaky, he's just gonna beat down this Hellfox. No chance for this White Spirit because it's turning onto the Dragon, so they did disarm Sneaky, but he doesn't care. He's an Elder Titan. Just fear the briefcase. They brought in this gyrocopter, the Io gets blown up, but it's a 3-for-3 trade. And I guess Turkey is happy with that. They got all 3 cores.
Yeah, they got all 3 cores. Gyro stayed alive. Gyro got levels, which is probably the more important window. he is just a stat-heavy boy. So all he needs to do is keep leveling, get the Satanic, get the Daedalus. The Daedalus is going to be so much damage for them. Imagine that team fight with the Daedalus. It probably just ends 3-4 seconds quicker.
So the Gyro and the Elder Titan, they collectively did 8,000 damage in that fight. This Elder Titan basically just punched down the Void and the Monkey King. That is insane. And that was everything, right? That was the Ravage, the Wukong's Command, the Monimus Kisses from Syria.
And Turkey they did get unlucky. They didn't burst the Mars in time, so Mars actually did turn around, put the arena down, but they burst the Winter Wyvern. You mentioned it, we talked about it. If they were able to get on the Winter Wyvern, they could win the team fight. They bursted the Winter Wyvern, did 0 damage, 0 healing. Literally did nothing but die, and they still won that team fight without using the Aegis. It's huge for Turkey to get that momentum going.
Really have to thank Sneaky for that Echo Storm, right? Putting both Hellfox and Dragon Soul to sleep, and of course Arena, Earth Splitter, everything coming to place. That was the demonstration of the Aghanim Scepter for Elder Titan. There's so much value. They actually could not touch him. He was just man fighting with the Master Madness.
Yeah, it is strange to see. Obviously, he has the level 15 talent as well, so it's plus 25 per hero damage that he gets. So in a chaotic fight like that, where I think he hit 4 heroes with that run through in the Astral Spirit, 8-second BKB, plus 100 damage just from the talent. Overall, what is it? Plus 500 damage? Because he gets 105 per hero he gets, and I don't know if he got 4 or 5 heroes. So it's a lot of damage coming through.
He will be fighting with 0 armor every time he presses the Master Madness. So I guess that's something that perhaps Syria can exploit if they were ever able to outdamage him physically. Don't think that's going to be the case. This tier 2 is under siege. Of course, I love to buy back. Just gets on top of Avalanche. But I'm not sure if you want to fight this, buddy. Avalanche getting ran around, disarmed by the Halberd. It's going to lose that Aegis. The Echo Stomp not really coming in time.
No BKB.
There is no BKB for another 10 seconds. They will pull him back. They drop the fake grenade and they might just blow up this Gyro. A good witness curse. Sneaking out with the BKB from the Aghanim Scepter, but they have the vision. The Gyrocopter still dies. And Sneaky, he's gonna die as well. 2 seconds is just a bit too short. This Wyvern, he just joined the fight and he will also go down. Syria with 3 kills.
That is a great turnaround. What you need to do against Gyro, wait for the BKB to run out. Make sure the IO is not there. They just went on it. As soon as the IO showed anywhere else on the map, they knew it was a free kill. And now they're going to smoke up. They're going to look for Neon here, and they might just find it.
Oh, he's going to run straight into 2 members of Syria. With that blink, now pops his BKB. Arena, not going to TP just yet. Sunstrike used as well. Hellfox is going to block him. You have Wissent nearby, but he needs to do something quick. He does relocate Neon out at the tier 2. Turkey, the members are respawning, in a bit, but I don't think there's enough time to save Wissent. But in fact, they're just gonna dive straight onto the Mars. Mars is gonna go down, and the Wisp will most likely die as well. So Turkey just ends up losing everyone.
Yeah, all that momentum they had, all that advantage, they basically just threw it out the window. Like, they needed the Satanic a bit quicker. They fought without it in the bot lane. No BKB, like we said, and now look at how the rest of Syria are playing. They want more. They're actually sensing blood in the water, and they're going to go for Sneaky, and they're going to find him.
There's the Cold Embrace to keep him safe at least for a while, but Chef, he's not even going to use it. Not even going to attempt. I mean, the Resonance Pulse is going to protect Hellfox. I don't think there's enough damage from this Wyvern at all. And Turkey kind of falling apart. Hellfox, he's going to go in. Going for more Monimus Kisses used as well. The ultimate's expended from Turkey.
I really like that from Syria. They had complete faith that Hellfox were going to find him and just instant Mortimer's Kisses on top.
Almost hitting him off. Like, if that random Remnant landed, I'm pretty sure they would have killed off the Wyvern. But Turkey, like, I mean, you just pointed out, right? They lost all their momentum. It feels like Syria, they are completely in the driver's seat. And this Invoker, he's building it towards the axe, and he's halfway there. 2,000 more gold, and he will have the Cataclysm.
And just quietly, with all this split pushing he's been doing, this dead lane farming, he's the highest level in the game. Like, it's close. Hellfox is only like a quarter of a level away from 20. But he is the highest level in the game right now as a POS 4 Invoker. 2 levels above the Gyro. another 2 levels above the Neon Mars, who was the mid laner. I Love to Buyback is putting the team on his back right now.
He was also the one who enabled that 3-man, kill on that bottom lane. I mean, for Turkey, right now, what's the game plan, right? You completely dropped the ball. Syria, they took over the steering wheel. They're now driving straight towards the grand finals. Is there a way for Turkey to come back? I mean, they got the Satanic on Avalanche, so they have that item spike still going for them. He's still top of net worth as expected. But in these team fights, what must change for Turkey?
Yeah, honestly, I think the team fight could go exactly how it did before, but now the Satanic is a reset. So you either burst the gyro instantly, or you burst the 2 supports and leave the gyro to the side to slowly fight through. So these fights are still even. Despite the 4K net worth lead, the game is still definitely on a nice edge. And I hate to say it, and it feels like we always go back to this, but Roshan probably decides the game. That next Aegis is going to be such a huge buff. And obviously the Ag Shard's good too. But that next Aegis is going to make it so whichever core gets it doesn't have to commit BKB for the start of the fight. And if you don't have to commit BKB, you can kind of relax, you can't get bursted, and you play through an easier team fight.
There is a smoke from Turkey. I think they saw the members of Syria in that jungle, and that's BKB pop. They want to jump on Neon. He's going to use that BKB to keep himself safe. And Syria, they immediately pull back, not taking any chances. In fact, now the arena comes in from Neon. He wants to quiet the snap fire, and he does kill him off. Smurf immediately buys back into the fight.
They don't have a way to start this fight though. Despite the buyback, they're really not able to do anything. They know there's wards on the high ground here, so they're just going to de-ward that. And they might call it a day there.
Yeah, I mean, feels like an impulsive buyback, right? But also good on Turkey to completely fall back after the pickoff, knowing that they did not have the arena nor BKB on Neon. And that was there was a DD rune on this Monkey King, so definitely not a fight that they want to take. But it feels like Syria, they just don't care, right? They want more. And that's the Wyvern. Oh, that's a huge target. The Boundless Strike misses, and that's the Frost Stab. Meanwhile, I think Sneaky, he's running at the back line. Of course, Chef is gonna die, but Witness Curse perfectly used. Chef, can he buy a bit of time for himself? It seems like he can. And they have the Earth Spirit kind of falling through as well. Dragon Soul pops to Wukong's command, tries to man-fight Avalanche at double damage, definitely helping him out. But this is such a split fight from both teams. Sneaky, he's run the opposite direction. Boundless Strike again missing. Sneaky does have the Astral Spirit coming back, so he should get the free BKB enough to TP to safety. Of course, the Evoker was sleeping, so he can't really cold snap. No depths for both teams.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dragon Soul missing 2 Boundless Strikes meant he lost 2 kills. As simple as that, they just couldn't get either of those done. And it's a shame, but Roshan is now a minute away, or a minute and 45 seconds. Everything's back up, so look for another fight here in the bot lane. Potentially looking for a pick off here on I Love to Buy Back.
I mean, if they kill this Invoker, it feels like it just gives them so much more room to work with, right? I Love to Buy Back now has the Agnes Scepter, so we're looking at the potential Cataclysm just dropping down in the team fights once the Ravage goes off. Yeah. And he just burned all the mana of Neon, so this Mars can't really do anything.
Yeah, and something I actually want to point out, Hellfox went the Astral Step cooldown rather than the Spell Amp. Something we saw in TI a lot was the Spell Amp into a Dagon or an E-Blade was meaning that you could burst people down. They're not going for that on Hellfox. They're going for a longer and more drawn out fight. And I'm curious to see if this is going to end up falling back on them, because they really do need to burst these supports. I think that's the big fight. They need to blow up Chef. They need to blow up Wascent on the IO.
And they want to start with Sneaky first. Doesn't have the Spirit, and he's most likely going to go down. Not the natural BKB buyer. Roshan will be up in another 35 seconds, so I mean, Syria, they definitely will have the time to get to Roshan. And as by that point, this Elder Titan was to take around 20 seconds to come back to life. But with that pick off, I mean, this Elder Titan, yeah, he has the magic immunity from the axe, but do you feel like he needs to commit it to his own BKB? I mean, with his curse into a spirit, send his voice straight into the wall. The tornado is huge. BKB stop, and of course the damage from the Boundless Strike was then gonna run out from the Avalanche, split from the rest of his team. His supports, can they keep him alive? They do lose Hellfox. That is kind of what Syria cannot afford to have. Cataclysm on top of Ravage. They take out the Winter Wipe, but the Cold Embrace was used in time, so Avalanche still alive for a while, but maybe not for long. They relocate from Ascent. Sends the Gyrocopter back to the base. The Wyvern did buy back.
Oh, double again.
Maybe this is just enough. There's no more Ravage, there's no more big spells from the side of Syria. Do they really want to stay? I don't think they do. And of course, they will try to run away. I love to buy back. He is the first one on the chopping block. Boundless try to stop him in place. Blinking from Neon on the Dragon. Soul sends him into the tree with the Spirit of Mars. Now they're going to pile on to hit with the damage from the Gyrocopter and the overcharge. Just in time for the Earth Splitter to go off and take out Dragon Soul. Toxic has nothing left to offer. He is also out for 65 seconds. It's going to be Turkey with a big fight. And just in time for Roshan to come back as well.
Did they forget that the relocate was coming back? It felt like they didn't have any presence of mind, and I let the buyback just kind of strolled into Avalanche. Avalanche came back with the IO, and all of a sudden they just turn this fight and obliterate them. There's just nothing you could do. Aegis goes towards Turkey. Once again, they get another one. Now let's see if they can play some really aggressive Dota with the Aegis, the Daedalus, and the Skadi coming through quite soon for Avalanche.
Hellfox, what are you doing there? For the Wyvern? Oh, get sent into the wall. The Tornado does come through from Either to buyback, but they're not gonna lose Hellfox for it, and Chef doesn't even go down. Well, Either to buyback has to throw the Deafening Blast for that Wyvern. I mean, if you are Turkey, you're certainly happy with that result, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good trade mid for support, but you wanna actually gather up. You wanna play 5-man Dota here, and that just delays it a minute. So gives it a bit more time to buy the Skadi, gives it a bit more time on the other end for the Monkey to buy his own as well. And I want to point out, by the way, the other series just ended, Husky. Rather quickly, mind you. So Great Britain are getting to watch this game. They get to sit here and wait to see who they're versing in the grand finals.
Yeah, and you know, judging by the trajectory of game 2, you might get a game 3. You know, Great Britain have a lot of time to just sit back and relax. The Shard went over to the Elder Titan, so he has that Echo Storm to switch places with the Spirit. How good is that Shard? I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's really good against supports that basically stand still. So like a lot of those, you sit in the back line, you wait for your team, and then you go in. Mortimer's Kisses will mean that Scorp Smurf will stay still. And it's just kind of sickening to watch. Like, he'll teleport onto him with 700 damage. I say that.
Oh, they found Sneaky again. Doesn't have the Spirit for the BKB. That's another kill. Wicked for Ella to buy back, and they also found with Sen. That has your IO. I feel like we've seen this before, Poglet, in this bottom lane where Syria it just feels like every time Turkey steps foot near the tier 2, they lose members. But thankfully, this time the Gyrocopter will be able to TP to safety with that BKB.
This time he has a BKB, but even then, like, this is half your Aegis timing wasted already. And by the time you're ready to fight, they might lose another one. I see Chef in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're looking for more. Force Staff definitely keeping Chef alive. And after 40 seconds, the Turkey is not able to accomplish anything, you know, with this Aegis. Didn't even get to take tier 2 bot.
Yeah, this is great. Syria, they play the game so well, and then they'll throw one fight, and then the game's all the way back to Turkey's side. If you actually look at the win prediction, it's almost 50-50. It's sitting at 56-44, which is negligible in terms of Dota this late in the game.
Yeah, we get tier 4 items finally dropping. I believe we saw a Stormcrafter for Syria. They're gonna get the Flicker.
That is really good. Are they putting it on Invoker? Yes, they are. Perfect.
Yeah. And Invoker as a gem. I mean, Syria, they are just clearing out all the visions around the map. In fact, I think Turkey, they're playing this game completely blind. They have that one Tinker Ward in top lane, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah. And I'm surprised to see, we're talking about Hellfox transitioning, and obviously I Love to Buyback doing a lot of work. If you look at the net worth, I Love to Buyback's about to overtake the Mars. He's already overtaken everyone that's not a carry. He is so farmed. You mentioned the gem, but he's going to have a BKB as well.
He's the real carry of the team. Full course. That's something that Syria has really been been proficient in doing, right, with this Invoker support. But this TIE Hunter has an axe. I mean, how is Turkey gonna win those fights? Obviously, it goes back to, you know, the support staying alive and keeping the Gyrocopter healthy, and the Elder Titan not getting blown up before the fight starts. But now with this gush, this AoE gush from the TIE Hunter, it feels like it just gives Syria that much more avenues to take those fights, that much more resources to win fights.
And also the Radial Deafening Blast. So the big AoE there. Do they find anyone on Neon here?
Did they see him? I think he leapt away just in time. Oh no, they actually did not see him. They're gonna try and hunt for him regardless.
That Tinker Ward that we were laughing about might actually pay off here.
Oh, they found him. Oh, he leapt back. Haze that Earth Splitter. Of course, the relocate is in as well. He even popped a BKB. Yeah, that's not gonna help. He's just gonna die.
Yeah. On the plus side, I love to buyback is already TP'd along, and they're actually gonna look for Neon, and they're gonna look for the kills here.
Oh boy, there's the dust. They saw the Ghost Walk. I love to buy back now. Tornado, but they will keep him in place. They don't want him to get away. Here comes the Ravage. They found with Sand. Cataclysm gets used before he goes down, but still the arena is gonna get popped by the Mars. Aeon this activated for Hellfox. He's gonna be knocked up left, right, and center, and the Echo Stomp puts him to bed. Smurf getting ran at by Turkey. There's gonna be 4 dead on the side of Syria. And that was the Ravage expended, but it felt like it didn't matter. Syria could not win the fight.
What a strange team fight. Like, they knew the relocate was down here. They saw that, and once again, they're showing no respect for the fact that Avalanche is going to come back into these fights every time, even if he's not there to start. And basically, Gyro just stood still and did 6,000 damage and won the team fight. Almost single-handedly.
Yeah, everyone else did peanut damage. I mean, the Elder Titan damage came from Stomp, I presume. It's just a Gyrocopter and the Mars.
Yeah.
Now, 15 seconds to defend the base. Obviously, there's no glyph, so the tier 3 is definitely going to go down. But even then, with this Monkey King and TIE Hunter, who does not have the Ravage, I don't think Syria can do anything. Right? They're going to lose this first cycle of Rex.
They most likely will lose the tier 2 in the mid lane as well. The creeps are coming in. I don't see them leaving anytime soon. Obviously no Aegis, but they're so tanky right now.
Oh, the AC on Sneaky. I mean, good luck protecting those structures. There's no buyback on anyone except for the Snapfire, at least for Syria. But thankfully, they will respawn just in time, so Turkey can't really commit to a second set of Rex. But with that bot Rex now open up, it seems like Turkey, they want to push for more. Aegis is obviously no longer with them. It was expended a couple of minutes ago in the bot lane. But without the Ravage, it feels like Turkey, they are ready to fight. Ravage will be back up in another 35 seconds, and that's a lot of time.
Yeah, and I'm starting to see an issue here. Hellfox doesn't have the Axe Shard yet, so he kind of gets stuck in these team fights. They do quite a bit of chunk of damage to Avalanche, but look where Chef's standing. They're ready for fighting. They got the Tinker Ward up, and now they're going to look for a big Winter's Curse to start this fight up.
Avalanche, he's just going to put himself in front. Neon, oh, the spear almost connects on the Invoker.
They back off.
Cookie to send him out. That could have been huge. That would have been huge for Turkey if they landed the spear. But nonetheless, I mean, Turkey now with a 6k goal lead. They find a DD rune. Or at least the DD rune spotted out by Syria. You can see the Monkey King here is gunning for it. Oh, Neon. Neon is also there. Bound to strike. Can he really get to it in time? Yeah, he does. They do spear him away, and it feels like the members of Syria, they're kind of out of position. But thankfully, it's a Monkey King. He jumps away. Oh, they saw Sneaky. Here comes Fish Cataclysm. Only onto the Elder Titan, who gets the Earth Splitter out just in time. He's going to erupt on top of the Invoker. Oh, I love to buyback. He was not paying attention, and he's going to pay with his life. Buyback out for the Elder Titan and Toxic. He's dead. They are just going to run him down, and this TIE Hunter will be torn up to shreds by those rockets. The relocate is going to bring Avalanche back just in time. They do know where Hellfox is. But another 3 dead on the side of Syria. The overwhelming blink to silence a Resonance Pulse, because the relocate is going to bring the Gyrocopter back to the mid lane. But Hellfox will be caught by the arena. Spear as well. Does have the Resonant Pulse, kind of fighting back with the Remnant. The Remnant dodged by Neon. They bring in Scorchmurk. They will find his Mars, but the base is under siege. Home is not safe They have 3 guys beating on the tower, and that tower is dead. This is a Turkey Demolition Squad.
Yeah,
They might even go for Megas.
Fly, he's got the leveler, Husky. Look how quickly these towers... Like, you thought the ET was helping? No, sir. That's all Avalanche.
You want to go for the Wyvern, but Chef 4 steps away. Buyback on the Monkey King at least. Avalanche 5 seconds until that BKB. Wasent just needs to keep him alive for a bit longer, but he has the Satanic. Now he's going to start the man fight, but no. Wasent sends him to safety. They won't have the Mars to work with. The TIE Hunter did buy back, but Avalanche, he's going to stand his ground. Linking from Jab, Dragon Soul. He's so far in the backline. I'm not sure you can fight this, my friend. He turns into a tree, but they would just chop him down. That's the Lumberjack effect from Sneaky and the Winterscus onto the Hellfox and Poglet. I think we're looking at the game tree because they are all put to sleep with the Echo Stomp. Hellfox does jaunt away with the Astral Step, but there's a dive back on the Monkey King and the TIE Hunter. I think this game is pretty much over. Unstoppable Avalanche, and just like the name suggests, they are plowing down this game, plowing through Syria, and Avalanche is going for more. There's an ultra kill. He might get a rampage. The homing missile lands onto I love to buy back. He falls the BKB, but it does not feel like it matters. In fact, Wasent's gonna take the rampage away and give that voice spirit to him. Game 2 is over. We are going the distance. Turkey will tie it up for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of formality now. The Ancient is obviously, it's pretty dead. And well played from Turkey there. Had a bit of shaky team fight in the middle, but they came in with a game plan that was easy to execute. They had less of an issue getting into fights and staying in them. With the Eye of the Winter Wyvern, there was so much defense there. And I'm not sure if you checked the net worth, but look how much further Gyro was ahead. He ended the game 20,000 gold ahead of everyone on Syria. Literally double their net worth.
That is, I mean, he has had a great game. 11-2. I believe this is Syria's first loss with that monkey first pick. Kind of a bit of humble pie, I suppose. But I mean, Syria, they looked so good early on, right? They had this massive Invoker core, this 4 cores compared to just 3 on the side of Team Turkey. But what went wrong that gave Turkey that win? Was it that 2 Roshan?
Yeah, I think the fight around Roshan was a bit awkward, letting them have that for free. And I think Hellfox's itemization and talent choices didn't lead to them bursting anyone. And you could see as the fights progressed, it got harder and harder to kill these supports. And if you didn't kill one support, the other one would heal the one that's getting gone on, and vice versa. And all of a sudden, you forget that Gyro's just outputting disgusting amounts of damage. He just sat in the middle of the fight with Flat Cannon going. He didn't even have to click anything. He could just click the ground, hands off the keyboard, and the supports were staying each other, keeping each other alive, and the team fight would be so easy for Turkey.
Now, going into Game 3, we've seen Team Turkey kind of pulling. It's fair to say it's kind of a comeback, but what happens now in Game 3? What has to change for the teams? Is Turkey, do you think that they should just stick on to this? It feels like they are super comfortable, right, playing this playstyle compared to Game 1.
Yeah, I loved this 4 Protect 1 strategy. Like, even the Mars and the Elder Titan, they didn't build carry items. They built a first item Blink and BKB, and then obviously on the ET, he built the Ags, but that's basically the only item you can build. And I think this is a much better style for them. I think it works better. As for Syria, maybe they need to start looking at banning some of these heroes in the middle phase. It seemed that they let the Gyro strat through and didn't have any counters to it. The only way they lost an MK game was something that could out DPS him and out survive the Wukong. And Gyro IO is one of the few things that could have done that in that draft.
And I just noticed a casual Mjolnir on Neon on this Mars.
I think
So
he
extra
pulled that at
damage.
the very end of the game, yeah.
Yeah, it's giving Gyrocopter the extra lightning shoe. But nonetheless, it is a 1-1 score so far in this best of 3. Turkey able to overrun Syria with just sheer force on this Gyrocopter. A great performance, and we are definitely going to game number 3 for this. It is happening. So we will take a short break. When we come back, we will see who wins this and take on Great Britain, who just ended their Series 2 against Georgia in the grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Game 2021 Singapore Open Qualifiers for Europe. This is the final day where we will crown the one representatives that will head towards Singapore in December 17 to 19 at the Sentosa World Resort for that main event. But with that being said, this will be game 3 between Syria and Turkey in this pretty nail-biting series where Syria rolled over Turkey in game 1 and Turkey struck back hard in game 2. I'm Husky and I'm joined by Pogba.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe Team Turkey came back with a vengeance. Like, we were talking about the Georgia-Britain for a moment there. Obviously, Great Britain get to sit here and watch, but Turkey were not ready to leave. There was a portion there where they were a bit down. They were losing some team fights, but they never showed signs of panic. They trusted in their draft, and they completely obliterated Syria in that late game. And now the question is, do you go back and pick the first pick Monkey King again, after he got shut down so hard by their Elder Titan in the lane, and obviously in the late game, the Gyrocopter pretty much destroyed it single-handedly as well.
And I suppose that is just the direct solution, right, from Turkey. Instead of banning it, they just let it through and come up with a way to deal with it. So Syria, they got first priority again. They won the coin toss, so they went for first pick. We will see if they get the Monkey King for the 3rd time in a row. Perhaps that's going to be the key, right? 3 times the charm. The bans so far still the same. Turkey with the tiny ban. Syria taking out the Weaver. Bat Rider was banned by Turkey in both games, and Syria giving a lot of respect to Wissent on that IO. They will ban that out.
Yeah, leaving the Bane, the Monkey, the Tide, all of those are in. Magnus as well. These teams haven't favoured Magnus at all. So here we go. 3rd time's the charm. Are we going to see it, Husky? Is it an MK?
It could be. I think the alternative to MK for Dragon Soul at least would be the Medusa. That's what we saw yesterday. But that is also when Monkey King is banned out. When Monkey King was banned out. So I think Syria will stick with their guts. Oh. No, they opened up with the Lina, a hero that has been also on that ban list pretty frequently.
Okay, I quite like this. So they're changing it up. They're allowing the MK to go through. But they're providing a magic damage burst already to counter it. So let's see if Team Turkey bite. Let's see if Team Turkey go for it. I want a game without an MK. Am I biased here in saying we've seen it too much?
No, you're not. I share the sentiment completely. I think we are seeing a bit too much Monkey King. No, it's kind of like we are seeing too much. Nah, never mind. I was about to say it feels like TI where we only see Lycan, Tiny Magnus. It would be great if we don't see a Monkey King. But well, Turkey they bit on the bait, I suppose, with the Monkey King, but they did get themselves the Bane, which has been perma-banned so far, and Syria immediately comes up with the solution by picking the Silencer.
Yeah, so this will mean the Global Silence will stop the Fiend script every time. The issue is you can get the Ags on Bane, which means 2 illusions spawn as well, and you can actually try to counter that Global that way. I'm curious to see how they run this combo, because obviously Silencer, we've seen Syria play it, we've seen them play it well, but we haven't really seen it up against an MK, who is a hero that can jump the backlines really easily. So maybe there's a way for Team Turkey to get the early Echo Saber BKB that we see on Monkey so often, and basically just dive bomb the Silencer's head, and just kill him off every team fight.
But there's also the chance that Team Turkey put this Monkey King in the support role, right? If they want to flex it. We haven't seen them play Monkey King, so there's a possibility. In fact, Syria, they're banning out the Elder Titan. So two of the heroes from that previous game, were deemed as a threat to what Syria wants to draft later on. But yeah, you mentioned the Aghanim's on the Bane, which was exactly what I wanted to ask when I saw the Silencer pick. So when he uses the Fiend's Grip with the illusions, the Global Silence won't cancel it, right? It only cancels the main Bane.
I want to double check that, but I believe it will cancel it, but it's a lower cooldown. So the Ag not only spawns the illusion, but it drops the cooldown to like 55 seconds at max level, which is filthy. Like that's a 1 minute cooldown Fiend Script. Yeah, so what does it go down to? 55 seconds, because it's a 45 second cooldown reduction, which is insane.
Yeah, and if you kind of get a full channel, that's like even lesser
10
downtime,
seconds
right?
remaining.
I feel like that is if Bane gets the axe,
5
which
seconds
does take a
remaining.
while since he's not the hero that has a lot of ability to farm. Syria with the TA ban and Turkey, they will go for the Bloodseeker. Pretty understandable, right? With the Bloodseeker ban, you don't want this Monkey King leaping around in fights.
Yeah, you definitely want that Bloodseeker. Versus Monkey King matchup is quite awkward, not only because of the Rupture, but the Blood Right on top of your Wukongs, or the Blood Right to spot you in trees and then ATOS.
Dire
It's
team
very
double.
easy to find those pickoffs. And we saw how easy it was in previous games the other day.
They banned the Invoker on South Turkey, so respect bans going both ways. Obviously, Invoker for I Love to Buy Back. He has been phenomenal on that
10
hero
seconds
for
remaining.
both games. Game 1,
Brilliant
we saw him
team
shine as the post 4, but Game 2 he literally became a core, running around with the X BKB. But Syria, they have been really prioritizing this Tinker ban for all 3 games against Turkey.
Yeah, I like that. Tinker is one of those heroes that, especially if you have vision, like you have the Monkey King on trees,
10
etc.
seconds
But just in
remaining.
general, it's very hard to deal with the Tinker if they have a frontliner
5
hero.
seconds
And
remaining.
you can't see what their offlane is. Mars is still in the pool, Tide's still in the pool, all these really bruisey boys. You can't get to the Tinker. You basically just admit defeat on the lineup. And you've got the Lina, so there's a decent chance you can't pick a Spirit hero, which are known for their mobility and known for actually
Radiant
trying to
team
take down the
pick.
Tinker that way.
So Turkey, they actually banned out the gyrocopter. This could be indicated that the Monkey King might be that position 1. Earth Spirit, haven't seen this guy, ever since he got overshadowed by his other 3 Spirit brothers. But where does Earth Spirit stand right now? It seems like he's not really that popular of a pick.
10
I
seconds
don't think
remaining.
he's strong at the moment, but a hero with 4 strength gain or 4.4
5 seconds
strength gain
remaining.
is always going to be viable just to survive the global silence. He cops the silence and he just waits, takes a bit of spell damage towards him, soaking it up for the Monkey King, and it enables him to play fast. Like we always talk about their timings. Earth Spirit has no timing. All of his cooldowns are so low. His rolls 4 seconds, so he can just jump in whenever he wants. He doesn't care. Buy that space for the Bane to get the ultimate off, and obviously buy the space for the Monkey King to get into the backline.
Kind of also a threat to Silencer, right? It feels like there's nothing that the Silencer can do if he has an Earth Spirit on top of him. No way for Turkey to engage, for sure. But how does Syria respond to this? I mean, they show the Silencer support. This Lina, I would say, most likely is going to be in that middle lane. I don't think we've seen much Lina support now, right?
Yeah. Lina should be a mid here. They should pick their offlane. And they go with the Mars. Okay, so that makes sense. They see the Monkey, they see the Bane, and they want to target that could stop the roll from going in. And obviously the Arena breaks that combo that we were just talking about with the Earth Spirit.
Radiant team
I
pick.
see it for pick over the Medusa. That's the Dragon Soul special. If he doesn't get the Monkey King, he will pick the Medusa. Which I guess into the Monkey King, you go into the later phases of the game, she basically just out damages the Monkey King as well, right? Kind of same like a gyro. You just kind of stand there and fight.
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
I mean, through all stages of the game, the Medusa should feel pretty good. Darkseer, Earth Spirit, again, that's an ageless combo. Earth Spirit lacks a bit of damage, but obviously the double Iron Shell more than makes up for that damage. Lackluster ability on Earth Spirit.
The classic Darkseer Earth Spirit lane.
10 seconds
And-
remaining.
I mean, Turkey, do you feel like they lack damage, or or is this fine?
It's gonna be one of those situations. They look like those heroes do no damage until you realize the replica will give them a Medusa. It will give them a Lina. And obviously, I don't think Syria are going to pick another auto-attacking hero, but just those 2 heroes alone will provide so much damage in these fights. So that wall of replica is going to be so crucial. The Darkseid needs to get the Medusa in it. Absolutely imperative for them. If they don't get the Medusa illusion, they probably lose the team fight.
So yeah, both teams are,
Radiant team banned.
well, at least for Team Turkey, they are still looking for the mid laner, and yeah, Syria banning out the Ember once more. Would not be surprised if the Void Spirit goes, considering that they already have that Lina. But what do you pick? One more support for Syria to deal with Turkey's draft. You already have the silencer to break that combo from Turkey in those team fights. What else can Syria go for to guarantee that this Medusa will be that main character and just win the fight for Syria?
It's just Snapfire here, right? Like you go early Solar Crest, you eventually get a Lotus Orb. I think it's Snap. I think Snap's that's the best pick here. They might run a defensive support, which I don't love.
Dire team back.
But I think it's Snapfire would be the best. Phoenix would have been solid as well. That's an ageless combo. Mars Phoenix.
I was thinking of the Undying, but then they wouldn't have too much of a. I mean, they would have strong leads, right? Undying into both Earth Spirit and Darkseer. Just if the Undying is in that 5 position.
Yeah, I don't hate Windranger either. I think Windranger could be solid. You put the Arena of Blood down, and then you just throw the Gust through the Gale, or they can't do anything. Yeah, the Gale Force from the Ag Shard, and you're just like, oh, I'm just getting sent into the wall over and over again. I can't play it.
That definitely could be viable. I mean, we saw Wasent play the Windranger support in that game 1. I guess it did okay. Is that they were not able to really keep up with Syria. That was kind of a draft issue, right? We have the Viper with no bots. But Syria banning out the Puck. Of course, Turkey still looking for one more support. They banned out the Viper. Okay.
I thought they might pick that themselves, to be honest. I thought Team Turkey might have picked the Viper for themselves for that mid lane. Syria, obviously, they've got a Dark Willow as well. That's something we didn't talk about, but Dark Willow Mars is also filthy. You just throw the fear in the arena, and no one can play Dota in that arena. Also a good counter to Monkey King, because if he tries to leap through trees, he will get hit by the bramble on the way.
Yeah, you also have the Curse Crown, right? There's no way this Monkey King can comfortably get away from your spells without a BKB. Yeah. Well, we'll see what Syria is going to pick. Yeah, running short on time, so I suppose the support has to come out. They actually get the Magnus. Magnus makes it all the way through. So is this a Magnus support, or are we looking at a Magnus mid?
I think Mag mid makes sense, but I really want to see a Pos 3 Magnus, Pos 4 Mars, and that just run like the double strength bro lane, and just run into this Monkey King's head and just break his lane. As it stands, Mars Lina as a lane is really strong, so that would make sense to me that they're running that into the MK.
Yeah, I think Magnus was bad in game 1, and then game 2 it completely got let through and no one cared about it, and finally Syria decided to pick it up in one of the most important game of this series. In Turkey, they now have almost a minute to think of about what mid laner that they want to pick. Is there anyone that can break the combo of Magnus? I guess the Bane can grip him if he blinks in for the horn toss, but other than that,
Rubik's the best counter in the game because Lift is instant. He steals the spell, so like you jump in, you try to do something, and they go with the Void Spirit anyway. So they're going to try to Aether the Remnant and play shenanigans there. And now we get to see who's the mid laner here, Husky.
I feel like there's still a way to deal with the Void Spirit, right? If you blink and then you global silence, there's that window to really catch him. It's gonna be a support Magnus. Oh wait, no, we haven't seen them. Maybe not.
They're deciding. Like no team takes this long to pick, and there we go.
It's a support Magnus. It's a post 4 Magnus, so you get the strength bro lane, Mars Magnus off lane into this Monkey King Bane. I guess they can bully the Monkey King out early, right? Despite him having the Jingu.
Yeah, he also needs to be careful. If he ever gets skewered and then skewered again with the spear, he could end up in tower. And Monkey King's not strong enough to survive a tower dive early. He needs the Boundless Strike. He needs the Jingu Mastery up and ready. And Bane, I don't think Bane's going to love fighting 1v1 up against the Magnus. Like, even with the Nightmare and the Brain Sap, both great 1v1 style spells, Magnus always has the threat of just being skewered into oblivion.
And he's just way too tanky. I mean, he has like what? Was it? Is it 700, 800 health with items early on?
He
Like,
should
he
have
has-
740 to start, I believe.
Yeah, he's way too tanky for this Bane to be bothered about. And then it's so easy to cancel his spells, right? You have skewers, you have RP, you have obviously the Lina stun and the Spear of Mars. And this Bane, I mean, how do you manage those team fights? Because if you show yourself, they will just cancel all your spells.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big thing of like, at some point you're never going to get all your spells off, so don't bother holding it for like the best outcome. Just kind of commit the Nightmare, commit the Fiend Script, force them to use their Global Silence on you, and then the rest of the team can play Dota.
Feels like it's going to be kind of a rough game for the Bane. I mean, I say that in the previous game, and he ended up being one of the biggest MVP on the Wyvern.
Yeah. I mean, again, Chef doesn't need to do a lot. He just needs to play his role. Like, it's not like their win condition is the Fiend Script. We sometimes see games where, like, if you don't get the Fiend Script, the game's over. They've got the Magnus to counter the Monkey King's Wukong. They've got the Mars to counter the Void Spirit. They've got the Mars to counter the Earth Spirit. And they've got the Mars to counter the Darkseid. Like, there's a lot of things they can do that doesn't even include Medusa. And Medusa can then just sit there and berate. Just throw out auto attacks, get that damage through.
So is Turkey playing on a timer? Like, is there going to be a stage where Syria just completely overwhelms them?
I think it's twofold. So Medusa surprisingly isn't this 65-minute late game carry that people think it is. It usually gets 2 or 3 items, and then you try to break the game where you're just a bit stronger than they are. You get an Aegis, you kind of just sit on the high ground and you pepper towers. So 25 to 30 minutes should be the time that Syria just try to win the game. Simple as that. After 35 minutes, it becomes even again. They do have a lot of big AoE teamfight spells, so I still favor them in the late game, but it's not as clear-cut as Medusa gets to 40 minutes and the game ends. Like we see, Terrorblade's probably a better example. The later the game goes, the more stupid it is to watch a Terrorblade game. With all these big AoE, Fear, the Metamorph, the Sunder, and all of a sudden he just becomes unstoppable. Medusa's not quite as broken as that.
Will we see a Diffusal build on this Monkey King? I know it's not a popular build anymore, but just for the Medusa, is it worth going for the Diffusal on this MK?
I don't love it, because if you go Diffusal, you're either A, not building an Echo Saber, or B, slowing down your BKB timing. And both of those things sound quite rough to me. Like, because if you go Echo Saber, Diffusal, BKB, no Deso, that doesn't sound great either. It's like a lot of different moving parts that don't really fit together.
I suppose for the Monkey King, even though the lane might be a bit rough, but overall he's not going to suffer too much once he gets again that 3 points in Jingle Mastery. But we see Syria to contest this bottom side. We have I love to buy back. Pretty sure he has skewer level up. He's about to find someone and send it onto a cliff if they walk up the stairs. Or maybe just take this bounty rune away.
The battle begins.
Oh, they might get a kill actually.
Oh, that's his
Oh, the kick. Okay. Can he get the bounty rune? Yeah, he can. Still, first blood goes over to the Magnus, but Turkey at least got away with. Was it 4 bounty runes? They got all 4 runes. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty huge. First Blood's like a decent chunk, but getting 4 runes is arguably better because it gives it to everyone on the team rather than I love to buy back just having. What did he buy? Probably regen? Like, that's all he would have purchased. Actually, where is his courier?
Yeah, he's moving. Is that his courier?
There it is. Oh yeah, he bought a salve and a mango. That's it.
Chef might be able to intercept it, depending on when he pops his head out. Seems like he's just gonna go into lane, so won't catch the courier.
And he's gone Nightmare level 1. So with the patches to Nightmare level 1's white garbage. It does 20 damage at level 1. Obviously, it scales back up to doing quite a lot of pure damage, but as it stands, not having that brain sap means that Chef needs to be careful. He won't win the auto-attack trade war here.
Yeah, it's just going to, be dragged around by this Max, right? Has the level 1 boot, so Chef is gonna have a hard time catching up to him. And he might catch a courier. Chef, he's about to get school onto the cliff, and it's the classic Magnus trick. That's the TP expended.
Yeah, and all that for 80 mana. That's how much the skewer cost. And now he's behind them again. He might try to break the runes here. So Hellfox, he's secured the lane pretty well. Neon went early bottle, but Hellfox is able to get both runes taken. Obviously, I love to buy back taking the other one.
Yeah, I mean, I love to buy back. It's just 2 minutes in, but he is really being proactive, right? He's doing so much for the lane. He's messing with his Bane. He secured a water rune. It's in this middle lane, of course. This Lina should have a slightly easier time for the first few levels against this Void. Now, without that water rune, it's in Neon. Probably will have to play a bit safer, but I love to buy back. He is behind enemy lines. At least, harassing out Chef. Nah, Skewer is not gonna land this time. Avalanche was ready.
The big problem here is he's actually leaving a 1v1, a melee versus the Monkey King, and that's obviously why the Monkey King is 14-4 up against the 10-0 and Toxic. So not too bad, but definitely a slight edge going towards the Monkey in this 1v1 matchup.
You can see Chef. He's not gonna walk uphill. He has learned from his mistake. I guess if you're Monkey King, you probably, if you're the Monkey King and the Bane, you probably won't be too worried, right? Just let the Bane do his job. Monkey King is getting his farm regardless. Dragon Soul getting gone on by both Sneaky and Wasen. TP coming in. There is the vacuum. Dragon Soul gets pulled back and he's dead. Skewer from I love to buy back, but it's a bit too late. Double kill for Sneaky. He might get more, but Wasen does not have the health to dive.
Yeah, if they maybe instant committed under tower, they would have traded 1-for-1, but why not just leave the Magnus up here? He's already TP'd, he's stuck up here for quite some time. Maybe it means the Silencer has to TP and become a tri-lane. And this sounds terrible for Syria already. I love to Bayback's going to have to do a walk of shame all the way back to the bot lane. Leaving, once again, Toxic 1v1.
And it's still level 1. The Bane has the brain sap, so I think so this Magnus is kind of really falling behind, and this time the exact opposite happens. It's Wasen securing the water rune in the top side, and you have Chef securing the bottom one for his mid laner. A bit Turkey kind of really responding to Syria's movements.
Yeah, I do like this, what Turkey's doing. They're bringing the supports where it matters. They're actually going to look for bot lane. They might be able to find him here. No mana on Toxic.
Yeah, it's gonna proc the bonus try. Oh, the pathing. The creep. Those pesky creeps protecting Toxic. But they're still gonna try. Or at least push Toxic out of the lane. Just make sure he gets nothing.
Yeah, he does just need levels though. Like the only thing that's important here is he actually gets a... Probably I'd say an 8-minute level 6 is good here. If he can manage to get that. Or at least pre-10 minutes. That's what he needs here.
Because Chef expended the last of his mana. So no more brain sap. Toxic looking for the spear. He still misses. They have the shockwave skewer, and that's gonna be enough. I look for buyback. Secures the kill. Avalanche walks up forward to get a couple of hits in, but without the Bane, it's unlikely that he's gonna get anything.
And now there's a weird rotation coming through for the mid lanes. Sneaky level 5, he has the surge. They're actually gonna try to roll into Hellfox here.
Yeah. If they kill him, this is gonna be huge. But it seems like Turkey, they might still commit, right? There is a circle drawn by the Silencer. Like, he's very aware that top lane is missing. There might be a gank mid. They saw Chef, so Lina, Hellfox completely backing off into his own jungle.
Yeah, very smart play there. Obviously, the fact that you brought Sneaky as well made it even more obvious. This top lane was completely left alone.
Oh,
And,
Toxic. I mean, Avalanche. The TP got cancelled. I believe it was by the Nightmare. Oh, now they're gonna put the Lina back. They roll on top of her with the Assimilate. And she's dead.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's probably a better pick-off than the underfarmed Mars offlane. Obviously, Mars now having to go back to base. Toxic. He's building a Soul Ring. He's almost on
no. His courier died.
Was it the Arcane Ring? Or the boots
That was the
roller?
arcane boots for the Magnus,
Yeah.
I think.
That is a shame.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Once again, they're giving I Love to buy back a lot of dead lane priority. It seems like whenever there's a lane that can be farmed with the support, they're giving it to him every time, rather than the Silencer. And Silencer's still a higher level, surprisingly.
I suppose as long as the Medusa is doing well in the farm department, that's all Syrian needed. Right? I mean, he's already in the jungle. The Silencer set up a couple of stacks for him and Hellfox to recover, who both are farming under that Observer ward, so Turkey knows exactly what is going on in that jungle.
Yeah, it's hard to punish. Like, there's not really a play without the Earth Spirit, and obviously the Earth Spirit's TPing mid now. I don't know where he's going.
I'm gonna try to kill Lina again, and Chef, oh, Hellfox breaking line of sight. Almost getting put to sleep. But they're really putting a lot of pressure on this mid lane, so I love to buy back. Will have to come and join his team. Obviously, Laguna Blade used as well. Neon Astro steps away with the Resonance Pulse to keep him alive. There is the roll in, or a roll out. They did get spotted under that ward. Chef also chased away.
Yeah, and look at this. The D ward's coming through. I Love to buy back. It's going to come with the high ground. I think this is just a now free Obs ward.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that
is under attack.
Chef can do about it. They do have a roll. Kick him backwards, but there's no follow-up, and he's gonna be skewered all the way under the tier 1. Gets a good grip. That's silenced by a bit of time, and it's gonna be Neon going in. They want to go for Hellfox, but Toxic TP's in, misses the spear. Sneaky will try to TP out, even drops the ward. Shockwave doesn't cancel anything. Lina does escape, but Toxic walks into a Remnant, and now Neon will just try to slowly run them down with that Iron Shell. It does expire, and a good spear from Toxic to buy a bit more time. The Remnant completely dodged, meanwhile in the back line, behind at tier 1, there's another fight going on. I love the buyback, he's on a killing spree. So he has a 2-for-1 bird for Turkey, I suppose. They lose 2 cores. This Monkey King is there.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I love this from Turkey. Tier 1 is such a crucial timing. Like, if you were able to get this tower, or at least like put pressure on it, it makes the game so much easier. And they wanted to commit a team fight. They didn't get everything they wanted, but like you said, 2 core kills, and it looks like maybe more. They've got the roll-in combo here.
The pull back, Primal Spring, the LSA going completely wide. They do get the silence, and the Laguna and Skewer in place. Avalanche doesn't have the Jingle stacks. He's gonna burn down to the Arcane Curse.
Dire's structure.
Turkey overstaying their welcome in that mid lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A little free pick off. That's it's the story of this series. A lot of teams just back off too cautiously. These teams both just stayed too long and now top lane. I Love to buy back.
That's a skewer, but Sneaky has the Iron Shell. Of course, the grip coming from Ascent. The boulder doesn't land onto the Magnus. They want to kill off this Darkseer, and the spear does connect at the edge. So it's a dominating streak for this Magnus.
Yeah. 4 kills, 8 last hits. So he's really not farming creeps too well. Like I said, he's been left in the dead lane, but he's been left in the dead lane against heroes that can kill him. But
Maybe try again. A hero roll. They want the Mars, and they got the Mars. Neon killing spree. I mean, Toxic has been having a rough game so far.
Yeah, this has not been a great Mars performance. Unfortunately, for the side of Turkey, it might not matter because Syria has I Love to buy back already getting up on that farm window. He's ahead of the Mars, building towards that blink, and that blink timing is going to be huge for them. If they're able to take a fight around the global silence and the blink RP, that could be a times turned fight. And look at this, Chef.
Chef putting Magnus to sleep. The LSA clips him on the edge. Let's get the brain sap off, but still dies. And that was Chef going on a warding mission. And that will be quickly taken care of by I Love to buy back.
losing the ward there.
Dire's middle tower.
I understand the play. Obviously, they needed to commit to try to stop these Ancients. They've actually got a ward down blocking the Ancients. So they won't realize on Syria for another minute, as they're just taking the stack now.
Yeah, and we also Turkey, they now bring 3 guys top. I suppose they want to go for toxic again, but it feels like, you know, if they don't translate it into those objectives, those towers, it doesn't really bother Syria too much, right? They get the roll again, toxic, as the geometric grip across the magnetized, pull back into the wall by the vacuum. Chef comes in for the brace stab. They really want to finish off toxic. He's gonna drop the arena. The spear miss, and Chef about a bit of time, but the magnetized will wake him up. Just need a couple bit more ticks on that ultimate. It is burning down. Turns around with the Gloss rebuild, and he will eventually expire. Neon now joins the fight. They get the Laguna onto the Bane. RP uses Global Silence also to follow up, but it feels like it's not gonna do too much. Maybe Sneaky will die to Hell Fox. The one last Dragon Slave will give him the double kill, but this Magnus is gonna go down, and the streak will be given over to Neon.
I had no reason.
Yeah, like, luckily they had the global there. They only just got it, actually. He was farming to get level 6, but the Bane got the Fiend's Grip off. As Hellfox hit the Laguna, that could have been a completely different fight if they actually got that Fiend's Grip off for a bit longer.
I guess it's kind of a 2-for-2 trade. You know, you lose your Magnus Mars for a Darkseer Bane. Turkey, you know, will you be happy with how the game is going right now for Turkey?
I think Turkey want to put a bit more pressure on, but they haven't hit their window yet. Their window is getting the Ags on the Darkseer, and then having 4 melee heroes all in the front line. So everyone but Bane is going to have an Ion Shell, and they're just going to play really, really aggressive Dota, pushing the tempo. Obviously, we talked about Toxic having a bad lane. It hasn't translated well to the early to mid game. And now I love to buy back. He's even struggling to keep farm up. So their blinks aren't going to be ready for a while.
They're gonna go for him. There is the roll. There's smoke up as well. Roll in. Gonna hit by the shockwave. So that's gonna deny the gank at least. Assyria once more having members to kind of back up this Magnus if needed. There's no RP. He did expand it in the top lane before he went down. 5 members of Syria. That's in close proximity. Not really farming the map too much. Seems like only Dragon Soul is getting that farm.
Yeah, and once again, it feels like they're just doing a 4 protect 1 style. Like, they do have the laner who is a lot of DPS, but Hellfox is building a BKB again. He understands the timing that Turkey's about to unleash is a lot of magic damage, but no physical. They're not going to have any physical DPS coming through from the Monkey just yet. So I like that purchase, and it just means they're going to have to commit entirely on the Dragon Soul Medusa.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Get smoke from Turkey. Not pinging that Lina, so if they get the kill, this is going to be huge. But oh, I love the buyback. He breaks the smoke. Skewers Neon. That's not the target that he wants to look for. But fortunately for Syria, Neon is in dangerous territory. So again, no kills for the side of Turkey. They bring 3 members to the middle lane to defend this tower. But Turkey, do they really want to force this? I guess they put Toxic to sleep. There's the last word onto Chef. The kick away onto Wasen. They're not really committing onto this. And that's the skewer from I Love to Buy Back. Catching the Earth Spirit as well. They skewer him back under the tier 1. 2 supports going down the side of Turkey.
Yeah, 2 supports, and I don't think you buy back for this. So you're basically just giving away the tier 1 for free. They've still got the arena, they've still got the Laguna, and they've still got the Stone Gaze. So this is still a hard fight despite the fact that that RP got used. And look where I Love to Buy Back is. He's looking for someone in the back line.
It feels like Turkey, they are just taking those. I guess they thought that they could win, but Syria was just more prepared for that.
Yeah, it's very hard. You could see they wanted to Fiend's Grip the Silencer, but he actually got the last word off first. And that obviously means you can't Fiend's Grip, you can't really use any spells because you instantly silence yourself. Breaking that combo up without using the ultimate. And now top lane?
The roll into a grip and the magnetize, of course. I love the buyback. He's not gonna survive this for sure. Find the Magnus once more in the top lane. I mean, there is the boost of travel for this Void Spirit, right? So at least Neon is gonna get this bots and the Agnes Scepter coming up soon. He will be that very mobile guy, cutting the wave, really diving the back line. Something that Turkey would be waiting for before they really commit to a team fight against Syria.
Yeah, that'll be a huge window because, like I said, the Axe is actually finished for Sneaky. So they're going to have extra 275 health on all of their heroes. It's basically a mech, but it's just applied before the fight starts. And now look at how many ion shells that the boys are going to have. Everyone gets an ion shell.
Dire's top tower is under
Alright, there we go. Lovely.
Quick little pause.
So, I mean, for this Darkseer, obviously he now allows his team to tank up. Is this the timing for Turkey to start running at Syria? Just really
I think so,
taking
yeah.
objectives?
Like, just being able to have 4 ion shells is so much damage. How does anyone stand up for 360 damage a second? Because that's 4 ion shells, plus all the damage coming from Magnetize, coming from the Remnants, the Resonant Pulse, that AoE from Void Spirit. This is their window. They need to be able to abuse this. It doesn't matter about the Silencer, because all that damage is already going to be happening. If they get the Magnetize off pre-silence, plus the ion shells, they'll burn during that global silence, and then obviously once it runs out, the spells come back, and the team fight could just be over very quickly. Syria, on the other hand, they can just avoid it. They've got a Medusa. The Medusa's almost ready. Skadi is getting very close, I believe.
Yeah, it really has an ultimate orb. So it's a couple more minutes that she's gonna be able to get the Skadi. But this Monkey King, the common build that we saw in the previous game as well, Echo Saber into the Desto and most likely BKB afterwards. But it's safe to say this Monkey King can fight earlier, right? Can join his team earlier, take those fights, compared to this Medusa.
Yeah, I think the Monkey King can come now. Honestly, like, the Echo Saber is enough. The Iron Shell, like I said, provides that damage he's missing from having a conventional Maelstrom or that type of fighting item. And now mid lane.
Oh boy.
Hellfox.
Hellfox. That was the Invis rune from Neon. Don't really think they have the damage though. The vacuum kind of goes wide. They did shockwave him in. Skewer completely misses. That's the wall replica expended from South Turkey. Not really getting too much in return, but it did bring the entirety of Syria to the middle lane.
Yeah, they traded Arena for Wall. There's only a 10-second cooldown difference between them, so this early on, not a big deal. And you can see Monkey King didn't show up. So, like you said, everyone on Syria did. They got to farm on a core. And now it looks like they're smoking bot lane to try to find someone.
Perhaps looking for the Monkey King, but you can see that Avalanche, he is perched on top of those trees. So with this smoke break, it would be Chef dying. Yeah, he's gonna break the smoke and he will die. Well, at least the Monkey King will be safe. Gonna clear out the wave and let's jump back into the tree.
I wonder if he actually manages to get behind them and break the creep wave.
Top tower is under attack.
Suppose he might try. I don't think he can. I mean, do you want to defend this tower? I mean, it's just a tier 1, right? So I don't think Turkey has any interest in taking a fight there. I mean, the Mars is going to TP mid. But the Monkey is still waiting in the tree lines.
Maybe they have to back off here. They've TP'd on the Mars, which means that this tier 1's almost impossible to get. And Monkey doesn't realize it yet, but this lane is now free. This lane is now comfortable. They want to kill Neon in the mid lane instead.
And the Monkey King still trying to play it safe and hide in the trees.
Blink
That's
reveal.
happening.
I love to buy back his blink.
Oh, this is going to be huge. They need this smoke to work out. And of course, they know that Turkey is in the jungle, but Turkey have full vision. At least they see the Lina. I think they also saw the Mars. In fact, they pinged it. And Chef is going to walk into the Mars again. Because the blink reveal only onto this Bane. They skew him up onto the cliff. There is the RP, but not really sure if you want to commit onto that. Yeah, Chef is going to take his time, kill a courier while he's at it. Takes out 2 couriers. They want the courier to spot this Bane, but they end up losing everything. Suppose there's the wall replica, the vacuum, not going to put any more on top of the wall. Now he's going to use that freeze grip. Robo Silence comes out, but the fight still kind of going on pretty messy. The Laguna on this Darkseer with the Stone Gate, and they will find a kill onto Hellfox.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
What a strange fight. They actually have the Deso on the Monkey King, by the way. So Avalanche has come here, and he's walking under an Observer Ward. So they do know exactly where he is.
Oh boy, they found the Magnus, and here comes Avalanche. He's gonna leaping left, right, and center. It's a good target. They use dodging the Boundless Strike, but he's gonna drop the Wukong's Command regardless. BKB not pop for Hellfox, but the damage from the Monkeys is absurd. They forced the buyback from the Silencer. I'm not sure if that's gonna matter too much. In fact, Avalanche with a quick 2 kill, and they're gonna give the tip to Scotsman for that buyback.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. You're buying back on a Silencer that doesn't have TP and bot lane, Nightmare. I don't think anything comes of
Bottom
this.
tower is under attack.
Just
Yeah,
annoying the
back to
heck
the
out of this
buyback.
Medusa.
How do you help the team is the unfortunate issue. Like, Scotsmurf, like, without Global, what are you actually doing?
One of the banes for a Silencer, right? You have no global, you buy back, and you're just there.
Yeah, like, you're a walking Arcane Curse or bot lane. Chef's in trouble.
You should be able to kill this bane. Yeah, no problem. The overstate is welcome.
Tower is under attack.
Of course, just the tip word. I just realized Chef has died 9 times. Out of the 15 deaths cumulatively, and he has died 9 times. He has been contributing in that sense, breaking smokes, giving up his life for it. But they will find Toxic, so fair trade for Turkey to sacrifice the post 5 for that Mars, but now they lose the Earth Spirit. The War Replica actually used. I don't think there's any follow-up from Turkey. They need to get the heck out of there. Put the Magnus around. Of course, the 80 Remnant will slow him down, and this should be the escape for the side of Turkey. My Avalanche, he's thinking about it, but without the Wukong's command, I don't think they want to fight this.
Well, they have
Wait, he might
Neon.
fight- my goodness!
Ooh.
What was that? That was... Wait, how much did it hit for?
Oh my god, that was an 1130 damage. Hit.
Magnus has 1400 health, and that one Boundless Strike took away 90% of his HP.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Keep in mind, he actually went the Jingu Mastery damage, so that was plus 260 damage, plus the Deso, plus the Boundless Strike crit, and unfortunately for them, that's a Roshan.
Just like that. Can't blame the Magnus, right? I mean, they also had that Observer War, so Turkey were more than ready to respond to it. Of course, the scan does spot out the Roshan attempt, not that it mattered too much. Avalanche now with the Aegis. Can they kill the Monkey King 2 times? I don't think they can. Unless he gets caught out like in the wild. I don't think they have the damage, right?
I mean, they have the ability to kill him once and then like maybe get a skewer or a spear, and that'll kill him again that way. But unfortunately for them, like the rest of the team now does damage. Like with these ion shells everywhere, Neon is doing so much work in these fights, and he's changed his build. He's actually going Kaya Sanj this time. And I think this way he'll do more damage and he'll be able to burst people. This is a much better way to play this one.
And that was the problem that Hellfox had in previous game, right? Shivas used Aeon, not enough damage to block the supports, and of course, the global silence to no avail. Another tip from Chef. They are enjoying this. I mean, kind of sensing the panic in this silencer. They're going for more, and I think they can.
Yeah, that was a 2.5 second Fiend script. Like, I know that doesn't sound like a long stun, but Global Silence is instant. And he just didn't hit it. Didn't hit it quick enough, and now he dies for it.
And that's a dieback, you know. 60 seconds to the grave was sent. Will tank a bit of those shots from this Medusa, and he's gonna back off. I mean, Turkey kind of in the driver's seat right now, even though it's just a 3k goal lead, but Avalanche just got his fresh BKB, and with the Aegis still around, I think, you know, for Turkey, they are doing exactly what we expected them to do. They hit the timing on the Ion, on the Aghanim's for Darkseer. Now they're just running at Syria. Well, they will find with Sen, but they miss the skewer. Well, they connect the spear. They can't roll away with the Laguna zapping him. But now they're gonna walk up high ground. I don't think that's where they want to go. They have that Observer Ward. That's gonna be spotted out by the Darkseer Courier. That gets taken out afterwards.
Yeah, it brings him the Lotus Orb though. So the Lotus Orb's a pretty huge buff here. Oh, I love to buy back.
Oh boy. All the illusions. They hit him.
They found Lena.
They found the backline. Hellfox with the BKB, but the actual step is enough. Oh, a horn toss onto 2. Now they get the RP stun. Does it matter too much? There's the Wukong's Commander Dragon, so he's all alone. And look at the mana shoot. They just burned through it with the Desolator.
Yeah,
Avalanche it completely destroys this Medusa.
You are learning the ways of dying.
So, what now? Oh, I mean, Avalanche just found Toxic. But yeah, what now for Syria? It seems like they're really losing control of the game.
It's panic time. It's actually like we're at the point now where if you don't have global silence, you're not taking a fight. As simple as that. You will lose every single team fight. That was the Aegis fight, mind you. But I don't know about you, but I didn't see Avalanche drop below 85% health. Like he was in the fight and he took no damage. And now he's level 20. He's got that Boundless Strike cooldown. So we're going to see 2, sometimes 3 Boundless Strikes in these fights. And level 20 is fast approaching on Void Spirit. And if he takes that Spell Amp, they're going to be able to just eviscerate the backline. Like, the Silencer might just get one shot.
I think for Syria, that damage comes from both, Dragon Soul and Hellfox. But in all of these fights, Hellfox has been the first one to die. So that damage output from the Lina completely nullified. And of course, from what we witnessed just now, the Medusa is kind of a null factor when you are in the Wukong's ring.
Yeah, and he's actually going Silver Edge, Medusa. So I've seen this a lot, the gap between Daedalus and Silver Edge. Silver Edge is the panic. I need mobility, I need movement speed. And almost always, it ends up working out pretty poorly. Despite being such a strong item, it just doesn't fit the playstyle for Medusa.
Silver Edge... I mean, Silver Edge is now kind of the more popular items compared to Daedalus, right? But is it because of what builds into it, the Chrysalis?
Yeah, it's one of those things where Dota right now favors mobility so much, and Silver Edge is like an 80% uptime movement speed buff. So you can use it to farm in that sense. And obviously, the break and the auto attack speed, they're good. But as it stands right now, I think you need to BKB. Like, I think Dragon Soul is going to start to get chunked down. And I don't know a way around dodging the Wall of Replica and the Vacuum.
Yeah, I believe this was a Medusa picked into the Darkseer as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Oh, top lane?
Hellfox does 0 damage. Oh boy, he's gonna regret this. I mean, Neon took away 60% of his health. Well, 50% of his health with that one combo.
Yeah, he could have potentially killed, but he probably dies for it if he commits the double astral step.
Yeah, he actually took 0 damage. Oh my goodness. A couple of fireballs thrown out from the Lina, and he just took it like a man. I mean, Hellfox, he's queuing up the Daedalus, but he doesn't even have the Chrysalis yet. He went for a Blink Dagger. I think that's the panic mode, right? You are so concerned about staying alive and not getting caught up by Neon that every single item on this Lina's arsenal is defensive. Boost of Travel, BKB, Blink Dagger, Bottle, no damage at all. At least in terms of right-click damage.
It's all about just not being caught. And I love to buy back might catch someone here with the Magnus, but unfortunately it's Chef. And as we've seen, Chef doesn't care if he dies. Like, I feel like he loves it. Like, he's feeding off dying.
The death just makes him stronger. 9 deaths so far. And he hasn't died for quite a long time. So he's getting there. He's getting better. Harder and harder to kill. In fact, there is a Blink Dagger on the Darkseer.
Oh, big fight. They get away. Bane's actually building the Axe. So we talked about it in the draft and like pre-game, but he actually is rushing that Axe after the Aether Lens, surprisingly.
I mean, his net worth isn't too bad. Not last, at least. He's ahead of Silencer. I guess that's kind of the perk, right? We saw Scott Smurf, he has 12 assists, he only died 3 times, but in the grand scheme of things, it's just how Chef is participating in all of these kills, and Neon just got a solo one onto the Magnus, and that's a normal punch. Stuns Toxic for 2 seconds, they vacuum them onto the cliff! Oh, and that's gonna be 2 free kills. Global Silence comes out, but not that it matters too much. Of course, now Chef, they're gonna start tipping this Magnus. I think this game feels like it is going downhill, and it's going downhill pretty fast.
This is going to sound like an overreaction, but I swear it isn't. That global silence lost them the game. Because now they can high ground, and there's no global for 2 minutes. Like, yes, you've got the RP, you've got the arena, but now this is 2 minutes with Roshan potentially spawning right now that you can't fight. And what did they really use? They used Fiend's Grip and they used Wall of Replica. They are ready to brawl.
Well, what was the purpose of the global silence, right? That's
what I'm confused by. I don't know.
That's definitely the biggest question in that fight. The panic button.
Yeah, I've been in trouble for this as well. Like you have the global, you just want to use it every team fight, but sometimes you got to realize the fight's over. Just call it. Just like let it end. Whoever dies, and then let you play the high ground fight. That's what they needed to do there.
It's like the Magnus dies. There's no RP. There's no Mars. You know. I mean, at least for Turkey, they are committing to a high ground. They're giving a lot of respect to Syria, but it feels like they're not really in a rush, right? 15,000 goal lead. This Lina get another setback after that death. Does get the Chrysalis eventually, but it would be a buyout. I mean, it feels like they really are desperate to get those damage input in. But even then, the way that Turkey is catching them out left, right, and center, Syria are thrown into complete disarray. Not really sure when they need to fight. Not really sure if the global silence needs to be used. The past few global silence have basically fell on deaf ears, you know, unfortunately.
And the worst part of this is, like, usually when you have a Medusa, the game plan is, oh, we've got a Medusa, it's fine, he's out farming. The Monkey King is 1,000 gold ahead. Roshan just spawns, by the way, so they might be able to spot this out. But look at the positioning. Syria, they've got 3 members of the team bot lane. They're so worried that Hellfox is going to get jumped on. They got both supports defending it. 31 minutes in, you have supports defending the dead lane. And that's telling you all you need to know about this game. How scared Syria are to lose their core heroes.
And they even used the scan just in case Avalanche might be hiding there. But he's in the Roche pit. He will get a free Roche. There is the Aghanim Shard. They'll probably give it to the Monkey King just for the mischief cooldown.
Who else could you give it to? I mean, I guess Bane. Bane would be good. You'd give him AoE brain stat.
I suppose so. What does the Earth Spirit Shard do? I mean, yeah, I suppose the Monkey King is the best choice.
Yeah.
Did they scan out the dive? I think they almost did. Everyone is hiding in the tree. Oh boy, Chef is... he's walking into it. Everyone is TPing out.
Oh my god,
and
Chef.
They found I think they found Toxic. Yeah, they found him. Couldn't make it out in time. And he's dead. And they also bottle a double damage for this Monkey King.
Yeah, this is insane. They might find Neon here. Neon's playing with fire. Like, they've got the horn toss. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, they got the global silence as well. Yeah, they're gonna use it. Laguna RP. Just enough damage to kill him off. That's a godlike streak for Dragon Soul. Super needed for the Medusa.
Yeah.
It's going for the MKB next.
100% deserved. Like, Neon's farming so far away from his team. He's feeling himself. Like, up until then, he was 10-0, like you said. And he's just got a bit too greedy.
Shows up in front of the base, you know, as if there's no Magnus. But the MKB, it's gonna take a while for Medusa to get it, and not sure if Avalanche, not sure if he anticipates that. You know, he's killing out the butterfly across ages, BKB, and the double damage. Turkey, they will wait for the Voice Spirit to come back, so Syria gets themselves some time. That's gonna benefit for the global silence cooldown as well. It is 75 seconds away.
Yeah, this is a huge window for them. The issue is, like, look at Toxic's farm on the Mars. This is one of the saddest Mars flames I've ever seen. Like, he's going a Yules because he can't afford the BKB. Like, oh, the poor guy, he's not had a fun game.
Yeah, he's 0-7, and ever since the early game, he hasn't had... Even the early game was rough, right? He was dying a lot, he couldn't really get farm. The Magnus, I think, I Love to Buy Back, was doing a bit too much roaming. No, he's trying to secure the lane for Hellfox and the Medusa, and they just left Toxic out to dry. Now he is really paying for it.
Yeah. And you can see, I love the buyback. He's obviously overtaken him in farm, but I don't know if this Magnus is going to be able to get the 5-man RP that he wants. That's what he needs. Like, he needs to be able to get both cores into an RP.
We've seen how OG lost the game against Spirit, where he, that the Sumil gets sent back to the fountain, but it's gonna take a heap of effort to replicate that. And this tower, it is dying. Hellfox will have to use that BKB, and of course Avalanche will beat down on the tower. They do Laguna him, and the break just enough. Global Silence now used, the engage is in. BKB up for the Surf Spirit, but he's silenced, can't really roll out. And Neon with the re-engage takes out Toxic to get a good vacuum on the tree, and that's into the Maw Replica, and they connect with a Boundless Strike into a Wukong's command. Everyone from the side of Syria is getting torn to shreds. Buyback from Toxic and a dieback for Toxic. Back to the grave he goes, and the RP completely misses from I Love to Buyback. He's gonna buy back into this game, but I think this match is pretty much done so. At least this fight is done so. Medusa now buys back, has the Stone Gauge. They found Sneaky. It's a double kill for Hellfox, but that's everything from the side of Syria. They had to bring everyone back to life for that fight.
Yeah, and luckily for them, if they actually didn't get the kill on the Darkseer, there was no buyback on the Medusa. He actually bought Blitz Knuckles instead of buyback. Like, that's how desperate they were. They needed that extra bit of attack speed. And like you said, all the buybacks in the world, and now you just wait. You relax, you reset, you buy your Aeon Disc on Void Spirit, you get level 25 on him. I don't know if Avalanche needs anything else. He just finished the Butterfly. Oh,
they found Chef. That's going to be a good kill. Should be easy. They used the Stone Gaze, of course, Hellfox to killing spree. They did lose the Silencer, not that it matters too much at this point without the Global Silence, but I guess for Syria they really wanted to push that minor advantage that they got, and they did find a kill.
Yeah, a kill that doesn't really do much, is unfortunately. Like, you commit a lot for that, and you have to. That's how far behind you are. But it comes down to, where do you go from here if Turkey don't throw? Is there a play? And I don't think there is. I actually think it's one of those, if Turkey just play clean, smart Dota, they can't lose from here.
So we're in that unwinnable territory for Syria right now. I mean, 96% win probability according to Dota Plus. Sounds about right. A refresher queued up for the Darkseer. As if one wall isn't enough, he now builds 2 walls.
Well, he might even get 4 walls, because the parallel wall at level 25. And a stack. So he could get a lot of Medusa Illusions. And even if he gets 2 Medusa Illusions, I think that's enough damage to actually just solo win a team fight. Because they're hard to kill. These Medusa Illusions are quite tanky. And obviously they do 120% damage, I believe. Yeah.
Turkey smoking up. And they're gonna only show this Monkey King, at least for now. I mean, Neon is also there. Put some vision. That should be spotted out by Syria. They should know that there's a ward. Illusions will take care of it. Yeah, not even gonna give Medusa that a couple hundred gold. But Neon, he is now in the tree lines, and he is acting as that human ward.
Yeah, he kind of has to. And
Yeah, probably just trying his luck. Oh, they actually scanned him out. Would have been easier pickoff if it wasn't. Did they find him? I don't think they did. I think he's still there.
He's got the Aeon. Like, I don't know if you want to grab Neon, because he has the Aeon, he has the Flicker. Like, how do you actually deal with him? Because he can flicker off the global. Even if he doesn't move, it dispels. And then just turn around and just wipe your entire team. He's level 25. He's got to simulate stun. So it's quite hard to go on him in the first place. And now he can set up for his team so easily.
BKB for the Medusa. Everyone did use that buyback in the previous fight. So this is kind of the last hurrah. Gem being ferried out to the Earth Spirit as well. As we get tier 4 items. Stormcrafter. First of many to drop for Turkey. So this BKB obviously is what you wanted to see on this Medusa, right? He needs that BKB, but it doesn't feel like it's enough to deal with Turkey, especially when you have the Penta-Edged Sword for Avalanche.
I don't know if want to see is the right word, but unfortunately needed to see is probably more accurate. Like, He's just getting bombarded. So much damage on top of him. And it's all from Neon. So much magic damage. The issue is, like, obviously, yes, it stops the vacuum. But he has so many walls. He actually bought out the refresher. That he's just going to dump one on top of his head. Even if it misses, he's just going to refresh and dump another one on top of his head. And Medusa won't be able to fight into it. All the new items they have are cool. Like, there's so much net worth being transferred across. Ag's finished on Chef as well. Bane.
He's gonna be happy with the extra illusions to help him up. And Earth Spirit just hit level 20. 3 extra seconds on the geometric grip silence. That's 6.5 seconds. Actually insane. That is huge. Oh boy, they found Hellfox. The Horn Toss actually misses. So the Neon will flicker to safety, but thankfully Hellfox survived that. Could have been a disaster if the Lina went down.
Yeah. I mean, the best part of that, they didn't panic BKB. So, realistically, it's a non-factor fight. The Arcane has been popped, so Neon... He'll get all his cooldowns back basically instantly. It's a nice little 30% cooldown reduction. And now Roshan's up again. Third Rosh, it's ready to go. It's a refresher shard. Are we going to see 6 walls of replica here?
If the Darkseid makes it to 25, by the time we see the next fight. But he's still quite far away. So we get 3 walls.
He's got the slot. Like, he actually has the spot if they want it. They could give it to Neon. I feel like Neon with 4 Astral Steps. Dragon Soul's Courier.
Wait.
That's the MKB.
That's the MKB? Not a
He
full
didn't actually
MKB.
he didn't have the whole thing. It's fine.
Yeah, but still, it's 3 minutes. Almost 3 minutes out. It's not the full MKB, but still, it's a big part of his damage. Oh, that's the user was said. Now he pops the BKB. He's man fighting this Magnus with the Magnetize, and Neon's gonna join the fight. Avalanche comes in and just clobbers him with the staff. 100 seconds without the Magnus. Toxic caught up as well. Another death on the side of Syria. That is permanent for the next minute. We're down to a 3 versus 5. There is still the Global Silence. The 2 main damage dealers are still alive, but Syria, they don't have a way to control the members of Turkey.
That felt like Wascent just soloed their entire team. Like, I looked at the map, the mini-map showed 1 Radiant hero, 5 Dire heroes, and yet they're running from him. Like, how far ahead do you have to be for an Earth Spirit to just legitimately 5v1 and not die for it? And not only that, they actually got 2 kills and basically secured the game here.
That's the refresher. Vacuum in. Cross BKB now forced out from Hellfox. Silencer buys back. Still has the Global Silence. Oh, the Stormcrafter keeping Sneaky alive. Dragon Soul now is gonna pop that BKB. Global Silence is out, but there's also the War from Sneaky. Stone Gaze activated. Hellfox is dominating, trying to run away with the illusions. Didn't catch him. He blinks to safety. Neon getting herself a double kill as the Phoenix Grade will be laid on top with his Medusa, and that is the full Wukong string. They will just pummel everyone from the side of Syria. It's gonna be a triple kill for Neon, and this is pretty much it. The disconnect comes out from Scrossmurph. He has had enough, and it's safe to say that we will see Turkey in the grand finals to take on Great Britain.
Yeah, and after what was such a dominant game 1, to have the resolve of coming back, getting game 2 in a hard-fought victory, and game 3 was pretty comfortable for Turkey. I don't think there was ever a time where we thought they were going to lose. It might have been even for 15 minutes, but Syria, from wire to wire, they never really had a great way into this game, and despite the disconnect, apparently they haven't called GG. Like, I don't know what's happening.
One lost RP. Oh, he gets ripped. Can't even get the RP off. Yeah, and that's how you know the game is over.
Yeah, they didn't even break the Aegis there. Very well played from Turkey. They deserved that win, honestly. But coming back in game 2 and coming in with game 3, a completely different style draft from what we're used to for them.
What was the turning point for this game? Because we obviously saw Syria having a pretty even one, for the first 15 minutes, 20 minutes. They were punishing Team Turkey, especially when Team Turkey was overextending in the mid lane. They were, in the wrong place at the wrong time. But what was the tipping point?
It felt like the 25-minute mark. Monkey King had Aegis BKB, and they had Kaya Sanj on the Void Spirit for Neon, and they won a team fight right then and there with that Aegis. They never used the Aegis, and from that point forward, I don't think there was ever a time where They even traded evenly for Team Syria. I think every single time they got a support kill, they lost 2 heroes. They got a core kill, they lost 3 heroes. I think it was just that window of having that first BKB usage, plus the Kaya Sange, and that's what did it for them. That's what got them over the hump of the Medusa's damage.
And safe to say that, because of that sequence of event, the whole timing of this Medusa didn't really come into play for Syria, right? Because even Dragon Soul couldn't really commit or contribute to all these fights. We saw Hellfox just getting caught out left and right. Obviously, Toxic had a very miserable game as the Mars, and everything else just fell into places for Turkey.
Yeah. And again, I mean, well played from them. They're going to have a little bit of a break, but now we get to see what Great Britain have come up with. They've been sitting there waiting for like an hour and a half, by the way. They won that first series so quickly. They've been sitting there since my time, 11 o'clock, which is 8 p.m. SGT?
Yeah, 8 p.m., yeah. So, I mean, they got to watch Turkey play, and it will be their opponent coming up in the grand finals. We will go for a short break, though. This is going to be a slightly longer one compared to the previous 2. But when we come back, it will be between Great Britain against Turkey in a final best-of-3. Winner will be heading to Singapore at the end of the year. We'll be right back for that series.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Game 2021 Singapore Open Qualifiers for the EU region. We are about to step into the grand finals. One last best of three stands between Turkey and Great Britain. And of course, 5 tickets to Singapore for 17 to 19 December at the Sentosa World Resort for the main event. I'm Husky, of course, joined by Poglet to commentate this exciting series.
Yeah, I cannot wait for this one. Obviously, we had a bit of an extended break just so we were sticking on the schedule of some of the teams that they wanted to play. We'll leave it at that. But we're going to get into the game very soon, and I'm curious to see if Turkey can keep the momentum that they had last game. As just crashed, that's a good sign.
Someone was not able to connect, and the lobby crashed. That'll be quickly resolved pretty soon. But we saw, Great Britain, they obviously had almost 2 hours worth of break, right? They finished the series 2-0 against Georgia. Whereas Turkey against Syria went to 3 games. Turkey with the fortitude to stick through after kind of a beatdown in game 1, came back in game 2 and completely dominated in their last game in the deciding match. So going into this grand finals, I know we both favor Great Britain's chances a bit more, but what can we expect?
Well, I'm going to expect from Team Turkey they come in with a lot of confidence. That's the big thing. Whenever you win a series with a reverse sweep, whether it's a best of 3 or a best of 5, the next series you play, you come in with no inhibitions. Like, you just no worries at all. You know your team can win games. There's no panic there. So I'm expecting Team Turkey to come out with something really aggressive, fast-paced, maybe something akin to what they did Game 3, because that worked really well with the Darkseer and the Earth Spirit. And they kind of just pushed the tempo. On the other side, from Great Britain, it didn't feel like they were tested. I just went and rewatched some of the gameplay while we were casting the break. And Great Britain seemed relaxed. There was never a point where the games were even close. So maybe they're going to come in a bit cocky, a bit too relaxed, and they might make some early mistakes. And that is quite common for a team that just decimated the semifinals like that.
And I think even draft-wise, obviously we have the common picks, the Bane, the Magnus, the Tiny that we have not been able to see a single time. But it feels like the way that Team Turkey and Great Britain draft, the way that they want to approach the game, it is a bit distinct, right? It feels like these two teams have their own identity handling the game. Great Britain, Team Turkey, they like to play together. It's all about that position 1. And Neon in that mid lane, but Great Britain, what can you tell us about them?
Well, first step, they're just as bad about picking Monkey King, so there's that. I think their highest played hero this tournament is actually Monkey King. But the big difference I see is they're willing to pick mobility supports. They picked a Dark Willow a couple times. They've picked a Disruptor, things that break team fights that make it so it's not 5v5, but it becomes like a 5v4. V1, and that one player is kind of stuck in the middle of no man's land, and they pick off heroes that way. And I see from Great Britain a lot more versatility in that play style. But Team Turkey, obviously they know what they love. They're going to pick it first every time. At least we saw in Game 3 it was a bit different. Yeah. But I'm afraid the game's just started, and unfortunately there's no Monkey King Husky. We won't spoil too much for everyone.
Yeah, we're going to hop into the draft right now, and thank goodness there's no Monkey King, but Turkey is showing a heap of respect to T. Governor from Great Britain. They first face banned the Spirit Breaker, even though T. Governor have not been picking Spirit Breaker.
For context, I was also a Barris spammer, and T-Gov and I were just kind of memeing in the pre-game lobby, and I don't think he was actually going to pick it, but I do love to see respect bans. And the problem with this is Great Britain now have left in a lot of the conventional broken heroes, and Team Turkey instantly grabbed the bait.
Great Britain would know that T. Governor, he did play the Disruptor during the group stages, so that is also one of the few heroes that can deal with the bait, right? With the Static Storm from long range, you can always glimpse to cancel the Bane grip if needed, but it also fits into the whole personality of Great Britain that they displace the enemy heroes to get those pickoffs.
I would love to see them run a Disruptor. Oh, I was about to say Disruptor Tinker, but Beastmaster, extra move, like extra vision with the Hawk, and obviously a lot of push coming from this Beastmaster pick already.
Seems like we are in for a. Seems like Great Britain want to play this game fast, and suppose for the Beastmaster, you know, ultimate that goes through BKB always going to be good no matter what. They put the Undying as well, so strong laners coming out from Great Britain for their first 2 pick.
Yeah, I do quite like this. Again, it's a different style to what we've seen from them so far. So I believe they've picked the Undying once and it was a win, but I don't believe they've picked the Beastmaster up this tournament.
No, I don't think that. Of course, Turkey will go back to the Gyrocopter, one of the pick that won them a very close game against Syria in the semifinals. Of course, in that game they had the Wyvern and the IO to really supplement the Gyrocopter and keep it healthy in the fights. This time around, it feels like it's going to be a bit different, right? They can still pick up the IO as a 4, but obviously the Bane is going to be in that post 5.
Yeah, I think Great Britain should actually ban the IO. If they want to respect ban it, or otherwise, it's a strong combo, and it's something that actually works decently against Beastmaster, because you see the Raw coming, you actually just relocate out, and there we go. They do ban it out. So great drafting presence from Great Britain already. And Team Turkey, they're not selling themselves short. Tinker, Morphling, both great bans, recognizing that Great Britain actually have a Tinker spammer.
Yes. And they have been actively banning the Tinker even in the previous series. So Turkey just sticking to their guns, banning out the Kunkka as well. So that mid laner with this strong presence at level 6 not available. Obviously, we can still look at the Spirit Brothers to be picked if they're not banned out. But for Turkey, you know, you have this start with the Bane Gyro. What are you looking towards, you know, to supplement this Gyro? In the offlane, we have the Tide, of course. There's still the Mag, which Turkey hasn't really cared too much about in terms of banning or picking it. But this is the Elder Titan ban, okay?
I actually do like that ban a lot. ET is a hero that slows down the pace of the game. Tidehunter is the same as well, like he stands in front. Sand King is another hero we should probably look towards. If they really don't like the Magnus and they really don't like the Tidehunter, Team Turkey could go for the Sand King. Blink stun initiation style hero. Deals with Beastmaster decently because of the amount of AoE damage he has. As for Great Britain, I believe they'll pick Void Spirit or Ember here. I think they can run a very stable mid. Lina could be in that pool of heroes as well.
Yeah, someone to hit the tombstone if needed, right? In the mid laner, I think Lina is probably the one that comes to mind. Or if Turkey wants to look for that post 4, there's always the Snapfire that they could select. Obviously, that is just exclusively for the tombstone. But for Great Britain, now they have this Beastmaster. I am guessing this Undying for now is going to be the post 4.
Well,
it's kind of still up in the air, right?
So I think it is still a flex pos 4, pos 5. Unfortunately, it's a bit hard sometimes to gauge what they're going to play. Obviously, when you have such an easy flex hero, but Jakiro comes out.
That's
I think that means, Jakiro plus 5, Undying 4.
That's just crazy strong laning presence, right? I mean, Undying and Beastmaster, super torturous to play against, and then you have a Jakiro, just harassing your offlaner with the dual breath. Not many offlaners can kind of withstand that kind of punishment, especially I think level 1, level 2 dual breath, even level 1 dual breath can really push the support away, and probably one of the few post 5s that can withstand or can dish out that punishment and take it the same.
Yeah. It is still insane to think about. The gap between Dual Breath level 1 and level 2 is literally double damage.
Yeah.
I like that the Legion Commander pick, though. Like, you talked about Dual Breath, Liquid Fire. They're both damage over time, and he has that press the attack. And it's something that can buff the Gyrocopter up in the mid-game. Getting that Ag shot on Legion Commander gives that the free BKB to Gyro to reset his debuffs, to get all that off him as well.
So with that, I mean, Great Britain, they obviously revealed both the support. On Turkey's side, now you kind of need to anticipate these two strong supports from Great Britain in lane. Obviously, Legion Commander can hold her own to a certain degree, probably put 2 points in and press the attack. But what is there left for Team Turkey to kind of slow down this tempo? I was thinking of like a Wyvern or a...
Weaver
Okay, never mind. They
4.
picked the Weaver 4.
Yeah, I was going to say I do love your Snapfire suggestion, but Weaver is in the pool. Weaver also does very well up against some of these support heroes, and obviously does well against the Beastmaster because there's so many bugs that come through. You can slow down that push.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Not affected by the Tombstone as well. So I guess now they have some ways to deal with the Undying Tombstone, right? Press the attack, of course the Germinate attack from the Weaver, and of course the Weaver doesn't really get, it's not really too bothered with the Shukuchi as well. Once he gets the Aghanim Scepter, it really feels like Team Turkey, they are reverting back to just what they are best at. This protect the gyrocopter com, even though there's no IO Wyvern, but the Legion Commander Weaver kind of still fits the puzzle pieces just right.
Yeah, it's going to feel a bit janky comparative to IO and obviously that Winter Wyvern. They're both very conventional supports where Legion Weaver, they do a good job, like you said, but Ags is going to take a while. This Weaver's Ags is going to be quite slow to get to, and they've gone Lunar, so this is a really fast-paced team from Great Britain. Like, you max that Lunar Blessing, you get the Helm of the Dominator on Beastmaster, even the Helm of the Overlord, and all of a sudden you've got a Deathball lineup where even your supports can help push. Tombstone helps, and obviously the Dual Breath and the Liquid Fire help as well.
Yeah. Does Turkey have a way to stop this in terms of the draft? They haven't picked up that mid laner yet, but let's strike with a shard, I suppose.
The thing is, then you have to wait 20 minutes. By 20 minutes, they might have actually taken all your tier 2s already, and maybe even some pressure on the tier 3s. I was going to say Lena would be good for them, but they actually banned it out themselves. So
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure what the game plan will be from here for them.
I suppose if not that, then Ember with Maelstrom, that could kind of be a good substitute, I reckon.
Yeah, I could see that. That could work. I don't love the pace of play that Ember's going to bring. So, I feel like Ember's timings won't hit the same windows. Like, his Maelstrom won't be at the same time as Gyro's first item. His Ags won't be at the same time as Gyro's BKB, and it'll feel a bit janky. They'll be waiting for each other to be powerful. Void Spirit Band is good. This is the problem with mid lane right now. It feels like if it's not a Spirit, if it's not the Shrek, if it's not Lena or Puck, everything else feels like a tier below. Like Queen of Pain, Pugna, Bat Rider all feel a bit worse for wear.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Turkey has an Invoker player. I guess there really isn't too much anti-push in the mid right now.
Yeah,
What else do we have? I actually can't think of any.
See what they do.
Dire
Because
team ban.
their mid laner, he plays Void, he plays Puck. TA is still in the pool.
Oh
And he
yeah,
does play Invoker, so they could run an Invoker or a TA. I don't love TA into Jakiro, but if they just really need something just to hold down the fort in that mid lane and have that negative armor reduction team, that could be something they look at.
yeah. TA was banned by Syrah in all 3 games. There's a lot of respect towards Neon, so maybe that could be a choice. But I mean, TA, not really the longest tag range, even with the Dragon Lance, right? There's a lot of ways that Great Britain can just burn through the refraction stack. So
Team picked.
Ember Spirit will be banned by Great Britain. We are left with Storm, but Storm is not the best at clearing waves.
Yeah,
Turkey.
and Storm into Jakiro is really awkward because he puts the Ice Path down, and if you make a mistake at any point, you get stunned by the Ice Path and you just die instantly.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what Turkey wants to go for. I mean, it feels like
5
it's
seconds remaining.
would you say it's an outdraft? It just feels like Great Britain are just playing what they are comfortable with, right? The Invoker comes out for Turkey. Probably one of the few mid laners that can kind of deep push with the Meteor, Ice Path, Tornado.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't much left for them. I was basically going to say they're stuck to Invoker or Leshrac.
10 seconds.
And I don't love Leshrac here, and Invoker is passable. Issue I'm going to have with Invoker is if he goes Quaswex, he wants to build the Urn, but then what does Weaver build? And if he goes Exhort, well, he's an Exhort Invoker against the Queen of Pain. He's probably going to lose the lane.
I mean, if he goes Quaswex and he buys the Urn, perhaps Weaver can go for something like a Solar Crest into an Axe.
That could be playable. The thing with Weaver, the reason why I think Urn's so strong is, A, he always wants to be at every single team fight. He wants to be involved. He wants to get Shikuchis through. And B, he actually needs the damage. Without the Urn damage, he doesn't get kills. So it's a huge downside to not building it on the boss for Weaver.
So Great Britain's draft, it does look kind of stronger than what Turkey have, right? In fact, I think we're seeing a post 5 Undying. It's a 4 Jakiro. I mean, Jakiro Beastmaster.
That makes a lot of sense here, considering that they've shown the Legion off lane. So Legion versus Undying is notoriously terrible for Legion, because obviously a lot of his damage comes from those auto attacks and the hits back when they have to press the attack and the counter attack going. And if you have no damage, well, you're not really going to get anything out of the Moment of Courage procs.
So what are we looking for in Team Turkey right now? Obviously the draft, we're waiting for like those key items, right? This Axe on Weaver, the dilemma between the Urn charges. They have both heroes, the two heroes that want to earn the shard on Sneaky. Whereas for Great Britain, you've already kind of foreshadowed this 20-minute death ball, that's gonna threaten the high ground. So what can Turkey do to slow that down?
Well, their best bet is obviously if they can get an early enough Ags on guard so he can farm quickly, and then that way they can play 4v5 Dota until he gets his BKB. And then the big window for them is obviously Sneaky's Blink Dagger, and eventually Neon will build the Aghanims himself and have that Cataclysm. Those are two huge item timings for them, and they just hope they're going to get it before Great Britain starts to death ball here.
I'm slightly concerned about the laning phase as well. It feels pretty hard for Turkey to do much, right? In those lanes. You have both the supports of Great Britain have ways to poke. Obviously, you already discussed a bit about the Undying into Legion, and in the bottom lane, you get the Jakiro that is constantly spamming that dual breath into the Weaver Gyro. So, the Bane Gyro perhaps. But either way, I think the pokes it feels overwhelming early on.
Yeah, it is very hard to deal with. And they've already decided that Weaver is going to build towards that medallion. He's got the Sage's Mask queued up, and he's already got the Blightstone purchase. So that solves that issue. It does mean it's a Quaswex Invoker. Quaswex Invoker against Queen of Pain's usually quite even. So we'll have to see how it pans out there.
Feels like that is kind of the best way to navigate around this, right? Around this situation.
Yeah. Well, a big fight on the rune though.
Oh boy, there is a decay into dual breath. Super deadly to deal with. Of course, Avalanche is gonna be the recipient of that. First blood for Tanner. No contest at all.
Sim might take a lot of damage here. He can just TP or walk. It's up to him.
He decides to walk away.
So far, it looks pretty stock standard everyone's build. So Sim obviously going straight for the Helm of the Iron Will, rushing towards the Helm of the Dominator. This is a window they can abuse, by the way. That 950 gold takes a while to get to, and Bane's a pretty good level 1, level 2 style hero.
Will they be able to abuse that timing though? You have of course, the Jakiro and the Beastmaster. Bane, yeah, he can set up for the Rocket Barrage, but overall, just the practicality of it. Can Turkey do anything to abuse the timing before the Invoker makes a move from the mid lane?
It will be hard, but Bane's doing everything he can, breaks the courier there, And you can see how they're playing already. Like Avalanche, as long as he's getting farm, they're not pressuring too hard. It'll come down to this level 3, I think. He'll get level 2, level 3. The Helm of the Iron Will be on the Courier, and let's see if they can make something happen during that window.
Yeah, right now it feels like it's just survival mode for Avalanche, right? It's getting pelted by dual breath and liquid fire. They really want to kick him out of the lane. He does have those regen running, and of course that early magic stick.
Yeah. I mean, all things considered, I think this might be one of those lanes where you don't even bother leveling Rocket Barrage. You just start maxing your Black Cannon, and you start pushing the lane as hard as you physically can.
Yeah, just going. I suppose he would go into the jungle pretty early in this game, and then like they would just have to surrender this bot tier 1. Don't really have too much D push, right? You know, the D push is like overwhelming odds, just a couple of flat cannon shots and the invoker spells. But other than that, it's not really that strong to hold back a Beastmaster with an extra creep, with an extra pet with him.
Yeah, and once they get the Helm of the Overlord, the Ancient, I don't see them killing the Ancient for quite some time. I think there's going to be a huge window here where they've just got a Mud Golem or hopefully a Thunderhide, and they'll just run amok. Speaking of top lane,
it's like the Granite Golem extra. Is it like 30% health? It's a lot of HP.
What, 15%? I think it's 15% extra health.
There's a lot of damage traded out between these two. Obviously, T. Governor, he is staying alive, just surviving on those DK charges. His Sneaky and Wasen, they are not afraid to kind of man fight this Undying Luna. The overwhelming odds is a bit out of range, not able to cast itself. Meanwhile, Chef puts himself in Nightmare, but still goes down. And yeah, there's nothing the Avalanche can do.
Yeah, these defensive Nightmares up against the Dual Breath, up against the Liquid Fire, they're pretty garbage. Let's not beat around the bush. It's one of the hardest things to defend. That damage over time just breaks it instantly.
Sneaky will get himself salted up as well. Of course, we looking at this Undying. This T after trying to constantly just DK. He does only have that one stack in the magic stick, so not really much for this Undying to work with. So gotta wait for the regen to be ferried out. And of course, Wasen, he's hunting for T Governor. One last Shukuchi should do the job, but 4 seconds away. I think this Undying should be able to heal up just enough to survive that.
Yeah,
Getting it. We get 2 points in the Lucent Beam for the Luna. And of course, Tana will contest the pool. Yeah, I mean, Turkey, they just have to let it go.
I don't mind the 2 levels in Lucent Beam. This is a lane that they can actually get kills. Usually you don't level Beam unless you can get kills, and obviously the Undying dropping their health pool at low makes the lane a bit easier that way.
Should be able to find a courier. Wasen is hunting for it. No, they were able to steer the courier to safety. Of course, Tana will deny their own ward after clearing out the block. This is the bit of poke onto Chef. And Avalanche is turning around with a homing missile. Obviously, again, like you pointed out, he's holding that 1 point. No, not really putting much into. Actually, put it into stats. We're looking at a Gyrocopter, which is gonna be full stats, flat cannon, go into the jungle, and hopefully just hyper farm. Same as the Luna, I suppose. T Governor actually just kills off this Weaver in the top lane.
Yeah, and that's the 2 levels Lucent Beam. He had the 2 stacks, or the 8 rather, of Decay, the 2 uses. So the Weaver was walking bot lane.
Oh, the rotation at level 6 from Azantik. 2 quick kills for Great Britain in the bot lane.
Yeah, and Helm of the Dominator is 100 gold away, and obviously Gyro Bane both being dead. He's going to get it with this wave. I mean, he missed the last hit. We won't talk about it. He missed 2, actually.
It's gonna take another 30 seconds. That's okay, they can live with it. I mean, if with this early Helm of the Dominator, it feels like we are fast tracking to that death ball. Some body block from T Governor onto Sneaky, but of course this Legion Commander is a bit fast, so can get away. But that also means that T Governor effectively just kicked him out of his own lane. Free farm for the Luna as Tana makes its way to the mid lane to secure that illusion rune, giving nothing to the invoker.
Yeah, very nice play. And Xantic's probably just going to steal the bounty rune here anyway. So there's actually 2 bounty runes there if he realizes.
Yeah, EMP cold snap with the Azantic. It's not enough to kill off the Queen of Pain regardless. Bottom lane a bit of a scuffle once more as Wasent will lose his life. This Weaver came down only to be burned to death by this dual-headed dragon. And of course the Helmet Dominator. They got the Wild Wing. So the tornado is really gonna sting. Sneaky getting chased down by both Bill and T. Governor. And this also feels like this Legion Commander is not able to do much. In fact, I don't think he was able to accomplish much in the lane itself. He even has the Helmet of the Iron Will. It's for the armor regen and building into the armlet. But we'll see if Neon can make something happen. Does have the cold snap EMP, so this should allow him to kill off Tanner regardless. But with Sen, he's taking so much damage from the Wild Wing. In fact, Argentina rotates in. They get the Rod to stop Avalanche in play. Chef is desperately trying to kill off Tanner, and he will get the kill. But Avalanche will need to TP out. The Wild Wing come in, they patch him to death. 3 kills for Great Britain and Turkey. They only got a support.
Yeah, it was a deny actually. So Neon missed. There was 2 missed last hits on him. Azantic missed uphill twice. And then obviously the neutral camp saved him. Still a terrible rotation there. Great Britain bringing everyone, getting the kills, and they didn't even commit Sonic Wave here. So look towards mid lane for Sneaky just to explode here in about 1 second. Yep.
Yep, there we go. Yes. Completely blows up the Legion Commander. And she had to be mid, right? She got kicked out of her own top lane. Neon was rotating to the bot. Feel like Legion Commander just trying to absorb some farm and experience. But even then, he was not shown any mercy. This is the pace that Great Britain wanted to play at. It feels like they are really like accelerating, the whole tempo of the game.
Yeah, and surprisingly, a 3rd level in Lucent Beam committed. That's how much they want to fight here. Tower goes down. Bane has to bail out here. And now we're going to see what happens. Does Sim start launching towards this tier 2 and start putting pressure down in the bot lane? Or does he rotate towards mid and start doing the same to this mid tower?
It feels like he can just pressure the bot lane, right? Who is going to stop him from Turkey? I don't think there's anyone.
It almost has to be Gyro, but Gyro doesn't want to be there. And now the supports are going to battle it out, defending this ward.
Yeah, of course, the Tombstone committed as well. Chef will be forced to put Tanner to sleep. They have Wasent around. Doesn't feel like he's gonna do anything. I mean, Tanner, he has 3 points in Dual Breath, 2 in Liquid Fire. Chef is burned to a pulp. Azanti just plays in with a Scream of Pain for a dominating streak.
Yeah, and here we go. You force out the rotation. Sim just comes in mid lane, and there goes your tower.
Yeah, there's 0 counterplay. I mean, at this point of time, even Gyrocopter, the one guy who has the ability to stop it all is not ready yet. He's building straight into the Chrysalis, right? That's how desperate times are for Turkey to come up with a solution. They use the call down and want to go on Bill. Mass TP from Great Britain will ensure that Bill will survive. Azantic is rotating, and of course Sim is also following suit as well. Chef will tank the Queen of Pain. There's the Prestige attack to bring in to safety, well, at least for a while. Primal Rose can knock Chef back into the arms of Great Britain. Sonic Wave completely misses. But Great Britain now take control of the top lane after taking the mid tier 1.
Yeah, and Sim actually tips his own Queen of Pain after the big waste of a Sonic Wave. But
could have been a perfect game, you know.
Yeah. Oh, three. Dodged that. This is the kind of play, like you talk about pace of play and like how Great Britain are dominating here. It's only going to get worse because their items haven't really come through yet. Sim's about to have the Helmet of the Overlord. He's, less than 2,000 away now? And Tanner's building a Meteor Hammer on the Jakiro. They really do not like towers today.
They really want to end this. I mean, they wanted to play the series quickly, but Turkey had to extend it, so they're not happy. They want to end it quick. To be very fair, they were the ones who requested us to start on time, so now they're kind of accelerating the game pace.
Yeah, it is a question mark whether or not they wanted to start on time to let Turkey cool down. Have that emotion so high.
We discussed about that, you bring the hype down. It's a big brain play from Great Britain.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly within the rules. Like, if there's a scheduled start time, and team agrees to it. Why not? I'd force them to wait and annoy them. If I had nothing else to do that day. Oh, smoke gank for Bill here, by the way.
But
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧？
I think they know
这
that.
么菜，你的队友不会生气。
Yeah, I
They
mean the
just
Luna
get-
is. I believe they saw the smoke under that ward. You can see Bill leaves the jungle and T Governor immediately tips Neon. And meanwhile, they are looking for Sneaky. I mean, Great Britain, they're taking over the whole map. Is it too early to say that Turkey needs Great Britain to start throwing some fights to come back?
It's never too early to say that. You can always hope for someone to throw if you're a Team Turkey fan. They've still got plays though. Like they've still got the Spirit Vessel being built up. They've still got the Solar Crest being built up. They haven't got the blink yet on Sneaky. He hasn't been able to click the ultimate button. Oh no, that's a dead Weaver. They didn't beat.
Time lapses.
Bill just held the beam.
Give him a passage of life. They take a courier in return. They were waiting under the sentry. Like they saw was sent. But even then, you know, this Invoker and Weaver, they're sharing experience and farm. Well, they did get the Nightmare, and now they're gonna get the Grip. There should be a kill onto Bill. There's nothing that Great Britain can do. Wissant will happily take that bounty.
Yeah, a nice little kill there. And like you said, it's what do they need to do? They need to just get kills on the board. Unfortunately, they're going to lose their Ancient Stack for it.
Oh,
and
boy.
Helm the Dominator is coming. Helm the Overlord, rather. I think.
At
Has
this,
he got the whole thing? Surely not.
with how long Great Britain has spent inside that Radiant Triangle, I'm inclined to believe that they stacked that stack. Because Primal Raw on top of the Legion Commander. Good Nightmare, but the Sonic Wave just blows through 3 of them. Legion Commander will go down. EMP Tornado used as well. Was then busy taking out the Tombstone, and they will lose Chef while that was all happening. Was then now kind of not really dusted up, but trapped in the trees. They will try to beat him to death. He's waiting for the Shikuchi to come back up. Does time lapse in time as TP comes in from the Gyrocopter. The Jakiro is out. Tana wants nothing to do with the fight anymore. Of course, I don't think also TP's away. T-Governor will be the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, not a bad... once again, like, that is a last second time lapse to save some semblance of the fight. They still lose it partially, obviously, because of the push and the kills on the core versus support. But at the end of the day, you have to live with that kind of fight just to get levels and charges of this Spirit Vessel on the Invoker.
We get the Solar Crest completed, and of course now the Weaver is going to try and get that axe as soon as possible. That's also some time for the Gyrocopter, right? He's just got his Chrysalis done, trying to make his way towards his own axe. That's gonna take a while. Only has the Blade of Alacrity being shipped to him, and of course losing the Ancient Stacks early on really, you know, didn't help at all. In fact, we are seeing this very aggressive war behind the tier 2 of the Radiant side. OT Governor just walks onto high ground, and of course loses his life.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, again, support's dying, not the end of the world. We'll have to see how they play here, because Wissant is actually coming into the high ground here.
He has absolutely no fear. Of course, he has a Solar Crest, and he's really annoying the heck out of Bill. Actually trying to man fight this Luna. I think he can do that, right? They don't really have detection. Because Sim is TPing in, so Wissant has to be careful. They get to sleep on this Queen of Pain, but Wissant is too far forward. Time lapses, gets out of the triangle, as they're able to take down the courier of T-Governor. So Turkey making some pretty good adjustments to deal with Great Britain.
Yeah, and obviously the whole time Gyro is farming. That's probably the big one. Mid lane? Oh, they don't get anything done.
Wasn't able to blink out in time. And Wissant, he's cutting the waves. He is behind that top tier 2. And of course, he's drawing a lot of attention. Something that this Weaver definitely enjoys for a bit. Dusted up. And that was just the damage from the Jakiro. Wissant can't really TP out. One last Liquid Fire and a Scream of Pain along with the DK. They will kill him off, and they will now immediately smoke up.
And something we didn't talk about, but they killed a courier, and it happened to be Sim's courier. The Sim courier that had the Helm of the Overlord on it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So that's down for another 90 seconds. They wouldn't have...
Oh boy.
Kill.
That's the Eclipse. It will still kill off Chef, for sure. Really don't want to give Turkey any opportunity, but checking on Sneaky, he is very close to that Blink Dagger. Also has an armlet online, so
Is under attack.
he can certainly frontline a bit. they start getting that dual damage, racked up. 60 minutes in and still no duels yet. They even get a chance. And Chef just loses courier in the meantime.
Yeah, and now bot lane, Sneaky might be in a really rough place here. They might just drop the tomb in the bushes.
Right, they cut the trees. T-Governor now sees him, uses the flesh golem. Of course, he will use the press the attack, but the slow from that Dundai is too much. They use the raw and the beam. Because why not? Take out this leader commander, and the bot tier 2 will crumble. They've yet hit the 20-minute mark, but this is kind of what you expect from Great Britain's draft. It's threatening that high ground, forcing those TPs in. And Chef, he is in danger, getting ran at under his tier 3. Below 70 minutes, and that's Tanner's Meteor Hammer. They are really just breaking down the towers of Turkey. That's gonna be at least one set of racks.
Yeah, and you know what's strange? Like, we got to see Great Britain day one, and they look shaky. Like, that's probably the easiest way I could explain it. What happened? What happened in 24 hours to them just dominate day 2? And this is looking like an absolute stomp so far. 8k, tier 3, and entire racks gone at 7. I was talking about the 20-minute death ball. They don't even have Helm of the Overlord. They don't have the Blink yet. They don't have max level Tombstone. They only just got it in that fight.
Yeah.
It's insane how much they can do here to almost completely break Turkey's will to play.
Yeah, I mean, day one, they were, I suppose, for lack of a better word, messing around a bit. They tie up that series that we saw, and of course, game 1 we had a lot of funny moments. T-Governor diving tier 2s, like at level 5. They kind of dropped the ball in that game, but it's the grand finals. There's a lot at stake. I guess to allow them to travel to Singapore for that main event. We want to end as quick and as convincing as possible. Another 3-man smoke. This is definitely the collapse in this on this top lane. Avalanche will still get the tower. We'll see if Great Britain can connect on the retreating members of Turkey.
Yeah, I don't think they will unless T-Gov just puts yeah, there's the ward. They're actually going to find someone here for sure.
Yeah, they do see everyone. Because Avalanche can start farming the camp. T-Government's gonna walk up high ground. They bring in Bill as well with Sen. He's just gonna try and take out his Tombstone, but Avalanche, he's the one in danger. Good Nightmare. Negate some damage. Not that it matters too much. Easy setup for the Sonic Wave and Meteor Hammer. 2 deaths for Turkey. And this is gonna be Roshan for Great Britain. Almost 90 minutes in. They have the Helm of the Overlord. If I'm not... Yeah, with the Beastmaster. Nothing that Turkey can do to stop this.
And the part that I love most about this is the fights they've taken. They took a fight down at the tier 2 bot lane. They won that. They took a tier 2, took the racks. Then they take a fight right next to the Ancients on the Radiant side. Closest objective, it's Roshan. They instantly take that up and now look to see this disgusting push that they're putting through. Because they didn't actually commit that much. Like, yeah, they used all their ultimates, but they don't need any of them to push.
Is there a way for Turkey to stop this? I mean, we just saw the axe being picked up by the gyrocopter.
I think potentially if Gyro gets like a 5-man cooldown and gets all these flat cannon auto attacks down, the issue I'm finding already is they built a Midas on Neon, on the Invoker, and they built an armlet, like 2 greedy personal items, and Great Britain just abused the hell out of that window.
You can see there's the Manta dodge, Flat Cannon out as well. They drop the Tornado, the Macro Pyre from Tana alongside the Ice Path. That is gonna put a bit of pressure and clear out the entire lane. I mean, those creep waves can't even get out of the base.
Yeah, and they're using the big Ancient Black Dragon to push out the mid lane as well.
Yeah, just look at this disgusting Liquid Fire Meteor Hammer. How do you stop that? Wustan is going in. Trying to look for a target, but I don't think his team is able to follow up with that. You know, T-Governor is on the high ground, but Great Britain have a sentry, so Westan has to be extra careful. This push is just going to continue, right? Bill is still holding on to that first life. Meanwhile, Westan, he's ducking and diving as the Avalanche is getting clobbered to death. Even the Nightmare is not sufficient, but at least they got that Aegis out of the hands of Bill. Problem is, there's no buyback for the gyrocopter there, and so they need to rely on this glyph to delay the push.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds rude 21 minutes in, but I think this is close to pack it up territory for Team Turkey for game 1. We have seen, however, 1 losses are not the end of the world for Team Turkey. Obviously, last series they brought.
They get the duel. This might be the damage. Sunstride on top. The damage doesn't come through, but they do get rid of the Luna. Buyback from Chef. He wants to rejoin the fight. The Ice Path catching Neon, but it seems like Great Britain, they're running out of gas as the leader commander now rejoins the fight as well. Azantik will blink away as Chef does take down to the Shadow Strike, I believe. GEG Dota, he is walking in. He's gonna give his life away. Avalanche will take the kill. As the Jakiro also dies. Tanner goes down. That's a killing spree streak going over to Turkey. But at the cost of 2 buybacks and 1 tier 3.
Yeah, it's strange to think 2 buybacks, but you kill 3 heroes, and yet you still somehow profit there. The issue is, like, that was a bit of a clowny engage there. Now the ultimates are all back up. Let's see what Great Britain do when they're all spawning up. They've got a Blink Dagger purchased and completed on Sim. So he's going to be able to Blink engage onto the Legion Commander most likely here.
Again, that pet dragon is the extra armor in general is just so hard to do with, right? I mean, Sim, he has the dive bomb, so he's ready to make some very nasty ganks.
And I believe Wizzent is going to most likely die here.
They found him. Do they have a detection? No, they don't have a dust. So Wizzent should be able to scurry out of the way. Of course, they're gonna cut the tree with the axes and use the primal rod to lock him in place.
Yeah, having to use the Roar for that's a bit sad for Great Britain. But again, Team Turkey, they're buying time, they're delaying the game. That's exactly what they need to do. The Ags is 300 gold away for Neon. He's so close to that Cataclysm, which can turn this fight. Give them a potential way into this game.
We need to take a bit more. We need to buy a bit more time. But Great Britain, obviously not the patient team, not the patient people. They want to keep pushing down those lanes. The top is already shoved in. They turn their attention to mid. But at least for Avalanche, he now has some room to clear out the bot wave. Even though in terms of net worth, obviously the Luna is leading just because of how far Great Britain is ahead of Turkey. But I would say Gyrocopter is making pretty decent progress towards his BKB.
Yeah, he needs it too. Like, he's got the Ags, like you said. They're going to smoke out of the base. That's high risk. Oh, okay, that's a bit better. They're going to stay in the base, just invisible. Push out the waves with the Gyrocopter. See if they can bait a favorable team fight for themselves.
Great Britain, they just take it slow. Perhaps wait for the next Roshan. They have wards on the Radiant Triangle. So that's definitely not where Turkey can successfully win a fight. In fact, GEG Governor, he showed himself very early on. That's an extra dual range. They drop the Cataclysm onto Bill and need a bit more damage. They grip them out. He mantas, but he still dies. But the Macro Pyre onto 2 members on the side of Turkey will take them out. Of course, you have Azantik in the back line. Gyrocopter has already escaped. It's Neon, not so lucky though. Avalanche thought he ran away, but they caught him. He's gonna go down for 53 seconds.
Yeah, and they might even lose the... Oh, the Invoker just gets away. But they managed to kill Bill. Like you said, the best outcome for them. Oh, they lose another one.
Oh, the dive bomb. Can't even move. The Orchid into dive bomb. That's gonna be another set of racks. And I feel like that was kind of Turkey's best chance, right? They got everything right, but Bill just stayed alive for a bit too long.
Yeah, I mean, everything got dropped on his head. He has the Skadi, no BKB, so once that duel ended, there wasn't really a way to save the rest of the fight. But you said 1 Rax, this is looking like the rest of their base is potentially going down.
Oh, Chef is gonna die. Shadow Strike will take him out. He can't even get the Brain Stab off as Azantik gets away. Of course, the Tana did buy back, and you see Bill, he is just casually strolling down that middle lane. By the time he joins his team, it would be Mega Crips. The Flat Cannon. Is it enough though? Is it enough to crit GEG Dota to death? Nah, he just pops the smoke. Gets away.
I love that. I could die here, or I could just waste one of my smokes. Look at his items, by the way. Like, we talked about Death Ball Dota. He has Phase Boots, Medallion, and a drum.
And that's GG.
Yeah, that's...
Wait,
I mean,
what? Yeah. I mean, there's no way. So, Is this the average time, or do you think it took slightly longer for Great Britain to end this? We were looking at 20 minutes. Obviously, they broke high ground at 17. But
I didn't think it was going to be a 20-minute GG. Like, I thought what happened at 16 minutes was going to happen at 20, and the game might have been delayed enough to go to like 30, 35, and then maybe Team Turkey win a team fight. But Great Britain, they were ready to just pack this one in as soon as possible. They maxed every single spell of push. They bought pushing items, and they're just like, you know what? What are you going to do? You pick this greedy lineup with the Invoker Midas. You pick the Gyro. There's actually nothing you can do in these team fights, and they abused that timing almost perfectly.
So if going into game 2, obviously something has to change for Turkey, right? In terms of just the bans, how they draft against Great Britain. Is it worth investing that ban into, I don't know, the Beastmaster or the Undying? Obviously, you have to give up one of that ban slot, that hero, to open up, the ban for this Death Ball composition. But what is the solution for Turkey right now?
If you're that worried about Death Ball, Beastmaster is the hero you need to ban. So the problem with that is there's still heroes like Lycan, there's still the Legion, there's still the potential Tide, the Magnus, they can Death Ball pretty heavily too. I think at the end of the day, Turkey need to reset. They need to pick lane dominating heroes. Like Bane's pretty good in lane, but Gyro's not. So that lane's very hard to play. Invoker against Quap, also quite a rough matchup. And then Legion with Weaver doesn't ever win against Undying. Like Undying's almost impossible to beat in lane. So for them, they just need to reset, play the lanes a bit stronger, and then hopefully prevent the Death Ball by just being on even footing.
Yeah, and hopefully Turkey can, find a solution to this, because Great Britain they are one game away from securing that slot to the main event in December. We will go for a short break, and we will be back for game number 2 of this grand finals between Turkey and Great Britain.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Game Singapore 2021. It's the open qualifiers for Europe, and we are getting ready for Game 2. In fact, the draft has started between Great Britain and Turkey, where Great Britain, they just steamrolled Turkey in Game 1. We'll see if Turkey can bring it back and take us to a full series. Of course, with me is Poglet, my name is Husky, and can't wait to jump into the draft.
Yeah, already we're seeing a slightly different style, we'll say. Spirit Breaker didn't get banned straight off the bat, so Team Turkey realized that I think that ban was a bait, and it did absolutely nothing to stop
10
Great
seconds
Britain.
remaining.
And if anything, it might have actually helped them if they picked a Barrow instead of an
5
Undying, because the
seconds
Undying
remaining.
Tombstone did so much work.
And let's see if Great Britain will fulfill the expectations that everyone has been looking forward to with the Bara pick. And no, they take the Magnus.
Winter Wyvern, that's a decent counter with the Arctic Burn and obviously the Winter's Curse. You can slow down this Skewer Toss combo quite easily, and obviously the Cold Embrace saves the hero that gets grabbed.
Radiant team pick.
What do they come back with? ET, okay.
Alright, we kind of know where this is going. Seen this before. ET, of course, in that game, there was the ET was the position 3. So Great Britain, they did ban the IO ET in the first game, but that was the second phase ban. Turkey kind of starting off with their most comfortable opener, or one of their most comfortable opener. They did have the the gyrocopter, I believe, as that position 1. So Great Britain, if they watch that game too, they probably would try to adjust to what Team Turkey is trying to pull out in this game too.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see both Io and Gyro get banned, and they run an Enchantress. Okay, so something that's also really dominant in the early game. You get those creeps, you basically just completely rail into a lane, and you can slow down the ET quite heavily. The enchant.
Yesterday there was also a game where there was an Elder Titan pick, and the immediate response is an Ench, right? I think Dano also talked about how the Ench just you lane the Ench into the ET, it just completely nullifies whatever he has with that Astral Spirit. And this is regardless, right? Turkey ran it as a core, but now with the Ench around, it doesn't matter if it's a core or support, he's just not gonna get the buff from the Astral Spirit.
Yeah, it makes it almost impossible to play the hero. Like you want to max that Astral Spirit if you play the offlane and get all that stacks, but Dano was right. You basically just remove it. It's a dispellable buff. And what's worse is even if you don't play that way and you max the stomp, he can just send a creep at you. And he can send a Dark Troll Summoner, he can send a Centaur. And all of a sudden, you actually can't set up combos because you can't really commit to kill this creep because it doesn't do anything other than stun you. But you can't make your spells really efficient because they'll just stun you. They'll just slow down the fight enough for the Magnus to get in and blink and RP and kill half your team.
And I mean, it's pretty painful, right? You have a buff that gives you 500 damage, at one point, and the Ench just walks forward and removes it with one spell. But with the Ench now picked for Great Britain, if you're Turkey, would you still consider putting this Elder Titan as a core? Or do you want to just move it to support simply because there's almost no point playing it as a core at this stage of the game?
If you play it as a core, you need to rush Ags. That's the unfortunate reality of this. Because once you get Ags, obviously the BKB means you can't be dispelled. I would run it as a 4, just because 4 is less damaging. If you play it as an offlane, you no longer have an offlane hero.
So Io, Weaver, and Medusa banned by Great Britain, and Turkey will ban Luna, the Ursa, and the Lina. So a lot of these, this kind of the S tier cores being taken out. Obviously, I think we haven't seen any terribly, in this tournament. We've seen a couple of Spectres, but definitely not the TB.
5 seconds remaining.
TB. That is a spicy pick that does run the issue of it doesn't really do anything for 15-20 minutes. And we saw Great Britain ended the game in 20 minutes.
Naga? I think we saw Naga once.
We did. Naga is slowly creeping back into the meta. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but Naga is one of those heroes. If they don't have a illusion clearing hero, the game is actually impossible. Like you can't lose as Naga Siren if they don't have an illusion clearing hero.
Radiant team pick.
Let's see who they go for. They still want to run this Titan tree. I mean, they are committed. With Dark Willow in the support role. But that kind of allows this Ash just remove this position tree from the game, right? You know, for the first 20 minutes before his axe.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried. This ET Dark Willow lane might just get crunched. It does lead me to a potential Morphling pick here for Team Turkey. Morphling Dark Willow is a combo that's really strong against the Magnus. That Shadow Realm, the extra auto attack range, and obviously it does require getting an Aghanim Scepter, but it's not the biggest build up in the world for a carry.
I suppose you can always turn into like you can turn into the Wyvern. I mean, the Elder Titan isn't too bad if you can get the Astral Spirit BKB. It's a couple of good picks for a couple of good heroes to morph into if you are the Morphling. But Great Britain, they kind of double down on the Shadow Shaman. So even though it's not kind of the Beastmaster Undying, run at your towers, the Shaman and Mag, they kind of do the same thing, right? They have the huge pushing potential with the snakes, with the empower.
Yeah, this is starting to look a bit scary for Team Turkey. There's a window of time here where you have the Serpent Wards up, and you've got, like you said, the empower target. And I don't know if Team Turkey are going to be ready to defend towers. And we saw last game, Great Britain were very good at executing windows of time where they were powerful. And Team Turkey, it's still early to say. They haven't shown their cause. But already I'm seeing a giant flaw in their draft where they just won't be ready for the push coming through from the Serpent Wards.
Yeah, well, I mean, Great Britain probably would. They definitely would be looking, I don't know, for plus one that can kind of knock down towers. Of course, I wouldn't be surprised if they, commit to someone like a Lesh, right? Just run at the towers. I mean, Lifestealer kind of looks good. They go for the anti-mage, so
oh boy,
we will have a heck of a game.
I don't know how I feel about an anti-mage pick. So, Morphling now looks like the best hero to pick by far. Like, it's not even close. The issue is obviously Morphling versus Anti-Mage is a bit awkward, but you're not going the E-Blade build, so it is a bit better that way.
What else can Turkey go for into this Anti-Mage? Are we looking at Turkey, potentially wanting to match Great Britain, just picking a late game carry?
They got the Ember Spirit. Okay, so they haven't shown their carry. I do like the Ember. I think at this point there aren't many heroes that can actually match Anti-Mage. Like the Luna's already banned. There is the potential to play something like the TB, or playing off meta like a Ricky or a PA could be a lot of fun here.
Yeah, they banned the PA.
Yeah,
so that's out. Who else? Is the TB okay? Or can we still look at the Naga? I think that is the Naga still viable in this for Turkey.
10 seconds remaining.
So Naga, Shaman can hex one, Chant can steal one. It would be decent actually. They can't really clear all the illusions instantly. Yeah, I don't mind Naga. It's a slow game if they pick Naga.
Yeah, I suppose when you're playing against an anti-mage, the game is kind of destined to be slower, right? Ban the Slark, which makes sense. I mean, I don't think Great Britain has much ways to deal with the Slark. It's really up to Team Turkey to take out that one last mid laner. The Voice Spirit is still in, if they want to consider that. But at least they have that last pick. They actually banned the Kunkka, so Great Britain they have the Voice Spirit. They can pick the Lash if they want to. The Tinker is up this time. That was not bad now.
Tinker vs Ember's pretty rough though.
Yeah. That's why they picked the Ember, right? I
10
suppose.
seconds remaining.
To
Yeah,
kind of
they wanted a high mobility hero, but they might just they run the Invoker anyway. Oh my, this is an old school draft, an Alacrity empowered anti-mage.
It's all about build in this game. All about the anti-mage. Well, you get a free Battle Fury from the Empower. So I guess as an anti-mage player, you're definitely not going to complain. But now it's Turkey's turn to kind of respond to this, right? I mean, the TB, I don't know. It feels like the TB is one of the better choices that they could go for.
Slark's here as well. Slark's available. Oh, Slark got banned.
Oh, Slark is banned out,
boy.
yeah.
I feel like Great Britain knew exactly what they wanted to pick. PA Slark were the two suggestions I came up with, and they instantly banned them both. I think TB's solid here. Drow is actually not terrible. I don't hate the Drow pick. And obviously Morphling Ags for me here is completely fine.
But I think getting there would be the struggle, right? You have Invoker with most likely with a vessel just running around the map.
Yeah.
I mean, getting to that axe is.
You'd build like what? I'd probably just go man to Ags. You'd probably have it pre 20 minutes, and like the game shouldn't collapse that quickly. They go with a Sven.
Choose your hero.
Yeah.
Sven into Invoker Shadow Shaman. That sounds a bit rough.
It's one of the few heroes that can, man fight the AM if there's no interference. But other than that, catching the anti-mage is it's going to be a pain for Team Turkey. I'm not sure if they have. Actually, don't have much ways to catch the AM.
They almost have none. Like they've got Searing Chains and Winter's Curse. Everything else can be dodged pretty comfortably.
I mean, if at least for Turkey, if we look at the Sven, is there an unlimited time frame for this Sven to continuously skill, or do you think that like once we hit this critical mass, like 45 minutes into the game, Great Britain would just win by default because of the draft?
Honestly, the late game Sven is enough to carry this game. Like late game Sven is one of those heroes that hits so hard with God Strength that the scaling of anti-mage is kind of irrelevant because you can just two-shot the supports and all of a sudden it's a 5v3 fight. The issue is getting to that point is going to be much harder for him because he doesn't have any empowers. Like we're not just talking about the spell. I just mean things that can buff him up, which is why like things like Ogre Mage have always been playable. You just give a buff to your core. And for this one, Team Turkey has none. They might get a Solar Crest eventually, but Anti-Mage is going to have Alacrity, Anti-Mage is going to have a Solar Crest, Anti-Mage is going to have an Empower, and all of a sudden he gets all these free items and abilities that will just make him insanely hard to deal with.
But here it is, game 2 of this grand finals. Of course, we're playing a best of 3 series. Turkey and Great Britain. I mean, after witnessing Great Britain roll over Turkey in game 1, and of course the previous victory against Georgia, which was safe to say a whitewash. Turkey's
Very
chances, yeah, very similar, right? Just that the game was a bit longer in that first series.
I don't even know if they were. They were like 25 to 35 minutes.
The first one was 35, if I'm not mistaken.
30 seconds to battle.
But we'll have to see. I mean, I'm hoping Turkey mount a comeback after they played so well to get here. It'd be a shame if they just tapped to 20-minute GGs. But at the end of the day, if Great Britain perform like they did last game, they should be able to walk away with this one quite comfortably.
Yeah. Maybe not at 26 minutes, but they still should be able to have an edge over Turkey. So now I'm just kind of looking at how this Sven is gonna be weaved into the entire game. Now obviously they are up against the Shaman and the Magnus. So the top lane you have the Sven Winter Wyvern. I guess it isn't too bad. But I'm particularly worried about Sneaky on this Elder Titan simply because there's an Ench.
Yeah, I don't think he has a game of Dota to play. Like, he's building a Meteor Hammer first item. So, like, he understands that his normal way of playing, the Phase Boots, the Mask of Madness, the Ags, they're not going to come at a decent timing. Let's just commit and build something that D pushes.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, the Edge just removes everything you have with one spell, right? It can get a bit too daunting. It's there. I don't believe there's any other like direct counters that renders your hero completely useless in the game, right? Other than
Oracle is
SHET.
the same for Enchantress. Like, Oracle has the Purge, and obviously
Right.
it's more spammable, if anything.
Yeah, we haven't seen any Oracle. In fact, Oracle hasn't been too popular of a pick. Is it because we are looking at all these like lane dominant supports that Oracle doesn't fit into that into that hero pool?
The thing is, a lot of high mobility cores get picked nowadays, and they just jump on Oracle and kill him instantly. Where most supports now, they either have like a big lockdown spell that they can just use and walk away, or they're tanky enough not to die instantly. Oracle doesn't really fit either of those.
Oh, an Avalanche. He is going to be zapped by the Aether Shock. Let's Tanner with the first blood. Something that you definitely did not want to happen if you're Turkey. You know, losing that Sven.
And already the lanes are starting to shape up quite positively for the side of Great Britain.
But the middle lane is the most even one in terms of matchup. It's safe to say that. I mean, the Magnus is... They killed the Sven right now, so the Magnus is going to pull a hit. A bottom lane is Elder Titan is going to suffer as well because of the Ench. So Turkey, are they relying on Neon? It's like, it feels like Neon is going to be the guy that really dictates the game.
The problem with Neon, he's gone 2 levels in the Flame Guard, which against the Crossfax Invoker is quite hard. Tornado just breaks your Flame Guard. So I'm curious to see how he plays them out, like, around this. Because right now, every time he Flame Guards, he can just get it instantly removed. And most people these days just max Sleight of Fist to avoid that situation.
There's actually 2 ways to remove the Flame Guard. Tornado and the Enchant, I believe, also takes out the Flame Guard, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be rough. Would it be better if you just go for Sleight of Fist, like max Sleight of Fist, and just try to last it and harass with that? I mean, into a Crossfax Invoker, he does have that innate regen that kind of nullifies all these minor pokes, but would it be better than having the Flame Guard?
Yeah, that's the common way of playing this matchup, but again, maybe Neon just has a plan to completely dodge the lane and just give up on it and jungle. That could be something on the cards here.
Yeah, I suppose that's a way to approach it. That kind of brings up another concern. Like, if he dodges the lane, then you kind of need the side lanes to be able to hold their own, right? Someone to hold that mid lane. But obviously Sneaky, he's getting harassed by this Ench. The Sven is not looking too hot either into this Magnus. He's at 9 last hits and 2 denies. Yeah, Great Britain, they're playing aggressively under the tier 1, and there's nothing the Avalanche can do about it.
Yeah, and like you can tell already, like all the denies coming through. 7 on Magnus, another 4 from Tana on the Shadow Shaman. This is a disaster lane for Sven so far.
Feels like it's gonna get worse. It can only get worse from here on out. Is this where the support just goes into the jungle and start stacking up camps? And just making sure that
Willow should be, yes. I think the Winter Weapon kind of has to be in the lane, otherwise Sven dies.
T-Guff now, he's just gonna trade with Wasen. First crown out, Sneaky is gonna retract the Astral Spirit and go straight for the Enchantress. They got the Bramble Maze, of course the enchant removes that buff, but the Shadow Round to finish off the Ench build. Now wants to look for the Dark Widow. He does have the slow from the Orbital Venom, so that Verifier is only kept Wasen alive for so long. That's gonna be a kill. Both supports traded in that bot lane.
Yeah, much better though for the anti-mage. Bill getting solo experience is always good. His level 6 is obviously going to be stronger than Sneaky's because Sneaky's never going to have mana, basically. He's going to live in this lane, sub 50 mana at all times.
Okay, the bottle refill for Neon. That's definitely something, but EMP quickly thrown out. Bramble Mace, not gonna root down as on tick. He just, navigates his way around that spell. As Avalanche, he is getting completely pushed out of the jungle by this one Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, and Sim actually is going quite greedy. He's already leveling in power. He misses the shockwave as well.
Now, solo experience for Chef, but it's not getting any easier for this Wyvern, right? The moment Arctic Burns expire, I foresee Tana just running at him and just punching him with those auto attacks. Of course, Sneaky, like you said, it's not gonna have any mana, so it's not gonna even think about casting much spells other than the Spirit. We have T Governor. He's taking those jungle camps, farming it with his creeps. So Great Britain just peak efficiency with that lane, with their lanes.
Yeah, and like we saw this in game 1. They were quite chill, quite relaxed about the lanes, but as soon as they got their items, they launched. And already we're seeing Sneaky might be getting run on here, just taking a bit too much damage to actually commit to the lane.
Yeah, and T Governor, he took the Invis rune, so he was scouting out the triangle, and you have Tanner just casually just harassing this fan out of the jungle. There's no stacks yet from Turkey. It feels like they didn't have the room to go for those stacks. I mean, you mentioned that he should be the one doing that job, but he's busy just chasing people away from his cores, and because of that, they abandon Sneaky, and Sneaky will die to Bill.
Yeah, nice little use of the mana void there, and he doesn't have any courier issues because obviously he just will buy the entire treads. But already we're seeing Bill. He's starting to skyrocket, 3.1k net worth already, top of the charts, and it's a Battle Fury anti-mage potentially. He actually bought the Ring of Health early, so if he goes in power plus Battle Fury, he's going to be farming very, very fast.
And Sven is going to struggle to keep up. I mean, he just got the Mass of Madness that is going to accelerate the farm in the jungle. But even then, when I look at the Sven's net worth, he is almost 1,000 gold behind his anti-mage. And that's an anti-mage without Empower nor Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Even in terms of levels, he is suffering. He's level 4. Bill is level 7.
Yeah. Bill has been given a lot of free solo XP. So this isn't too surprising. But there's even stacks for him. Is there? No, there's no Ancients, actually. They block the Ancients completely.
There is one.
Yeah, the hard camp.
Not spotted out just yet. To get a tornado. EMP. Yeah, Neon able to get away. At least from the predicament is Wasant. He does have the Curse Crown. But I don't think they can kill out Sim though. The Shaman's gonna TP top. Because Avalanche gonna join in the fight as well. They got the Cold Embrace to keep Wasant alive. Tana is just gonna walk away. They get the Shockwave. Pull Wasant back. Going to the Shadow Realm. Tana now chasing for a bigger target. And that's the Wyvern. Chef weaving into the tree lines. He's gonna be safe, but not the Willow. They got the Cold Snap. Curse Crown goes off, but Wasant still dies.
Yeah, and we I'm starting to see the rotation. I believe this is the top tower basically gone now. Tana's not level 6, but he doesn't need to because they're just going to wait for the creeps. They've already got Enchantress. Look at T Governor. Look what he's doing. He's breaking the wave already.
There's nothing that Turkey can do to contest that day. But this tower goes down, it kind of opens up the jungle a bit, and then it feels like right now the supports of Turkey, they gotta start stacking up the triangle, right? Because this Ven is not gonna have much space to work with after the tower goes down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the Ancients. It's blocked.
Oh,
Is that actually blocked? It looks it.
it's a TP from Sneaky, of course. Chef can hold in place. They do bring in Neon, so Tana, he's 100% going to die. As Sim wants to get out, he does have to pick pull, but they root him with the Bramble Mace, and now they know where Sim is. Question is, can they kill off this Magnus? Doesn't seem like it's possible. Sim, he's just gonna TP. When Avalanche is getting bullied by Bill.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised Bill didn't commit harder there. He saw 4 people top. He's under the impression that as long as the AFK's farms, it's a pretty free game for him. And so far, he'd be definitely right.
Dire
Yeah, and
are
we get a smoke
scanning.
from Great Britain. Oh, good scan from Turkey. They know that someone is there. Of course, Echo Storm just to make sure no one moves forward. But Tana, he's moving bot. In Avalanche, he has that God Strings pop. Obviously, this Tana alone won't be able to kill him, but maybe with the help of Bill, they can make something happen. The support of Turkey, they really want to defend this camp, and they will be able to do so, rightfully. They will lose this Wyvern in the process. Storm comes through, but it's a bit too late. The Mana Void will finish the job. And Sneaky, Meteor Hammer, yeah, let's connect onto Bill, but that's about it.
Yeah, and now Sneaky's probably dead here for this.
And I got the EMP cold snap, no mana for him to cast any spell, not even he doesn't even have the Earth Splitter. They get the Hex of the Neon, they hold him in place with the Shackles, and Avalanche wants to help out. Good Stormhammer as Neon is going to turn back with some Sleight of Fist, but he is still taking a heap of damage from the members of Great Britain. As the Wyvern will now TP in. They do take out Tana at the end of it. So all is not lost, they get a winner's curse. The Sentry definitely help out as Untakes, forced to kill his own teammate as Neon now will get away, but to get the Tornado regardless. Now Avalanche will try to beat down this Invoker. It's gonna take a while, but he gets the job done.
Yeah, and a slight miscommunication there. Bill blinks away as Tana turns around and stuns, and I think they might have been able to kill the Ember Spirit. They might have been able to end his life a bit earlier. Instead, they delay the fight quite heavily there, and all the while, Sim didn't move. Sim didn't even react to that, and oh, another kill! Top lane.
Most likely gonna get him. Yeah, was sent. It's completely caught out in the open. That's a Blink Dagger. 12 minutes Blink Dagger for this Max.
Yeah, this is quite scary, and he will have to slowly salve himself up, but Sneaky, he's gonna get caught here.
Yeah, Tumbler Toy. Just to get a bit of distance, and of course the snakes to surround Sneaky. Zelda Titan caught in a very bad spot. Yeah, Sim is just waiting for that last hit. Can he get it? The $1 million question. Let it go. Yeah, of course he gets it.
Yeah, Tana could have KS. He had the 2 levels in Aftershock.
Yeah, it's a good support.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
2K
Well, definitely not as fast as the previous game, but for Turkey, but for Great Britain, it still feels like they are going down the exact path that they wanted to, right? Just a game pace where they take out Turkey at every corner.
They will get Sim here, by the way. This is going to be a nice kill for them.
Had no way out for
Blink
this
hasn't-
Magnus.
Yeah.
Not sure if I don't know. Blink Daggers. His Korea was making his trip, but didn't arrive just yet. Oh, Sneaky with the Meteor Hammer. Oh, the Tumbler Toy, and not even to get in
队
range.
友不会生气吧？
Tana
这个
eats
是
that.
Has been killed.
So nothing else after. I mean, Tier Governor, this guy, he's in the enemy jungle. He's behind Tier 2s. Hop, skip, and a jump. And yeah, able to gain some distance. And Nature's Attendant, that's gonna help up. Echo Stomp puts him to sleep. Shadow Realm, he's back to full health. Of course, Neon will come here to lock him in place. Then Meteor Hammer connects. Sunstrike, they draw everything on Tier Governor. They kill him off.
Yeah, I mean, they commit a lot, but at least they get a kill on the map. Unfortunately for them, it's probably the worst kill they could find. The Pos 5 Enchantress, he seems to just be purposely dying to buy space the last couple fights. And it's allowing Tana to push top by himself here. They need to be careful, because he's actually got wards in 20 seconds. So he can drop the Serpent wards if they're not paying attention to this tier 2 top.
I mean, Tana is working towards his 8 lens as well, so the extra range would definitely come in handy to cancel that meme hammer. Well, so far we saw it a couple of times, but you pointed out this is probably the only way for the Elder Titan to play this game. Even then, it's not. Doesn't feel like he's contributing much. A good dodge with the Sleight of Fist from Neon. It's caught to Chef. Tana drops the snake. I don't think there's any way to clear it out. It's gonna take a while. Because Crown Bramble Maze Tana caught out in the open. The illusion dodge. Tana is completely fine. They get the enchanted remove the flame guard, and that is a Hellbear Smasher with Alacrity buff.
Yeah. But a nice defense here. They drop the wards and they're wasted the wards. Now they're going to look for an RP. Let's see if they make a mistake and fall into this RP trap.
This Winter Rival needs to be careful as well. He's the one that can save the day with the Winter's Curse. And while all of this is happening, at least the Sven has caught up in terms of net worth. Gonna get the Echo Saber.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Dire's
They
top
still haven't
tower is
empowered
under attack.
once. And that's the first empower on Bill for the game.
Radiant
This one
are
probably he needs that BKB before he starts joining any fight, right? Even though he has the Echo Saber, but it's kind of more of to farm. It's because of how Great Britain has a lot of ways to stop him. But then they have the
He might
RP.
build Blink, actually. I think he might build Blink and then like try to come in with the Echo Saber Blink and just like Blink stun two-shot someone. That's probably the better way to play this fight. Because his team can back him up. He's not going to solo this game. Where the AM feels like he's building towards playing the solo game. He's never anywhere near his team. He's always just farming by himself. And you can tell, like, the game is much slower than game one purely because instead of a Luna, they have an anti-mage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And this
Oh, boy.
tug of war, they want to go for the Sven. Blink, Shockwave, pull him back. RP, he does get the stun off. That's gonna delay and buy some time for the rotations to come in. And of course, Tanner cancels the shackle, knows that he done messed up. It's gonna be run down by the members of Turkey. It's gonna take a while though. Change into the Stormhammer will do the job. Well, Turkey did bring everyone to the bottom lane, and that was only for Tanner. Everyone else on the side of Great Britain, they get to do their own thing. T-Governor in the mid lane, Bill continuing to farm up on this anti-mage.
They will get the TTT1 bot at least. They might find Invoker here.
Good dust into Terror Light, send this Evoker running, and a good dodge with the Shadow Realm. Not that it matters, Sim does miss the skewer, and now they want to finish off Azantik, who does have the regen from that Quas. He stays alive through all of that, and that was the Bedlam as well from Wescent. Now Neon's gonna get the chain on top of this Magnus, but will be pulled back. Good Echo Stomp to keep everyone in place. That's gonna be the Winter's Curse. Tanner will do the job for the side of Turkey. They still lose Neon. The Dark Widow also goes down. The Snake being put. Tanner trapped himself with the Elder Titan as Bill blinks on top of the cliff to finish off Chef. Tanner does walk out regardless. Sneaky will give his life away. Great Britain find 4 kills in their own jungle.
Yeah, 4 kills. Unfortunately, Sven can't get involved. He has the blink now, by the way. Just buys that now. Might have been a fight turner if he has it. But Bill, he's got a Manta coming up very soon. He's level 16. He is quite the chubby boy right now.
Middle tower has fallen.
Compared to the Sven level 13, he's gonna hit 14 now. But they lost the mid tier 1 and Tanner might go down in this Bedlam. Yeah, Wescent has the Veil of Discord, so that's definitely gonna help. He will trade his life for this for sure. The Avalanche. Oh, here we go. Ghost Strain, blink in, completely annihilate Sim. There is the Echo Storm, but Bill will be able to get away. They cancel the sleep, unfortunately.
Yeah, and they actually Alacrity the Dying Magnus. I feel like if they Alacrity the Anti-Mage, maybe Bill tries to turn, but they back out with the 1 death. They'll buy the Manta, and then we'll have to see how they play this from now. 4k net worth lead, it's still only going up towards Great Britain's side.
And Turkey has been trying for the past few minutes to touch that mid tier 1, but I mean the tower defense from Great Britain is just a bit too strong. We have the Maelstrom on the Ember. He's going for the axe. That's gonna allow him to at least cut into the back line. So I suppose this is definitely still within grasp of Team Turkey, right? It's just that the early game didn't go too well.
Yeah, I mean, the game's still playable, which is more to say than the last game at 20 minutes. The issue is they need to find pickoffs. And if they don't find pickoffs here, especially when they're committing so much, like their whole team is piled into this bot lane, they might find T-Gov.
The smoke broke. Of course, Tanner, he did TP to the tier 2. T-Gov, this Alpha Wolf, is gonna chase everyone away. So Turkey with another smoke gang, not really finding anything. As the Sven continues to farm up, hitting level 15 finally. But it feels like Great Britain, they want to fight. So get a pause from T-Gov. It's right before a possible clash.
Yeah, and let's see who they go. A mouse issue, okay. I don't know how you have a mouse issue unless you have a wireless mouse.
Ran out of battery, like mid-game. I'm using a wireless mouse, but I have not encountered issues as dire as that. It usually just runs out of it tells me that my battery is dying and I get to charge it. But it definitely feels different, with the wire connected. It's kind of the small things. I know some people don't like wireless.
Oh, I'm a huge anti-wireless everything. Like I know they've been better nowadays, but when wireless first came out, there was actually a legitimate hindrance. Like there was a couple milliseconds lag on some of the items.
Oh,
and that was enough for me to be like, I'm never touching them again. And I will die on that hill.
it's the latency, right?
It's a small. It's like less than a couple milliseconds, like almost negligible. But when you notice it, you can't unnotice it.
You can unsee it.
Yeah.
When T-Guff, he has solved his mouse issue, or someone from the team. I think it was the Invoker who said that. But yeah, we still need a minute or two as Team Turkey. They are also taking this time to realign that mental. I mean, we are looking at an impending clash. Potentially, the Sven is nearby. Everyone from Turkey is nearby. Bill, he's casually split pushing in the top lane. But is this a clash that Team Turkey wants to take on?
I don't think this is a good fight because the tier 1 mid is... So you mentioned Bill is farming top lane, but Bill can TP in. And if Bill's TPing in late, it means he can actually take apart the fight as he sees fit. He can blink onto whichever target he wants. He's got the Manta completed, so whoever he jumps on, they're going to lose their entire mana pool basically instantly. And if they don't play this carefully, Ember could be on low mana. He could use his remnants, and then all of a sudden, he just gets jumped on, mana voided, and killed. That's what I'm a bit worried for Neon here as the game starts.
Yeah, the game is going to resume right now. And Great Britain, it seems like they really want to just push Turkey away. So no fight would ensue. But Neon, always going to see the courier. T-Guff not able to get that denied. They get the Echo Stomp, but T-Guff, he already has the Nature Attendant going. Now they get the Blink RP. They skewer this Ember Spirit right under the tier 1. They shackle him up and he is dead. Sneaky, late to the party. T-Governor surviving to all of that. Westside with the Shadow Realm will at least be able to finish him off. And now we hear the God Strike Earth Splitter on top of this Invoker. They put him to sleep. The Hex is not enough as Tanner holds Avalanche in place. But Team Turkey were able to run down the members off the side of Great Britain.
Yeah, very strange to see Bill didn't TP there. Like, that was a arguably winning team fight for Great Britain, and now he TP's in to see if he can right.
That's the Hex, but Great Winter's Curse. As Bill pushes Avalanche away, they do lose Tanner in the back line. They just have the mana of Voice can blink on top of Avalanche, try to blow him up, but Avalanche is a tanky boy. Sven still trying to get out of jail. Good co-embrace, keeps him in place, heals him up. Bill will be slapped, and that's going to be the Meteor Hammer. It's going to be caught with that, and they will finish off Bill. Avalanche with a mega kill. And Sim also dies to Westsend.
Yeah, I mean that reset was doing a lot of favors for Turkey there because Great Britain just a couple of bad plays back to back to back, and all of a sudden the game's alive for Team Turkey.
Yeah, this Sven, he is caught up in terms of net worth. He's caught up in that. He's doing completely fine, of course. Ember Spirit, even though he died, but still making progress towards the Aghanim Scepter, same as the Elder Titan. In fact, he's almost 1,000, just 1,000 go away. Less than 1,000 go away from his own axe. So everything falling into place for Turkey. They got the Blink Dagger on the Wyvern. This Dark Willow also going for a Blink Dagger. Just to get away from that anti-mage. Able to, position themselves in a better spot to take those fights.
Yeah, and also it does mean that he can blink with the Veil and the level 2 ultimate and actually kill T-Governor. No one else seems to be able to do that much damage through the Nature's Attendants and through the Untouchable, but that Veil plus the Bedlam will be enough to kill. And our top lane, they might look towards Sneaky here.
He's definitely in danger, and the Astral Spirit comes back. That's an extra movement speed, but his path will be cut off. A good body block. Centaur Stomp by T-Guff for some strike. He's gonna connect on top. Sneaky completely trapped. He's gonna be taken down by Bill.
And now let's see if Tanner's in the bot lane. There's still Neon over here. Is he gonna walk into vision? Maybe not.
Yeah, almost. Oh, now they see him. I think Azantik did. Saw the Maelstrom proc. Of course, Westsend he's TPing, but Avalanche is moving here as well, but
Radiant's middle tower
I think
is
they
under
saw the
attack.
Sven on that ward, on the bottom river.
Yeah, they did, and walked into Roche instantly because of it.
You do see Wesen kind of walking through that river, but I think Great Britain will be able to claim this Roche, no problem. Team Turkey have no idea that this is happening. It's gonna be a free Aegis for that anti-mage.
And now the game starts to get hard. Like, the AC is almost completed for Bill, by the way. Not something you see too often. Usually it's a Basher or a Butterfly. He's gone for the AC just to combat his team dying so quickly. So we might see the Death Ball style coming in once that AC is completed, and the Agshot is almost ready for Sim as well.
The game is, it's like we're kind of slowly entering the territory of this Great Britain accelerating their lead and having more control of the game. But for Turkey, we have this Ember Spirit who has the axe. Same with the Elder Titan. Well, he's almost got his axe. But this Aegis, look, I don't think they have enough to kill the anti-mage twice, do they? Unless they keep him locked down.
Yeah, they have to kill everyone else first. That's the thing. Like, he's at that point of the game where you're not going to take him down unless there's no way the team can help him. Because, like, Tanner can jump in, blink, stun, or he's got the 8th lens, right? Like, he can just jump in, get the Hex off. They've got the big RP, everything Invoker brings to the table. So they really need to focus the other heroes. Maybe the Adzentic Invoker's the target, especially because he has Cataclysm, and you don't really want to let him get that off.
And that's going to be a big item for Great Britain with that Cataclysm. I mean, they have the classic, the RP into Cataclysm. It's going to blow up anyone caught in it. But even though we kind of touched on how this Sven can essentially just pop this AM with the God String into in the late game, but with Great Britain getting that Aegis, continuously looking to accelerate that lead and take those objectives, it feels like we're not going to reach that point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how the next fight pans out, especially if they find Avalanche here, who's just kind of farming, sitting here. He has TP ready. There's no way of knowing he's here, so they should just be able to take the tier 1 for free on build.
Oh, Turkey looking for a wraparound, but it's going to be T-Guff who breaks the smoke. He has done his team a favor. Oh, he actually tried to go for the dig. Gets the south, but doesn't even get to pick it up. That's the Blink Bedlam we talked about, but they found a Sven. This is going to be a bigger kill. At the end of the day, Team Turkey, they only kill Bambi. But they end up losing Sneaky as well in the backline as Bill goes onto him. The Shadow Realm is used by Wesen. He does TP Blink away, but the Tornado caught him. Now Tanner will hold it in place with the Shackle. Of course, coupled up with the shot, and Sim just skewers him downhill and kills him off. 3 dead for Turkey.
Yeah. And I feel like that's one of those team fights you look at and you're like, how did the Sven get caught? He was sitting under the trees. He thought he was safe to push. He walks out and they're just sitting there waiting for him. Sim just instantly just jumps on him. So does Tanner. And like, they're the kind of picks that you can't afford when the game is so on a knife's edge.
It's going to go from bad to worse. Basher next for Bill. Across that bottom tier 1. It's already down. And Great Britain looks to continue that push. 2 more minutes on this Aegis. And I don't see how Turkey can stop this. They now have the Blink Dagger on Tanner. It makes it an even deadly initiative for the team.
Yeah, and you can look at how they're pushing. They're starting to set up on the last outer tower now. And they still have everything but RP. But actually the wards are down for 30 as well. So they might back it off and wait that 30 seconds.
Now we're starting to see this anti-mage just given all the buff. The alacrity to the empower. Of course you have the Holy Locket from T-Guff in case they need some extra heal. But first they've already gathered all the main ingredients to success. I mean, Turkey right now, you said, yeah, they're on the knife's edge, but it really comes down to the fight, right? They have to win a fight to come back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, they have to get their items, win the fight. They've got the BKB on Avalanche, and he has a Chris. Oh no, bot lane.
Oh, that is gonna be rough. I mean, Avalanche is gonna try and fight back. Does pop the BKB and obliterate Tanner. The snakes almost took him out. Not the best pick off, but I suppose in a life and death situation, he's gonna settle for that.
Yeah, he's very lucky how to support with him. If he didn't have the Willow sitting there waiting, he would have died instantly there.
They do see Bill in their own jungle. You see Chef, he's sitting on top of the cliff, but there's nothing that Turkey can do. That was almost a solo kill by Tanner. So I think if you're Sven, you are not, not super happy about getting that kill.
Yeah, I mean, you started to use God Strength, and that was your first BKB charge.
Yeah. Yep,
So
the BKB got
not even
strength.
a bad trade for Great Britain here.
Yeah, Chef is just guarding that cliff with his life. Just really don't want anyone to take over, but I think they will finally make their way in regardless. Yeah, and thank goodness Chef TP away. Sim would have caught him for sure.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that T-Gov has no courier. So obviously he's got wards sitting at base, but he can't bring them out. So that's pretty much the only reason Chef survives there, as the tier 2 goes down in the bottom.
Silver Itch queued up by Sven. That's gonna help a lot. Can allow him to really destroy this Enchantress with that break. Cross Sneaky, he did have this axe. He's still going back for the Master Madness. So we're not seeing any different build other than that Meteor Hammer. But it feels like, does he really need the Master Madness? I think some utility team-items would kind of benefit Turkey a bit more against Great Britain.
Yeah, I don't see the Masker Madness auto attacks paying off this game, purely because he's then fighting into an AM and a RP. Like, I feel like if he really wants to commit, they'll either disengage with the skewer, or worse, just RP and kill him.
And they can remove it with the enchant, if he does not have the magic immunity, that is. Feels like if he goes for straight for an AC or even a Lotus, that would be great. Just to keep the Sven alive in fights.
I would love to see the Lotus Orb. And now Tanner. Tanner's under vision here. He's definitely dead in the bot lane. He just doesn't know it yet.
Yeah, but Sven, yeah, he found him. That's gonna be a dead shaman.
They trade.
Yeah, but it's a 1-for-1, so I suppose at the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much. Sneaky's gonna walk into high ground, and that's where T-Guff sees him, slows him down. The Astral Spirit does come back. Now he gets the buff. Can't run a T-Guff though. Sim, horn toss. Walks a bit, takes him back. The package delivery system to his team, but Sneaky again has the free BKB from the axe, able to buy a bit of time. The stomp puts Bill to sleep, but the Hadouken from the setter, Tormentor, is gonna kill him off. And Bill just got his axe. The Blink Fragment is online.
I love this, by the way. So not only can you bait people with it, because like a lot of the time you blink in with AM and people just panic drop spells on you. But now you can send that illusion in. But also you can send that illusion in and like kind of break their mana a bit before you have to jump in. So they could be on half mana before you even dive.
Even has a blast rig on him. So in case the Sven goes onto him, misses his attack for 2 seconds. And
he has a Paladin sword coming. Okay, that makes
he
much
set
more
for
sense.
there we go.
Nature attend
Oh,
us.
and T-Gov's done the same thing that Tanner did, except this time he actually brought vision.
He won't die, for sure.
There's a break Silver
Look at
Edge
the
coming.
Blink Fragment. Oh my goodness. Chef, he has died to illusions.
Yeah.
What, that's rough. 20 seconds on the mana void thanks to the 25 talent. A T-Gov buys a gem.
Yeah, 17k net worth lead. And look what the illusion's making them all panic. There's almost no play here.
Oh, God Strength, they found the AM, Terrorize, RP! Stops everything in place, Cataclysm on top, nasty explosion. Avalanche still trying to fight back, Sim was skewer away. We see the Max Sneaky not even getting to use the Beaten Hammer as the Tornado sends it up into the air. The BKB used by Neon as well. Bill is running straight in, gets the bash on this Elder Titan. The Hex onto the Willow, who wanted to make a difference but ends up dying nonetheless. Avalanche does have the break, goes in, gets the stun, needs a couple more hits on Bill, finishes him off for 100 seconds. The Sim does get a skewer. They have the Vessel on top of Avalanche, who will die to the snakes as Sim goes down to the big bad briefcase of Sneaky. Neon finds himself a double kill as Tanner buys back. T-Gov stranded out in the open, but his buddy Tanner is here. Can he make it in time? Yes. Blink Hex cancels that Meteor Hammer, but the Astral Spirit once more, giving Sneaky some room to work with. But the Snakes and the Shackle really making Neon's life hard. The Axe does give the Remnant cooldown. Tanner to go down for a second time. Impedance from T-Governor. One more is enough for Neon. He does use the Slide of Fist, but unfortunately Impedance does not miss. T-Gov getting the kill on this Ember Spirit. And now it's between him and Sneaky.
Yeah, and T-Gov wins this fight. Like, that's a max level. Like, there's actually almost nothing Sneaky can do here.
Oh my goodness. T-Gov is running him down. Spider legs. Yeah, here comes Chef. But I mean, look at it. Look at T-Gov.
T-Gov has to TP here, otherwise the Willow will kill him. Oh no, he's lost his TP.
He's in too deep. Yeah, here comes Western. Job done. And dust him up. Finally, they get rid of this pesky Bambi.
Yeah, another bit of an overextend fight there from Great Britain, but they still hold the lead pretty comfortably. There's a second Roshan up. There's a DD in the bot lane as well. Let's see if they notice it before it despawns.
I mean, there's you know, a 14k goal lead for Great Britain, so maybe they're just not too bothered about that fight.
Are they gonna get the DD in time? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I believe he has an Abyssal completed. The AM.
Yeah. Yep. There we go. Just got it. I was about to ask what happens if the second is also a DD. But it's not. It's an arcane rune.
You don't get double. I also believe they coded it so you can't get back-to-back runes at the same quality.
Yeah. That will be
Roshan's falling. Roshan's falling very quickly.
Oh boy, here comes Bill. They're going to steal it away. Terrorize is not in time. Oh no, the Terrorize. Tanner's going to go down. Earth Spirit does connect, but Sim pushes Sneaky away. Western goes in. Roshan bashes him. Sneaky gets stunned by the Brit Flagman and Roshan at the same time, so Western's going to lose his life, and Sim, he's just playing Disruption. The bash out Neon for positive BKB side of his. Sneaky tries to walk in, but into his death. Neon able to remnant away, but Alzanti is gonna search for him. Sneaky buys back into the fight. Slide of Fist is there, but Neon will still goes down as Sim buys back. Sneaky tries to man fight Bill, but Bill will show him that it is not the right choice. Turkey losing 5 lives, including that buyback. This will be a free Roshan for Great Britain.
And do they find Chef here is the question. They might not. He might get away.
Yeah, he makes it onto the high ground.
Okay. Keep in
It's
mind
so survival.
on the ET, by the way. That's potential for game push and just completely end it here for the side of Great Britain.
Oh, the Spinner Blast following the courier. It's an interesting interaction. Not that it matters too much. I mean, T-Gov has the shard, so you're not killing him anytime soon. This could just be the end, honestly.
I don't know how they defend. Without the ET, the Ember has buyout here, so they're going to lose 1 Rax for free, and now they're going to go for the tier 3s rather than tier 4s. They don't know if they can end the game right here, right now.
They found a victim. They found 2 victims. Both the supports caught. Shadow Realm, Bedlam used. Western gets away. Chef is trying to fly and tornado into the air. 3 Mariana mid-boss. Sim doesn't want to give the kill over to Azantik. He wants to play it for himself. Bill completely obliterates his Willow, and now they're gonna probably try and dive fountain. No, not really. As BKB uses Avalanche back with the God's Blade, it will blow out T-Gov. Cataclysm on top, and that is Avalanche down in the grave. The Ember dies, and that is GG. Great Britain will be representing Europe, and they will be going to Singapore by the end of the year for the main event.
And it might have taken a bit longer than game 1, but game 2, it felt like Great Britain weren't toying with them, but they picked a late game draft and they were just comfortable letting the game slowly end like this slow chokehold over Team Turkey. And at the end of the day, they punched their ticket through the finals 0 in the end. Didn't drop a game today.
The only game they dropped was the tie. No, they actually did tie like one game, if I'm not mistaken, throughout the entirety of the group stage. They tied against Iran. It's pretty much it. And Saudi Arabia. So they tied 2 of the series in the group stage. But afterwards, it was just a kind of a landslide victory for Great Britain.
Yeah, I mean, well deserved. I mean, they showed jitters maybe, or like a bit too much relaxation on the first day of the first day of the group stage rather. But again, like this is a great step forward for Great Britain, who dominated today with 3 completely different drafts in 3 different games. Like obviously they ran a disruptor run, they went with the Bane, and obviously last game we saw that Death Ball strat, and this one we saw the Magnus Empower with the Anti-Mage completely decimate in the late game.
And Turkey, they did show some signs of life, throughout a couple of instances throughout the game. But obviously, Great Britain, they just show that they are the better team, and they will be, moving forward to the main event. Obviously, in December 17 to 19 in Singapore, they will be joining Mongolia, who won their region for South Asia. So that Mongolia represented by Lil Gun, none other than Lil Gun. It's going to be interesting, when we get to that main stage. But throughout this entire group stage, I think Europe has been super competitive. We saw a lot of close calls. We witnessed some miraculous comebacks, and we had a 1-hour game yesterday. And Great Britain just feels like the perfect team to cap it all off.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, pretty great tournament. Is there a C the third? There is a third, right? There's
yeah. There
is
is
teams in that.
After this, we have obviously we have the Dota 2 women, and we have America as a third region that's going to be coming up after Europe. So that's going to be something to look forward to as well. Obviously, for America, we have 3 nations, if I'm not mistaken: Brazil, Cuba, and Paraguay. The only 3 regions for America, but they definitely have something to show. I mean, with Brazil, right? The SA Dota, something that has been rocking the international scene for a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, especially like they had a reasonably decent showing in TI as a whole, having multiple teams. Obviously, some of them didn't go well, but Beast Coast, they made a run, and similar to Southeast Asia a couple of years back, where they kept saying their region was high skilled, but they didn't have a chance. Now South America are running that same gauntlet where they say they have a chance, they're showing their skill, and every time I get to watch SA Dota, it's always fun. It's always so high intensity. Mistakes get made, obviously, but they play at such a high caliber. Those mistakes don't usually throw the game, and they're looking for every little edge they can, and so much fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. If there is one region that personally to you is the most fun region to watch, what would it be?
Probably SEA, to be honest. Southeast Asia. Played with a lot of the players. I've played against them a lot. So like I know all the names, and the way C plays is so chaotic. Like not just in pubs, but in pro scene as well. Like pubs is a different beast. Like someone will call GG and then turn around and try to team wipe you. It's wild. But in pro scene, it's just the level of like not carelessness, like the level of just freedom a lot of these players play with. They'll look for the ridiculously high mechanic skill plays and not care if it fails. They'll just try it again anyway. It's wild.
That's something that I think has been a staple of C, right? We saw T1s run at TI and even at Anime Asia. That really was, Southeast Asia in a nutshell. But, with that being said, that is the end of the EU qualifiers. Any last words before we sign off, for the day?
I mean, realistically, my last words are just make sure you catch the Americas and the women tournament next week, I believe.
Yeah,
it's this Saturday already. Like the Americas is coming up really quick.
Yeah, a lot more Dota ahead of us. Obviously, there's America and there's Women Dota. Again, Sheepstick is one of the few names that will be playing in for the Dota Women Open, well, the Dota Women Tournament for the Global Esports game. And of course, whoever wins will be able to represent their country in the main event from 17 to 19 December in Sentosa World Resort in Singapore. So Great Britain will join Mongolia, who also won their Southeast Asia region not long ago. We will call this a night. Of course, next week we'll be back with America's qualifiers, and we'll see who will be representing that region. And until then, I'm Husky, here's Poglet. And on behalf of our buddy Danok, we wish you guys good night and goodbye.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.